And just need to get an approval to introduce a new item. An acknowledgement. Good morning, everyone. In case you're wondering who I am, I'm Olivia Chow, and the chair of the executive committee. Yes, we do have quorum, and I am calling meeting 7 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com, Toronto City Council Live. Don't miss it. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, we would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, the Mississaugas of the Credit, Anishinaabe, Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. It is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. And if you are registered to speak today, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the executive committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. To members, the city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. And clerk's IT staff are available, and they are here somewhere, I'm sure, if you need assistance. They're back there. Oh, they're waving at you. Okay, if you need assistance. I want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email, and staff available at, you know where they're available to help with your motions. Are there any declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? No. Anything from the, nope. And seeing none, we will proceed. I do have a new business item to introduce. Thank you, clerk, for putting that on the item. Are those anyone in favor? May I call for a motion to introduce new business, or anyone opposed? All those in favor, carry. Thank you. And I'm proposing the executive committee to reorder the agenda to consider this new business item on urgently building more affordable homes as the first item of the day. May I have a motion to move that? Thank you. All those in favor? Oppose? Carry. Thank you. And just want to see if anyone have any questions to staff on this motion. Budget Chief Councillor Carroll.
So, am I on there? I am, yes. So just a quick question. So is this our personal target, or does this add to the provincial targets for each municipality? I'm wondering if we can get untold millions of that tiny fund called the Building Homes Faster Fund if we meet the new target here.
This is to staff or to myself?
I guess to staff. I think they're well familiar with the.
So through you, Mayor. So as you know, the initial information that's come out about the Building Faster Fund is that the city would be eligible for additional resources if we go beyond our target of starts. they are starts, and they start in counting in 2023, 24, and 25. So it's unlikely these new units would be eligible because these units wouldn't necessarily be built that fast.
Yeah.
But anything that we build beyond our targets that are set by the province would make us eligible for some small amount of funding, but recognize across the province, it's $400 million per year. So our targets and our upside on that funding would be limited by the overall resources required.
Okay, okay. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I just want to speak very briefly about this. I'm moving my recommendations. We all know we have a housing crisis. All of you have stories that you've heard, that you've almost daily, your constituents are asking for help. Those that are facing evictions, those that can't find housing, they can't afford it. Those mortgages are coming up and people have difficulty paying. Young people that can't start a family because they just can't afford it. And that very difficult decision to having to maybe move out of the city. So daily, people are facing tremendously difficult time because of this housing crisis. We'll continue to work with the province on solutions. We are asking for the federal government to unveil their new housing plan. We are waiting, but we urgently need to take action ourselves. Council in the past have done a lot of work. I know every one of you council members are dedicated to build more housing faster. And I know you're preoccupied with this urgency and this mandate, this mission in front of us. We have to build more. We have to do it faster. My conversation, I had one yesterday with Councillor Brad Bradford. We pledged to work together to build things faster, which we'll do. Today's motion really is to set another target on top of the Housing Now target, because we need to do more. And this is the 25,000 units of housing, well, rent control, rental buildings, and with a good number of them being affordable, 80% below market, and at least 10% of them, 1 out of 10 of them, being rent geared to income, so that we can begin to tackle more than 800 households per year that we're housing. Because as you know, there are 90,000 households waiting on our subsidy list. So it is my top priority. You've heard that before. Today's motion really is to ask staff to take necessary action, to coordinate all our effort, because we have the Toronto Housing TCH Housing, Toronto Community Housing Corporation. We have Create TO, we have a housing secretariat, we have a planning team. We have 4 or 5 teams working. I want to make sure they work together. I want to make sure they coordinate it, that there's like a bit of a one-stop shop kind of approach. And I'm asking for the new deputy city manager, Jack Sharma. I believe he's here. Yes, by the way, welcome to Toronto. I know it's just a few days now, huh? You started. We want the deputy city manager to bring everything together and come back with a report before the end of the year, so that we could have a coordinated approach. So together, let's build the affordable housing people need and deserve. And that is the motion in front of you, and I hope I can get your support. Any other speakers? No?
Question
Yeah,
for
please.
the mover. We've been saying that we have a goal of 285,000 new homes by 2031. So are you seeing that of those 285,000, we want 25,000 more to be affordable? Or are you adding it onto that so our goal is going over 300,000 homes? Or asking staff to report back on that?
Yeah, exactly. We are looking at, the Housing Now target is 40,000. This is 25,000 on top of the 40,000. It also have a very clear LGI component, but I want it to be integrated, right? But the need is so severe that we need to have a clear action plan. The goal that is on on Housing Now, that whole page of all the things we can do, some are through acquisitions, others are through rental prevention. This specifically is about building housing. And it would be 25 on top of the 40 that was committed by previous council.
So we're not updating our pledge tomorrow. We're saying
No.
of what we want to build, we want more of it to be affordable.
Exactly. We're not changing what we've done, that we pledged before.
Great.
We're building on it.
Perfect.
Thank you for clarifying it.
Well, I always run around saying 285,000 homes by 2031. So I just want to know if I have to update the talking point. So not yet. Okay.
No. It's higher than the 110,000 homes that are the Ontario target. Yeah. Yes.
Actually, I don't have a question, but if I can just make a few comments? Okay, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I do agree with your motion, and I think it's very important, and I want to welcome Jag to the team. But I also think, too, as well, is that you're right, we need to get everyone on the same page. And when we have these applications that come in for affordable housing and we're waiting for comments from various departments, I think what's really important, and I mentioned that to Jag, is that we get everybody in the room that's involved with the application and give comments and, to the applicant, and the counselors also there in the meeting, so we can expedite the process. Because the problem with some of these applications is that there's so many delays that the housing is actually not being built. And so I think it's important that we all get together, all of us, in one room, and we talk about what needs to be done, what reports have to be submitted in, and this way we can expedite it. So I think it's very important, and I'm hoping that Jag, we can, I know I spoke to Jag about that we can move forward on that, so we can get housing built, rather than the delays. And this way we stop some of the appeals that are coming in. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Sorry.
Yes. Yep, Councillor.
Thank you. We're not in council.
Councillor Fletcher, you want to speak? Go for it. And then after that, I believe
I do.
Councillor
Thank you.
Meyer.
No, I'm just going to ask that in this new model that the city now has with the DCM of development and growth, and welcome Jag from your TCHC role to your city role, and I know you'll do a great job. I'm noticing that your direction is new in having all of the city agencies or divisions, departments pull together, quite frankly, just to come together to look at this plan. And that, of course, would include what Councillor Nunziata just spoke about, which is expediting the planning, expediting the approvals, etc. I think that that's a good thing to do. I'm just clarifying that that is different than how we've been doing things previously.
Thank you for that, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Meyer, you had your hands up.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. Yes, I would just also like to reiterate what my colleagues, Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Nunziata, said about expediting affordable housing applications. As a new councillor and dealing with one of these currently, I can tell you there are an incredibly high number of frustrating delays, of new mandates that are added at the last minute, of departments that don't speak to each other, of councillors having to get involved at every single step of the application because this department doesn't think it's a priority. It's very, very frustrating. It's an incredibly inefficient use of resources and time. And I think it really has to be priority number one is getting the departments to talk to one another and having them understand and act with a sense of urgency on these projects. The other question I had was just a clarification of whether or not the motion is also looking at whether the city is looking into offering incentives, either tax incentives or rebates for the building of affordable housing, or rental housing specifically. In some of my discussions, one of the issues that have come up for developers is that when they want to build rental housing, the profits don't accrue until later on, a year after the housing is built, versus a condo where they get all the profits at the beginning. So I just want to clarify if that's also captured in the motion or if that's captured somewhere else in one of our other housing action plans.
I believe that is a question,
For staff.
for staff. If it's okay, I'll change the order slightly because the question to staff usually is beginning, but it's okay, it's all right, since we have new staff. All right. May I hope you answer the question?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I believe that would, excuse me, I'm sorry. Sorry, a little awkward here, but thank you for the question, Councillor. I believe that would be the intent of the motion is for us to review and come back with information as such, and that would be within the report that would be targeted for Q4.
Councillor Myers, any other questions? No, we're good? Okay. Any other speaker? Yeah, Councillor Carroll.
I can't let it pass without mentioning what needs to happen beyond all of the changes to the planning process. And this is the thing that keeps popping up on the business pages over and over again. But beyond every change, removing red tape, this report will coordinate things, but at the end of the day, we still have the problem of the economy. I'm sitting on dozens of applications that are just not proceeding because of the interest rates and the cost of building. And many of them contain at least 80% of market affordable units, and yet the starts aren't happening. And so I deeply hope, because I think it's only the federal government that can help us with something on that macro level of the economy. So I deeply hope that the plan that they did not have anything to say about when they walked out of their retreat eventually materializes with some sort of measure that helps builders address that in the economy, that they can't afford to get a contractor started because you don't know the day you put the shovel in the ground, the true cost of building this thing. And we've seen throughout history, when that happens, they just stop. They don't care that we have people living on the streets. They just stop because it doesn't, their pro forma no longer works because Bank of Canada made an announcement the day before. So if there is some measure that helps deal with that macroeconomic condition, then our reduction of red tape, the additional planners that we have hired, the target we're setting for ourselves, the commitment we're making can actually come true. And so I heartily support this motion, but we're really still looking to the Ottawa level to deal with that macroeconomic condition that is slowing down the actual starts, even after we've served them in every way possible through our planning process.
Any other speaker? If not, I'm going to ask for, oh, I'll move the motion, of course, I already did. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you very much for your support. It's the first step. Our next item on the agenda is the staff long-term financial plan. We have a lot of speakers, and I need to move them. I shouldn't assume everybody have seen the presentation of staff. I have, but may I, do you have it set up? Yep. Let's have the presentation from, there we are. Stepping up the city's long-term financial plan from our city staff, the city manager and the interim chief financial officer and treasurer. Thank you for doing that hard work with a very comprehensive plan. All yours.
Well, thank you, Mayor. My chair's a little low, so I'm actually taller than I appear right now. This is a tad off-putting, if I've got to be brutally honest with everybody here. But hey, we are where we are, and it's our pleasure to be here this morning. Mayor, members of the Executive Committee, thank you for allowing us an opportunity to walk through a presentation, which will do two things: set the context of how we got to where we are today in terms of the direction that you've provided over the last year, and then also speak to the specific recommendations that are in the staff report for your consideration this morning. The beginning and the background of this work came in February of 2022 when there was direction to then City Manager Chris Murray to provide an updated long-term financial plan. This is not a document that's the first of its kind in Toronto. We have seen previous iterations of how to look at our financial situation over a long period of time. But this was to update and to look forward to how we might be able to continue to chip away at the challenges that lie ahead for us as a city. This past March, you received the first phase of that report, which talked about the challenges that we face over the next 10 years. Today's report that's before you is really to look at some identified opportunities to start to take action and to call on others to work with us and step up with Toronto and Torontonians to take action on this very important piece of work. From a context perspective of why this report, why now, and why we're asking for your support in some of the recommendations that go beyond what the City of Toronto can do on its own, is the reality, as you know, that Toronto is the economic engine of this province and of this country. And as such, we believe that the time is now to have that serious conversation about how we balance the reality of what Toronto brings in terms of the prosperity not only of this city and province, but of this country, and how we balance that against the needs that we have in order to maintain that strong economic position in this country. So as you can see from this slide, we are more than half of Ontario's GDP, just over a fifth of Canada's GDP. And that means that as Toronto goes, the rest of this province and country go. And that's not an ego statement, that's a reality of who we are, where we're positioned, and what we bring to the table in terms of not only the people that call this place home, but the province and the country. And when you dig into what it means, you know, our $50 billion planned capital investments over this next 10 years is about jobs. Yes, it's about the infrastructure we need. Yes, it's about the building that we need to accomplish here in Toronto, but it's also about the jobs that drives. It's also about the economic activity that drives and the supplies and the materials that will be purchased in order to meet those capital planned investments. We do operate the largest transit system, and I'll touch on this a little bit more in future slides. And we need to recognize that that transit system is not just a way for Torontonians to move around the city and do day-to-day activities and recreational opportunities. It is a driver of the economy, and it is the way that we move many, many people to jobs and economic opportunities in this city. We are the home to international and national headquarters and events, and we contribute through those who call Toronto home and those who visit us regularly, billions annually in sales and income taxes. You know, in 2022, and we're still on the recovery track from the pandemic, but in 2022, the visitor spend in Toronto was $5 billion. The visitor economic impact in 2022 was $8 billion. And the employment generated from the visitor economy is over 56,000 jobs. So we welcome people to come. We love the fact that we have some of the iconic events and activities in this city that people not only in this country but around the world look to. But the reality is it's time for us to talk about the share of those economic spin-offs that come to the City of Toronto as well as to other orders of government. We do contribute broadly to things that are part of what other orders of government want to see happen in our community and across this region, and we do contribute to a regional economy and regional activities. You've heard this before, but about 22% of our tax base is invested in what we would consider to be extensions of federal and provincial responsibilities. Much of that is in housing, and as you know, from the change in how housing is delivered in this province, it has simply grown and grown and grown into this responsibility that municipalities of all sizes share, but in Toronto it is becoming a larger and larger portion of our tax base. Social services and health services also are pieces where we continue to deliver beyond what we receive in terms of investments from other orders of government. And those extension programs are important. They are what keep our community healthy and strong. But more and more, they are at risk as we try and find ways to accommodate that level of investment. Regionally, as you know, many of the services that we provide do serve folks beyond our city borders. Our transit system, for instance, has 13% of the trips either beginning or ending outside of this city. When it comes to shelter, we're not only the largest shelter system because we're the largest city, but we are the largest per capita provider of shelter beds. And that's the number that's more important. Of course, Toronto would obviously be bigger in its shelter system than other cities in the GTHA. But when you look at our per capita need for shelter in this community, which continues to grow, it is far larger than the communities that surround us and is the largest across this country as a whole. You have continued to provide direction and provide support for investments in the critical services that Torontonians rely on each and every day. That includes an increase to the subsidy for transit of more than 140% since 2014 over the last 10 years. And the investment that you continue to make and direct us to find ways of investing from a housing perspective have grown exponentially over the last decade as well. We continue to face fiscal challenges that, again, are not new, and they have been highlighted for you before. The reliance all municipalities have, and Toronto is no different, on property-based tools is a challenge. And in fact, in the report that we've provided to you today, as you can see, much of the opportunities that we have or the choices that we can make more locally, all in some way, shape, or form are focused around property-based tools. And yes, we need to explore those, and yes, we are asking you to consider exploring those today. But the reality is we need to broaden beyond that. We don't have the tools to capture the economic growth. And that brings us back to the opening slides that talk about the value and the energy that Toronto brings to the economy of the city, the province, and the country, and our need to share in that alongside other orders of government. We do know the complexity and the scale of the services delivered by the city have grown and changed. And as we come out of the pandemic, we see even more evidence that that is going to continue to be the case. And so some of those extension services are not going to be able to be kept in check, are not going to be able to be reduced in terms of our investment. If anything, we will be challenged to continue to grow those investments to keep our community healthy. And as we note every year, and we talk about every year, the need around critical infrastructure investments and our growing backlog of state of good repair funding is a major challenge. It's also important to note that while we have similar fiscal challenges that you've heard about before, this is compounded in this time and place that we're in today with a financial environment that is in a unique set of circumstances. It is much worse than those other times when we've talked about long-term financial plans. The sustained pandemic impacts are impacting our budget, and they are acute impacts that we see in things like our transit recovery, our shelter system, and until recently, some of our, of course, public health costs and other things that we've needed to do to keep our communities safe. But those are not disappearing. While we talk about being out of the crisis portion of the pandemic, we are in no way out of the need to continue to invest to respond to the sustained pandemic impacts. We have a rising inflation rate, and yes, the numbers that we see on a daily basis are certainly better than they were months or even a year ago. But right now, the trailing average is still at 5.2%, and as everyone in this community understands, the rising inflation is having a toll at an individual, but also at a municipal level. The era of low interest rates has ended, and ended in a hurry. And as we've seen over the last year or so, the increasing cost to borrow and the increasing financial pressures that puts on just about everything we do is significant and is a major change from the period of time that we experienced a very low regime in terms of interest rates and the cost of borrowing. We then have the other global challenges that everybody is facing around supply chain, around the access to the important pieces of goods and services that we need to do the things that we do. So with our financial environment worsening, with our fiscal challenges remaining unchanged, we arrive where we are today. So as I mentioned, we have limited and in some ways, I believe, outdated revenue tools to deal with that. You have shared those concerns at budget times and at other times around this table and at council, and we agree. We do not have revenue tools that grow with the economy. We do not have the ability to look far beyond what are property-related impacts. And so we, as the fourth largest city in North America, need to think about the ways that large cities and important economic engines like Toronto are treated in other jurisdictions and find ways to do that in a uniquely Ontario and Canadian way. As you saw in our March report, the $46.5 billion pressure over 10 years is divided in three categories. The largest is in our unfunded capital, nothing new for this group or for council as a whole. Increased debt and the costs of covering that debt represent the second largest portion. And then we have an ongoing and persistent operating pressure that, while not the largest portion of this, remains a challenge as we try and balance our budget each and every year. We are going to be focusing in our conversation today and over the coming months in two areas that require immediate focus. While the 10-year long-term financial plan is just that, it is a decade's worth of work to get us on a solid footing. We do have a budget in 2024, which is nearly upon us. It's a budget which must be balanced, and it's a budget that currently has a $1.5 billion pressure. The other number that we're deeply concerned about is our capital unfunded needs over the next 10 years. And when we move to the next slide, you can see why both of these numbers are concerning. We have three major contributing factors to that gap for our 2024 operating budget. And they're there on the screen, and I've mentioned them. We do have some impacts of past decisions that are coming our way, absolutely related to transit and other things. But those first 2 points are really what drives our challenge. We have some unique post-pandemic challenges. We've talked about it around transit, and while our overall ridership in transit continues to inch up, it currently sits at about 76% of our pre-pandemic levels. The number that says to me and to Steve and to all of you, I'm sure, that we are not yet recovered when it comes to transit, and we may be a long way off from recovery when it comes to transit, is the number of frequent weekday riders, the commuters that use TTC. 56% of the pre-pandemic level. That is the change in our work environment. That is unlikely to change in the next couple of weeks or months. Whether it gets back to the way we worked prior to the pandemic or not is a question that no one can fully answer. But we do know that that is keeping us from being back at our pre-pandemic levels around transit. And then, as we've mentioned several times, these economic pressures around inflation and growth, the challenges of our homeless issues to do with not only refugees, but those who find themselves homeless in this community continue to be pressures in that $1.5 billion gap that we need to make up for 2024. On the capital side, more than 50% of the challenge is related to our transit capital needs. You can see the other categories, and none of them are insignificant in dollar figures, but they are dwarfed by our transit needs now and into the future. These are important investments that we want to make, not only to keep the infrastructure that we have in good working order and to be able to be used well by the folks who live, work, play, and learn in Toronto, but also the growth that we need in our capital needs so that we can continue to meet the growing demands on this community. I'm now going to turn it over to Steve Conforti, our interim Chief Financial Officer, to take you through the recommendations and actions that are before you today. And then I'll wrap up with a few comments before we listen to our deputations today, and then we'll be happy to take questions afterwards. Steve?
Thanks, Paul. As reflected in the report, and with the magnitude of the financial pressures the city faces over the next decade, there really is no one single solution that can address the city's financial challenges. Staff are recommending a series of options that collectively can mitigate and reduce the fiscal pressure. We're also fortunate to benefit to some degree from past actions. About 10% of our financial pressure can actually be addressed through actions that are already underway. The most significant and by far of these being the City Building Fund, and specifically Council's endorsement of extending the annual increase to this dedicated levy until the year 2035. When we look at the City Building Fund specifically, with the expectation of the annual increase, we're expecting about $5.3 billion to be generated in revenue over the next 10 years. That's funding that can be dedicated to critical priority investments in housing and transit. We've also completed further actions that have prevented the problem from getting much worse. In 2023, we had the most significant property tax increase since amalgamation. We also increased the municipal accommodation tax and introduced the vacant home tax to promote housing supply. We've been a leader in Canada in issuing green and social bonds. This has mitigated the impact of rising borrowing costs. We also spoke, and you might recall from past conversations, the risks associated with volatile revenue sources, and more specifically, the application of volatile revenue sources to day-to-day operating expenses. We've introduced mitigation strategies to divert funds that otherwise would have been directed to day-to-day operating expenses and ensure they're being directed to capital or capital reserves where we have more ability to manage that annual volatility. And that's mostly specific to the land transfer tax. We will also proactively manage the impacts of the pandemic. Really, right from the onset of the pandemic, the city started to identify what the financial challenges from the pandemic would be. We started weekly tracking of the impacts across the city programs and agencies. We developed a working group to not just be able to track those, but to bring strategies forward that enables to build that backstop that was so critical to ensure we could preserve the services that we were delivering in the wake of the pandemic. Through that time, we also identified $2.5 billion in a combination of savings, offsets, or mitigation strategies, again, critical to being able to ensure we were preserving service through the wake of the pandemic. All of this was done and enabled the city to maintain a strong and stable credit rating during that time. Next slide, please. Building on past actions, the long-term financial plan includes recommendations to further reduce the city's financial pressure, many of which focus on opportunities that are within the city's control to implement. In total, we've broken these opportunities out into 5 categories. The first is reviewing existing revenue and policy tools that the city has in place today. We're looking to develop a multi-year approach to property tax rates. This provides a level of certainty as we model and build strategies to address our financial challenges over the next 3 years. This is not a new concept. This is what we do today with our rate programs as we develop budgets based on a 10-year rate model. It's also what we do when we plan and model our capital expenditures as we review the reliance on the city building fund and the expected increases until 2035. The next item is introducing a graduated municipal land transfer tax rate, and specifically on high-value residential properties. This recommendation is different from the other recommendations that we've included in the report. It's different in the fact that we're recommending this today for implementation January 1st. Paul will talk a little bit later on the sequencing and timing of all the other recommendations, but this one is a recommendation where we're looking at our current rate, which is capped at 2.5% for properties valued above $2 million, and introducing a graduated rate that would begin with properties at $3 million, which would see a 3.5% rate, all the way to properties assessed or valued at over 20 million that would see a rate of 7.5%. We're also recommending that we remove on-street parking rates. On-street parking rates are currently range from $1 an hour to a maximum of $5 an hour, with the highest rates charged in high-demand areas within the city's core. The recommendation is to remove the $5 an hour cap. The parking authority is also in the process of conducting a comprehensive review of their on-street parking rates with a plan to report back with recommendations as part of the 2024 budget process. This represents the first detailed review of on-street parking rates since 2017. Currently, our rates are lower than comparable cities in North America, where we see Vancouver having rates up to $11 an hour, in Chicago up to $7 an hour, New York City charging up to $7.50, and San Francisco charging up to $10.25. The next area, and this is on the policy tool side, we're considering an increase to the vacant home tax from 1% of the assessed value to 3%. This is a policy tool in support of the city's objective to increase housing supply. Staff are developing a report for this fall on VHT implementation. Approval for this change will be sought in that planned report. This will set rates for 2024. It's important to note that those rates will result in any incremental revenue that would then be collected in 2025. Next slide, please. So within the second category of opportunities, we have brought forward new revenue tools and new policy tools that the city is able to introduce with our existing authority. For all these items, ultimate approvals are not being recommended today. Staff will report back with an implementation plan predominantly through the 2024 budget process. That will include details on proposed rates, collection and enforcement design, estimated revenues, and implementation timelines. The first item on this list is the introduction of a foreign buyer land transfer tax. So this would be an additional tax applied to non-resident purchases of residential property. This would be similar to the province of Ontario's current non-resident speculation tax. We would look to bring the report forward as part of the 2024 budget for potential introduction later in the later half of 2024. It is important to note that immediate revenues may be limited by a current existing federal prohibition on the purchase of residential property by non-Canadians. We'll continue to review that. That prohibition is in place until the end of 2024, and we'll continue to review what expectations would be prior and after that is lifted. We're also recommending to come back with a report on commercial parking levy. So staff will report back on this as part of the 2024 budget process with implementation plans for council's consideration. Further work needs to be done to refine the scope and applicability of a commercial parking levy, not just the rates, but how and where a levy will be applied. This will include geographic and regional considerations, any exemption for certain parking spaces or facilities. There is precedent for this. Vancouver and Montreal have both introduced the form of a parking levy or a parking sales tax. Provided we receive council approvals, revenues would not be expected until 2025. there is at least a 12-month implementation period, with the greatest need being to develop a parking inventory. We're also looking at a dedicated 911 next generation levy. The federal government has mandated a transition to next generation 911 services. This includes improvements that allow us to connect to 911 using text, videos, and photos. Ontario is one of only 2 provinces without a dedicated 911 levy to be able to offset the cost of moving to this service. The recommendation that we would bring forward would most likely look at a small monthly charge applied to phone bills. We're also recommending, as a policy tool, an emissions performance charge for buildings. So the building sector is the primary source of GHG emissions in Toronto. Introducing an emissions performance charge would establish the city as a leader in its commitment to reducing buildings emissions. The city aims to introduce gradual performance requirements, including commercial, industrial, institutional, and residential buildings. We do expect any revenues that might be generated from this charge would be reinvested in support of our climate goals. The third area of opportunity is the category of expenditure and foregone revenue. Specifically, staff have identified 2 opportunities. The first is a review of the Imagination, Manufacturing, Innovation, and Technology Financial Incentive Program, or as we refer to it, it's the IMIT program. A review of the IMIT program is underway. This program was originally introduced in 2008. The program provides grants equivalent to the incremental taxes for these developments over a 10 to 12-year period. We do budget about $50 million a year for IMIT grants, and we have total cumulative value of IMIT grants approved to date of approximately $726 million. The report back plan for the 2024 budget process will include a review against city objectives and consider options to restructure or dissolve the program. Staff are also recommending the removal of the non-residential, non-ground floor area development charge exemption. Currently, the city only imposes development charges on the ground floor of a non-residential building. Floor areas above or below are exempt from development charges. And based on 2022 reviews, we anticipate that's about $190 million in foregone revenue annually. The removal of this exemption would mean that the city receives significantly more revenue than we do today, and it would keep us on par with other GTA municipalities for similar developments. Staff will bring forward an updated DC background study and amended bylaws for council's consideration in 2024. Next slide. Our fourth category speaks to the review of surplus and underutilized assets. Staff will review and identify surplus and underutilized assets and bring forward a strategy for potential disposition or change in use that ensures the greatest value to the city. Staff will also consider where there may be opportunities for enhanced revenue generation by the city through those assets. Staff will report back as part of the 2024 budget process with specific assets and areas of opportunities. Next slide. There are also further actions that will help keep the city's financial pressure from worsening. This includes an acknowledgement by council of the city's $46.5 billion financial challenge with a commitment to exploring a wide range of solutions. As part of this commitment, there's an opportunity to enhance the city's political treasury and governance function. Essentially, this means that all financial details associated with a proposal are considered by council in advance of policy and program decisions and resulting expectations being set. As well, while there's no recommendation specific to these next items, staff are committed to continued procurement strategies with a focus towards enhancing regional procurement opportunities. We'll leverage a GTHA procurement table that we're part of to identify opportunities for both savings and cost avoidance. And lastly, we'll look to enhance a citywide capital prioritization framework to be in place for the 2025 budget process. We'll build upon our current framework that prioritizes investments in health and safety, legislative, and state of good repair projects, but we'll look to enhance and add elements that will ensure all capital projects, not those just within individual programs and agencies, are prioritized and reviewed consistently across the city. Next slide. So the LTFP makes every effort to address the financial challenges on our own. The challenge is that applying the full suite of options will not be enough to address the city's $46.5 billion pressure. Ultimately, subject to council approval, we estimate that the city alone can only address about 40% of this pressure. On top of that, and what's become evident through this exercise, is that the options that the city has the full authority to introduce and implement are generally limited to property ownership. So that's true for property taxes, vacant home tax, even parking levies that are ultimately attributed to property ownership. To address the remaining 60% of our financial pressures, the city needs a new fiscal framework with the federal and provincial governments. Next slide. So we need the federal and provincial government to enable access to revenue tools that capture economic growth. This alone will account for about 1/3 of the remaining pressure. We've noted this may be a municipal sales tax, but could be any material revenue tool that grows with the economy. It could represent a share of the existing sales tax, authority to introduce our own sales tax, or even a portion of income tax. There is precedent for this. A couple of examples include Quebec, who grants a portion of its sales tax to municipalities, and even New York, that applies a municipal sales tax of 4% for all purchases over $110. To address the remaining pressure, we also need fair contributions to critical services we provide to the benefit of the region, the province, and the nation, with a focus on transit, housing, and shelter. This should reflect full and fair funding for services we provide that are extensions of provincial and federal responsibilities. From a transit perspective, Toronto urgently needs a new funding agreement, one that acknowledges the regional benefit that Toronto transit system provides. As Paul noted, 13% of our transit trips start or end outside of the City of Toronto. This equates to a $155 million subsidy that the City of Toronto taxpayers are providing to our regional riders. We also need new funding arrangements for the operations and maintenance of transit expansion projects, including one for the immediate costs associated with lines 5 and 6. And lastly, a fiscal framework that provides funding for critical capital investments to ensure our system remains safe, reliable, and connected, and can continue to provide these valuable regional and economic benefits. As noted, $16.9 billion, or more than half of our unfunded capital needs, are transit-related, with urgent needs for funding for e-buses, subway cars, vehicle overhaul programs, and critical state or good repair work. To address our financial challenges, action must occur in many ways and must be supported by all levels of government. So thank you, and I'll turn it back to our city manager.
Thanks, Steve. The theme of the report that we brought forward today is that we must take urgent action. This is not about long-term reporting and thinking to come back. There will be new ideas, and there'll be additional ideas that we will continue to bring over time, and you will continue to ask us to explore over time. But we wanted to start with some things that both had immediate action. And so some of the report does recommend that immediate action take place, most particularly around some of the changes in the rates, for instance, to the land transfer tax and the removal of the on-street parking rates, and also that we immediately give full license to you as our elected leaders and to the public service to work in a structured way with other orders of government to look at some of those new growth-related revenue tools and look at new fiscal frameworks for some of the services that we provide. There will also be some report backs that happen, some as soon as the fourth quarter of this year, but most that will come back through the budget process. We think that that is both an urgent time frame for our staff to bring you back the information and the appropriate time to have that full discussion. As we set our 2024 budget, we will be able then to put in place some things that will help us not only in 2024, but in the years to come. This will include things like our multi-year approach to property tax rates and a report back on some of the levies and taxes that are listed on this slide. I'll also say, because I sometimes get asked about, what other actions are we taking? I don't see in here, for instance, a line-by-line review of certain areas of our budget. Remember that this report today is our long-term financial plan. We will continue in our annual budget to work with the mayor, the budget chief, and the members of the budget committee to ensure that we are bringing forward the most efficient and effective budget that invests in the right ways, matches the priorities of the mayor and council, and also does so in the most efficient manner. So there will be actions that we will be taking to continue to reduce the impact of the 2024 budget. But in terms of the long-term financial plan, much of the reporting back will be through the budget process, and then there are still a couple that will take us later into 2024. Again, that's not a problem. The long-term financial plan is a decade's worth of work to do. So the fact that some of these pieces will come back after we've struck our 2024 budget is perfectly in keeping with our goal of chipping away at this over the next decade. So in conclusion, this is really a report to you today to take some immediate and important next steps to deal with what we've known for a number of years is a growing challenge around our long-term financial sustainability. It's also a clear and evidence-based approach to approach provincial and federal governments to say to them, it is time not only to step up, but also to have serious conversations about how we will work together to stabilize Toronto's finances. There is no easy or pain-free option that we could bring forward across it. And I know that there are concerns across the community about even the options that are being provided in this report to you today. If it was easy, we would have found it already. If it was easy, we wouldn't have had the direction from you a year ago to go and do this work. Toronto will continue to do its part, and that's some of what we're recommending to you today for consideration, but we will need others to find ways to help. This is a community that continues to lead this country, not only economically, but in all of the services and supports that we provide to folks, and we continue to be a huge regional driver of the innovation and the ways that, that we should be building our communities. So this is a report that asks us to take those initial first steps, and we continue to want to listen to you and to understand from you what additional steps we may be able to take. So thank you for your time. I understand now we're going to hear from deputations, which is fantastic, and then we will be available, Steve and I and some other senior staff who are with us today, to answer any specific questions that you have. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you for that excellent presentation, evidence-based, year-long hard work. And
Mayor, if I can just make one comment before we leave this, this podium. The award for Find the Error in the Staff presentation goes to Deputy Mayor McKelvey. On slide 10, it does list that our capital pressures in long-term care are $759 billion. Of course, that should be $759 million. We'll work with the clerk to ensure that the public record is correct. Or you can look at it as the way that we've solved a big chunk of our problem here immediately, thanks to the Deputy Mayor to my left. Thank you very much.
thank you for catching that. Wow, all right. That's a no stones unturned approach. We have a good, Councillor Cole have joined online and he has a declaration of interest. Are you there, Councillor Cole, online? Okay. Can you unmute yourself so I could hear you, Councillor Cole? I know you're there. Well, maybe you will declare your interest in a minute. Okay? I'll come back.
Sorry, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry, just before we go any further, I just wanted to recognize at the back of the room, we have a graduate planning class, I think I have it right, from TMU that have joined us today.
Yay, TMU. All right. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Lots to learn and hear. Okay, so our first speaker is Stephen Farber. Stephen Farber, are you here? Okay, we'll come back to Stephen if he shows up. Vincent Bukaka? Oh, there you are. You're Vincent, right? Not Stephen. Okay. Yes, you can go for it. You have 5 minutes.
First of all, my last name, everyone gets it wrong. Puhaka, if you want to remember for the future. I have Puka and Pukaka and all sorts of pronunciations. So I'm here representing TTC riders, but also as a lifelong transit rider in this city. And today I'll be speaking in support of a commercial parking levy as a tool to fund transit. So TTC service cuts made earlier this year are already very devastating to riders. So I personally live along the 506 streetcar route, and it's seen service reduced at various periods in the day, sometimes up to 10-minute waits between streetcars in afternoon peak hours. So riders are obviously dealing with all the downstream effects of those crowded streetcars. Folks with shopping or mobility devices can't even board. And I personally have had to put out money for Ubers to get to work events and whatnot. So very devastating on the 506. Of course, I live downtown, so even if a 506 is delayed, I can always take the subway. I can walk to a different streetcar route. Not everyone is so lucky, and the effects of delayed and overcrowded transit are even more pronounced in the suburbs, obviously because the urban design is so non-conducive to walking. So my mom and dad live in East Scarborough, and their local bus, the 116 Morningside, which Paul Ainsley might be familiar with, has also been cut at most times of the day. Their neighborhood is full of winding cul-de-sacs, and even I wouldn't be able to walk to a nearby bus route. My folks are in their 60s, so that's definitely not happening. So my mom was late to her own birthday party at my place downtown this summer because of a 20-minute wait on the 116, which is obviously something we can't allow. So obviously neither myself or my family are in dire financial straits. I mean, but Uber is not exactly cheap. I know my family goes out less now that there's less frequent TTC service. So if cuts are affecting relatively comfortable and prosperous people like ourselves, how badly is it affecting those who are in a harder situation? So we're the proverbial tip of the iceberg here. So it's no secret that TTC Riders, the organization of which I'm a part, has been in favor of a commercial parking levy, although we're supportive of the other revenue tools as well. So I'm not going to dive into the weeds of the levy. You have your own staff report, but you're going to be bombarded with opposition to this tool. So I'm going to give you one more personal anecdote to show you how wrong-headed this opposition is. So I have a lot of friends who still live in Scarborough or live in the 905, and very few of them drive downtown, even though most own cars. This is a very common thing amongst Torontonians, and folks tend to use Go, TTC, maybe a shared Uber, depending on the trip. Already, this is a large cohort that does not bother with parking. And no, not everyone's an urbanist like me. It's just that driving's the worst way to get into the central core of the city. So among my friend group, we tend to seek out mom and pop restaurants, local music venues, things of that nature. And you can already see how transit, again, I mentioned the Go and TTC trips we're taking, is unlocking all these things for us, and we're spending money in the city. So a few weeks ago, we're gonna check out a few spots on College Street, in particular a craft beer bar, but ultimately didn't go due to a 25-minute wait for that distressed 506 streetcar, and we just went elsewhere. So obviously, again, my story isn't a harrowing one of missing work or medical appointments due to transit, but it is a good example of how a commercial parking levy to fund transit is not only neutral, or could not only be neutral for small business, because it can be designed to exclude the small plazas, as we know. It's a net positive for small business, because people are not driving in large numbers to the downtown retail strips, and transit is what brings people there. A collapsed TTC will ruin downtown business. Putting a levy on parking will not. So obviously you've heard that Toronto's in a financial crisis. We all know this, and we need to be bold. You have a mandate from the people to make hard choices to save our city, and history will thank you for approving a parking levy come the 2024 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent Pohaka.
You got it.
Got it, okay. Any questions to deputants? No? Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you.
Is Miguel Avila Velade, which is from Velade, okay, from the Regent Park Neighborhood Association and the Toronto Cop Watch.
That's me.
You have 5 minutes.
Is the overhead working? Do you know anybody? No, the overhead. Yeah?
Yep. We can,
No, it's not.
it's there. It's coming.
Okay.
Might be
That's my deputation for today.
Can you turn it upside down? Yeah, got it, okay.
So I bring 3 recommendations, which are not included in the report. You see, Ms. Mayor, Madam Mayor, members of council, we have a real crisis here. We're not talking about an item that was discussed many times during the days of John Tory, the mayor, which is to defund the police. We talk about it, and we only got 10% from the board. It's difficult to divest, detach, reduce the high cost of policing in this city of Toronto. If you're talking about including more affordable housing, how can you afford to pay $1.2 billion of taxpayers' money to the Toronto Police Services? How can you afford 80% of the TTC operating budget for salaries alone and benefits? My out-of-the-box suggestion to you, Madam Mayor, is to request the province to upload both services staffing budget to the province. The other idea that was that was approved by City Council is our own Toronto Charter, our own taxation service, because we are the engines of this country. We have to take care of our home first before we take care of other small cities across this country. Instead of begging to Doug Ford, give us money to fix our cities. And the last and not least, this is the most common manifestation of we need to tax the rich, like Loblaws, one of these large companies that are making billions of dollars on the pocket of the poor, on high cost of food. So we need to do those 3 things. In my opinion, I have
The other way.
from 2019, this is what someone who lives in a home pays right now in 2019 for property taxes. It goes directly to pay for Toronto Police Services. It goes to pay the TTC, which are the biggest elements on the budget that doesn't allow to increase housing, for instance. If we cut at least 50% of those 2 main budgets that are struggling our economy in this city, we can achieve more. Why I say this, Olivia? Because there was a man who says clearly, do not tell him it cannot be done. So that is what we need to do with Doug Ford and Justin Trudeau. We need to go and tell them, this city is in chaos. We need to defund the police. We need to defund the staffing of the TTC. We need to create our own charter, our own taxation service that will allow us, instead of increasing taxes on the poor and the middle class, they are overburdened. We need to increase the taxes for the rich, but that is up to Justin Trudeau to do those changes in Parliament. And I bring to you another message from the community, from the community of Sherbourne and Dundas. We're asking you, what is your position with regards 214 and 230 Sherbourne Avenue? We have requested City Council to buy that property and turn it into social housing. Right now, there's a company who's going to plan to build condominiums in an area heavily affected by unaffordability for housing. You came to my community in Regent Park on Sunday. Thank you so much for coming. And I remind you that we have an invitation to meet with leaders of Regent Park because we don't have RGI units in our community in the phases 4 and 5. I have asked the same suggestion to Marcy Ian, my MP, and to my MPP, Kristen Montang, as well. They all know that the money can be unlocked if we can, start to divesting the Toronto Police Service budget. I know you made peace with the Police Services Union last 2 weeks ago, but when we came to talk to you about 230 Sherbourne Street, nobody from the office came out to talk to us, and it's very shameful. I think you need us an apology. I think you need us to talk to us face to face, and we have this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. my office is still staffing up, and we will soon figure it out. It's still semi-new in this place. So thank you for your time, Mangel. Any questions to Mangel? No? Thank you. Hamish Wilson, you are here. 5 minutes, Hamish.
Yes. Good morning, and thank you all for hauling in, and congrats, of course, Mayor Chow. And I think everybody's being responsible and responsive by having this meeting. There are a set of crises that are upon us, climate crises, the housing emergencies, the mobility urgencies, and we do have to actually react well. And so this new executive is a breath of fresh air and hope that we can actually begin to knit all of these things together to a proper response for ourselves and for the future. Now, this is from 1996, this little factoid, and I think we all can relate to $2,700 of money. It's not inconsequential. This is analyses from Vancouver, and importantly, it's 7 times the amount we subsidize public transit. So I'm really still wondering, why aren't we having a vehicle registration tax as part of the package of solution? It may be because the province is involved, perhaps, in not sharing information, not cooperating, but when we did have a vehicle registration tax of it was $60, we had about 60 million come in, indicating about 1 million vehicles in the city. So if we take a modest amount of $2,700 and say $500 of a vehicle registration tax, there's $500 million. So that's a chunk of change. And let's go, folks. And I think it would help with the other levels of government if we actually inflicted some pain on our own motorists and voterists, which are everywhere. It's true, you know, it's not that cars aren't very costly to own and operate, and they're a nuisance in some ways for many people. But I think really we have to be fairer to everybody and have a hefty vehicle registration tax. So please, let's go on that. And part of it is that if we can reduce the demand from cars, we free up an incredible amount of land, valuable serviced land. There is an awful lot of space within the city that's given over to cars. It's serviced. So a parking lot levy is a start. But the real solution is to try and reduce the demand so we can actually really build upon these parking lots and have the capital to build the housing on top of the parking lots. All parking lots, by the way, school parking lots, church parking lots, civic center parking lots, police parking lots, everywhere. So that's a big part of things. The transit millions, there are quite billions, my mistake. I think there are quite a few billions to be saved by squeezing the transit projects. This is an excellent idea from 2009. It's a shame we're not seeing this as more of a relief line. So please go hard on not cooperating quite so much with the Ford boondoggles. I think they should be called. At $1 billion a kilometer of the downtown relief line, it's not good enough value. And the other projects in Scarborough, I think we should be having a busway on the Gatineau corridor and relief projects through Thorncliffe, a triage approach, which would be much better than what we're getting. Using the Gatineau corridor, it's surface. So surface triage, I think, is far superior than expensive, even though some will say that ship has sailed. And in the other thing is using the Don Valley for triage transit from Eglinton down through and getting linking into the city at Girard. So there are ways to squeeze the billions, and maybe you actually like to help the senior levels save those. With the climate emergency, I'm not so convinced that buildings are the most important thing. I think we have to be more honest about what we're actually creating, which includes Pearson Airport. We're not measuring concrete in terms of our emissions. We should start there. And the HCFCs and some foam insulations are also an issue. And raise the property taxes. 30%? I'm sorry, that seems like a very good idea to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amy. Any questions to Mr. Wilson? No, seeing none. Michael Brooks from ROPAC. Michael, you're online, okay? Can you unmute? Michael Brooks, are you here online? No, you're not. Okay, we'll come. He is? Can you unmute yourself, please, so we can hear you? Just speak. We'll come back to Michael.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go for it. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, for some reason, I have to hold the space bar down. And let me see if I can get through this without doing that. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Brooks. I'm the CEO of RealPAC. We're a national trade association headquartered in Toronto, representing industrial real estate and large owners nationally. So that's most of Toronto shopping centers, downtown, midtown, suburban office buildings, large industrial facilities, and many multifamily apartments. And we've been working alongside the Financial District, Business Improvement Area, NAIOP Greater Toronto, BOMA Toronto, and Toronto Region Board of Trade on this issue of a longer-term plan for the city's finances, and I'm speaking for them today as well. First, I'd like to express my belated congratulations to Mayor Chow and members of council for their election and re-election. And secondly, to the city manager and their staff. These were terrific presentations. And as I'm looking at my notes for this call, I'm saying, no, I don't need to say that anymore. No, they need to say that anymore, because it's all in that report. And also kudos to the consultants, Ernst & Young and Strategy Corp. It's been well put together. This group that I mentioned has been meeting for some time to understand these policy tools, evaluate them, and see how can we get engaged, how can we help with this initiative. Of course, everybody wants to pay less tax, not more. Let's tax somebody else. But this is really different than, say, 2016, when we were last engaged on the issue of a parking levy or a parking tax. It's different now. We understand that there's a huge fiscal gap. We understand the city has limited tools at their disposal. And we absolutely agree the city needs a long-term plan to put the city on stable financial footing. That absolutely involves senior levels of government. The business community is prepared to engage with staff and assist on these asks. I've never said that before in 20 plus years at RealPAC. So we know we have a problem here. There is one tool already spoken to, however, that I do want to plant with the councillors and the mayor some healthy skepticism, and this is the parking levy. A little contrary view to Mr. Pahaka's view. Think about who this is going to hit, how much it can raise, and what are the likely locational decisions that those hit may then consider. We believe a commercial parking levy will hit the small and medium-sized business the hardest. They rely on, one way or another, cars to bring customers to them. And while, of course, those on major public transit routes can take transit, there's 1 million cars, apparently, according to the last speaker, in this city. They're not sitting in the driveway all the time. They're going grocery shopping. They're going for coffee. They're meeting friends. They're going to the arena. They're going all over the place. A parking levy would tax commercial, industrial, and retail properties whose tenants, not the landlords, would likely be paying we think 70% of that total tax take. Because it's an additional tax on parking, it's already subject to a property tax, but it's usually a pass-through under a net lease for a private parking lot. In 2016, we gave several examples in a slideshow about the impact of this. I think we profiled some retail shopping centers, a large shopping center, a funeral parlor. There were a few others in that slide deck to show the actual impact of this, and we're happy to dust that off again. We've included with the materials for councillors and you, Ms. Mayor, to consider a research report, a deep dive into this specific issue by Altus Group Economic Consultant. It's an update of the report we did in 2016. It's in your materials. They found that a parking levy would take at least a year to implement. I think that's mentioned in the slideshow. High implementation costs, not so much mentioned. And at $1 a spot a day levy result in just, we think, $72 million a year in revenue. We've done the homework. We've shared it with staff in June. We're happy to continue discussions around that with that. We think it's much less than the originally estimated $355 million. And of course, there's obviously assumptions about who's exempted, how many of the submarkets are exempted. And once you exempt everybody, how much is really left at the end of the day, opposite your costs to influence it. The Altus report also estimates significant job loss as well. So net, we don't think it's a good idea. We ask you to look at it skeptically, and we're happy to prepare with city staff on the way forward and particularly support you on advocacy with senior levels of government. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. I see there are several questions to the deputant. I have Councillor Budget Chief Carroll, Deputy Mayor McAlfee. Nope, not you. Okay. Actually, it's Councillor Holiday and then Councillor Perks. But since Councillor Holiday is, why don't you start, Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Mayor Chow, and thank you to the speaker. I wondered if you could talk to the committee a little bit more generally about the plight that small businesses are facing, in particular as we continue to emerge from the effects of COVID, as the mobility of people around the city is increasingly becoming more difficult, particularly if you're in a motor vehicle. And finally, about how our world is changing with respect to shopping and retail habits. In other words, there's a whole bunch of stresses on small businesses, and how do you think a parking levy would factor in on those businesses that are fighting to survive?
It's Michael speaking, and again, I'm having some system issues, and I heard the last end of that, and I'm presuming that was aimed at me. I would say have a look at the Altus report, but we do hear it through our colleagues at Toronto Region Board of Trade that many small businesses are struggling. They're struggling to find staff.
I have there in my office. Do you want a hard copy of it?
saying it's attached to the, it's on.
I'm sorry, can people hear me? Yes, you can. Yes, I'm sorry, Councillor. I'm having some audio trouble here, but yes, we have heard that through our colleagues at Toronto Region Board of Trade. Many businesses struggling. Some of it on the retail side are staffing, or their sales haven't got back to the levels they were before. There are many small businesses rethinking their office commitments. This applies to office tenants as well. We know we have a return to the office problem in the city of Toronto, which is also impacting ridership. So in those two segments alone, it's a particular issue. And shoppers have choices. They can go to 905 and shop.
So,
Councillor Holiday, you have more questions?
yeah, and I thank you, Mayor Chow, for your patience, just because the audio is really choppy. But I just wondered if the speaker could elaborate a little bit more on just the last point about the 905, but also just online and how retail and services is changing in the city, and how that puts pressure on many of the small businesses that are fighting to survive.
So let's start with the 905 issue. So there's always the opportunity to go north of Steeles to do your shopping, or to go west, or to go east. So that is a factor. If you're a retailer, are you going to lose sales to those locations, or are you going to choose to move to those locations to conduct your business? So that really is the issue relevant to retail. And as to whether it applies to the other taxes you're considering, of course it is. Would you pay 5% land transfer tax to buy an asset in the city of Toronto, or are you going to move to Vaughan where it's 2%? That's relevant as well. We're not here to submit on that issue.
And so my final question is, could you just elaborate a little more to the committee about the mechanism at which you see these taxes that the city will apply to the owner of the parking lot flowing through to the businesses? Because I find it really hard to believe that the landlord is just going to magically eat the extra costs. They're going to find a way to pass it on to the small businesses, who will ultimately pass it on to the consumer. But if you could just talk to us a little bit about the analysis of the report, just to get that point in here so that we understand how you see this mechanism working.
So all asset classes, office, retail, industrial, are structured under net leases. Apartments are not. Those are typically gross leases where the tenant only pays utilities, say, on top of a gross rent. That net lease structure allows for the pass-through of property taxes, and it will likely include, of course, it'll depend on the wording, a new parking levy that might be applied on a shared parking lot amongst retail, office, or industrial tenants. So it will be a flow-through. Will a landlord decide to eat it? Depends on the financial situation of the landlord. The office landlords are in difficult time right now. Their valuations are way down. Cash flows are challenged. Same with retail landlords.
Councillor Holiday, I think time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Budget Chief Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Hi, Michael. And thank you for speaking on behalf of this organization. I share your concern about the parking levy flow through, because I find it less accountable. We know what we would charge them, but we don't know what they would actually flow through to tenants or consumers and say, oh, this is the parking levy. As soon as they start to pass it on, you don't really know if they're passing it on penny for penny, dime for dime. So I have some concerns about that as well. Nevertheless, it is the revenue tool that's available to us. It is legislatively available to us. The way around this are the two bigger tools, and far easier to implement. You've described the difficulty in implementing a parking levy, and yet they are not legislatively available to us. Are the members of RealPAC prepared to vocally advocate on behalf of the city that it is those tools that are not available to us legislatively that would solve this problem in such a way that we did not have to peel through all of the others in rather onerous tasks to implement?
Yep, the answer is I am prepared. Pick the ones that you think make sense, and we are prepared to assist you in that work.
So, for instance, I know the province has reservations about a sales tax, but because it is so transparent and so affordable, because it taxes those who can spend and doesn't tax those who can't, that is the one that we know solves it to the tune of, in a moderate economy, $800 million a year. for the foreseeable future and well into the future. And many of the members of Real PAC would know that because they do business in all the other North American cities that already have municipal sales tax and municipal income tax, I dare say. And yet we need to have the province understand the affordability piece, and we need them to understand that were we to receive those powers, we're stepping up to make clear it's us asking for them, and you would defend that ask and representing businesses make it clear that that would be preferable.
I would, yes. And I think that I would add to that list federal share of the HST, which I'm not sure we've really got deeply into. Could we consider that with the federal government? I would add to that list direct subsidies of all of those downloaded services that you have that were referred to in the report that just don't seem fair for the citizens of Toronto to bear 100% of the cost of.
Thank you so much for that.
That's why I say let's get together, talk about the shopping list, and talk about the plan on advocacy.
Thank you so much. Thanks for calling in today.
Stronger together. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. I just want to continue along some of the lines Councillor Carroll was asking. Not only are you a co-author of the letter in front of us, but you're also recently co-authored a report called A Multi-Sectoral Approach to Ending Canada's Rental Housing Crisis. In that, if I understood correctly, having read it, you're advocating that the federal government needs to dramatically increase its funding for rental housing to municipalities and dramatically increase the portable housing benefit. Am I reading that right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so maybe just to summarize, because there are a lot of press here who might be surprised to hear an industry lobby agreeing with these 3 points. You're agreeing that you would help us to advocate for a sales tax. You would help us to advocate for more federal and provincial funding for building rental housing, and you would help us to advocate for the federal government putting more money into portable housing benefits. Have I got all of that correct?
Correct.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brooks, for being with us. Hope to see you down here sometime, but thank you for joining.
Sorry, Mayor Chow, I had a quick question.
Oh, I'm sorry, didn't see you. That's, Mr. Brooks, don't leave yet. Councillor Bravo has a question.
Thank you again for your willingness to be an advocate, especially for share of the HST and some of the other tools that we need to put the city in a good position. I just had a quick question about the parking tax levy. I have had discussions with BIAs in my area about the challenge of big box store competition for Main Street, about how in St. Clair West, it's a lot faster for them, easier, convenient for people to drive over to the stockyards. And what we want to do is retain Main Street business so that we can have a good, robust local economy. And I'm just wondering if you looked at it from that perspective, in terms of when people shop on a Main Street, they pay for parking, and when they go to the big box store, they don't pay for parking.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, and we do have members who own the big box shopping centers. So in the big box shopping centers, it's a different retail environment. You have bigger stores, obviously, with a lot more selection in each of the categories, and that appeals to a lot of consumers. They do pay property tax on their parking lot. The street front retailers don't pay property tax on street front parking. So there is that counterbalance to the point that you're making.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Meyer, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick question for the deputy. You're opposed to a commercial property tax levy. Are there any taxes that you are in support of that are specifically within the City of Toronto Act? Specifically, as I'm thinking of as it relates to expanding transit, one of the previous applicants had said this was a way to expand transit. Prior to being elected, I was on the Scarborough Business Association Board of Directors, and one of the big drawbacks for businesses in Scarborough wasn't the tax rate, but was the difficulty of attracting employees because there wasn't good transit. And, with the derailment of Line 3, this problem will only be exacerbated for many businesses in my area. So I'm just curious as to what specific taxes you support that are within the City of Toronto Act beyond the sort of advocacy for, the municipal land transfer tax, which would take support from the provincial government. Thank you.
Yeah, I can't say that we focused on the other specific tax measures other than those ones involving transfers from senior levels of government. Obviously, we support, in fact, many of our members rely on efficient transit systems. So my personal view, of course, we would support transit options for Scarborough, transit options for the city, ways to increase ridership, which we understand does have its own issues. And I would maybe leave it at that, Councillor.
Thank you. Seeing no other questioner, we have the next speaker from the David Suzuki Foundation, Gideon Foreman. Here you are.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Chow, executive members, Gideon Foreman with the David Suzuki Foundation. Much appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I'll keep my remarks brief because there are a lot of folks who want to talk, and we want to give community voices a chance to be heard. I do want to thank city staff very much for the work. They did tremendous work on the long-term financial plan, and I just want to say a couple of words about the parking levy, why we support it. I've just picked out a couple of key highlights that jumped out at us from the Ernst & Young report. Very well done, we thought. We agree with their assessment that the parking levy is one of the top revenue tools. The high revenue is crucial, and the relative ease, that's their term, the relative ease with which it could be implemented. And the dollars are very significant. I mean, you compare them to the dollars that Montreal's parking levy brings in, which is also an important revenue tool. Montreal's is on the order of $23 million a year. We're looking at an order of magnitude more here for the City of Toronto, between 170 and perhaps as much as $500 million, almost $500 million annually. The dollars are very, very significant here. And I know that folks around the table know this, but I do think it's important to reiterate. This could make a serious and long-lasting solution to the city's operating budget pressures. These are serious dollars, and I really urge you to go ahead with this. I think it's also important for members of the public to realize that we're talking about non-residential parking spaces. This is a crucial piece in this. We are not talking about driveways. We are not talking about street parking. We're talking about parking lots owned in many cases by large profitable corporations, and it would be paid by the parking lot owner. This may sound obvious, but I do think it's important to reiterate. We can have a discussion about flow-through, but at the end of the day, it's paid for by the parking lot owner. One of the other thing that strikes us, Madam Mayor and committee members, as very much in favor of the parking levy is that it's flexible. It's designed to ensure equity and fairness. We do live in a big, complicated city. We do need a flexible tool, and I think the parking levy really fulfills that requirement. The city can make reasonable and common sense exemptions for the parking levy. I think we would all agree that certain small mom and pop businesses might be exempted. Charities would be another reasonable candidate. Religious institutions. In 5 minutes, I think, as reasonable people, we could come up with reasonable exemptions. Hospitals is another one you might consider. But at the end of the day, this is primarily about asking large, profitable corporations that run parking lots, think shopping malls, for example, to make a small contribution to the city and to the city services that their customers rely on. Is that reasonable to ask these large property owners to do that? I think it is. Finally, Madam Chair, I do want to note that a parking levy would likely be very popular with residents. The 2016 KPMG report that you're all familiar with said, and I quote, "Recent studies have shown general support from the public when it comes to parking taxes and levies if the revenue raised is used to fund investments in transit and transportation," unquote. And that's from KPMG. So I do think that reasonable people in the city here would see the value. No revenue tool is perfect, but I think in general there would be support for this, and that's certainly the conclusion that KPMG came to in 2016. I just end up by saying that certainly the upper levels of government should offer Toronto more money for services like housing and transit. I think we can all agree on that. That's a given. But the city's position is unquestionably strengthened, Madam Chair, when it can say to Ottawa and the province, look, we're doing all we can to raise revenue ourselves. So in conclusion, we'd very much urge you to support the parking levy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You have some supporters here. Any questions to Dr. Foreman? No? Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next person on the list. Councillor Coe, you're with us again, I believe, right? You want to make a declaration of interest? Unmute your mic. Councillor Coe, are you there?
He needs to press 6 on his phone.
Can you press unmute?
6 to unmute on his phone.
Councillor Coe, going once, twice. We will come back to Councillor Coe again later. Linda Brett, are you here? Our next speaker, thank you. Please join us.
Okay, I know this, I don't know if it can be enlarged, but you all have a copy of this, should have a copy of this, sorry. You all should have a copy of this in your package. I just put it up here for reference because I am only going to speak to it. I'm not going to go through each individual item. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Linda Brett, and while I am president of the Bloor Street East Neighborhood Association, I am here in my personal capacity. I commend Mayor Tory, Councillor Moyes, everyone for bringing the motion forward, and to Councillor Mary Chow to bring it forward quickly through this emergency meeting. I also commend the excellent and thorough work done by both staff and the consultants to date. The work has just begun, and my comments relate more to the long-term plans. The purpose of my deputation and presentation is to bring further thoughts to Council based on my career in taxation spanning over 50 years. So I'm giving away my age, but it's kind of necessary. And a keen observer of tax theory in Canada and elsewhere. So my comments are broader than simply city focused. Time constraints do not allow for a full theoretical paper. However, my submission is to stimulate thought and as through this process continues. Public support is key. And I reference the Argyle survey, the 2016 Argyle survey, which I have put in on my submission as to where you can find it. There is public support for increased access fees as long as residents believe it will lead to improvements. Education is key to the public as to why you're doing it and how we're doing it. We have an on-board population here, but it doesn't mean that everybody in 91 units of my condo actually understand. The rest of page 1 gives examples of evaluation tools and methods that are used more largely in an income tax framework. I've gone through, I don't know how many federal budgets, and these are tools that we always use in evaluating the taxations that are being brought forward. On page 2 here, which I know is hard to read from here, but you got it on in your package. Now is the time. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to drastically rethink the way Toronto raises revenue, be a leader, and encourage the province and the federal governments to do the same. It needs all hands on deck, right from the Prime Minister all the way down to me as a resident of Toronto. Please see the quote from the critical tax theory that I have referenced in my submission. Insights from the US and opportunities for all, and is linked included. I suggest this is a good read for everyone because it shows the challenges throughout the world, US, it references Australia, and the opportunities that are before us. Get out of City Hall. There are lots of great minds in Toronto. I think you just heard from one in the previous deputation in helping Toronto move through this. Please use them. I also referenced Paul Bedford and his submission, which I believe is in line with mine and is a professional in another area. I come from mostly income tax. He's a planner. Use all genres of experts. It isn't just people that know municipal, it's people who know federal, it's people in industry. Bring them all together. So in Appendix A, I have attached how I, as a tax person, looked at revenue tools. And and I've given examples of each of them and how they're used. Sorry, Shelley, do I need to move that a bit? And how they have been applied. And Appendix B, which I know you're talking today about a little bit, is about commodity tax and sales tax and how it works. I had to work with international tax clients, including US citizens and their tax issues. And so I have given you information on how Quebec's works and how New York City's work and where Ontario's additional challenge is, because Ontario's is administered by the federal government and requires further, if you were to tag onto that, you would either have to have your own administration or another. So I'm finished with that. I know my 5 minutes is up, but I'm just going to put on the screen what I gave to you, my final recommendations, which are to adopt the staff report before you, by way of motion perhaps, to broaden to authorize a tax force consisting of following people. That's not exhaustive. Sorry, you want me to finish? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Councillor Carroll has a question.
I apologize.
So I noticed that in your last recommendations, you contemplate setting up this task force. So your report looks at the Argyle document says there is room to increase taxes, but you're pretty clear from a professional standpoint, this is going to take some time.
Oh, no, this is the long term. We got to do the short term, and yes, this is a long term. I think if you look at my I'm going to read it all the way through. Yeah. What I've written is that we need a new deal for all of Canadians, which is going to start with a constitutional change.
Yeah.
The Constitution says only legislatures can pass tax measures. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So that means that you're always going to be at the whim of, no matter what your long-range plans are, you're always going to be at the whim of one or the other government saying, oh, we don't like the way you do that, we're just flipping a foot switch and your long-term plan is gone. Mm-hmm. And that's why I think if you bring all of these people together, And it may take more of a different approach too. I was a member of the Canadian Tax Foundation, and academics and accounting firms and various people would bring papers forward as to new deals.
And what's the difference between the Canadian Tax Foundation and the Canadian Taxpayers Foundation?
I don't know.
Organizations?
I don't know. I was a member of the Canadian Tax Foundation for years. It's a national foundation, and I go to the conferences, and we get papers from international, national accounting firms, and what have you, annually. And I think this would be a great topic. I mean, we really need to go back to the Carter Commission. We really need to go back to a look at where we're going from, what happened in the Carter Commission.
Yep.
We need to relook at a new deal for everyone.
Okay.
That's where what my message is. It isn't about tinkering here. It's not about tinkering there. We can tinker forever. We Canadians are deserved a new deal.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you for your research and your time. Ellen Peters.
Ellen Peters, Ward 4. I'm here to speak in favor of the commercial parking levy. Toronto, as we know, desperately needs income tools, and this is one that we as a city can implement. Toronto desperately needs money for many, many, many things. My focus personally is on money for the TTC. It's in a deplorable, unreliable, almost unusable state. I moved to Ward 4 about 20 years ago. I was happy to find that the College car and the Dundas car were 5 minutes away, the King car was 10 minutes away, the Queen car and the subway were 15 minutes away. So I sold my car. It was a lifestyle change. I spent the next 15 years or so commuting from my neighborhood, Ward 4, to North Etobicoke for work, and traveling around the city for entertainment, errands, appointments, all by TTC. Yes, there were occasionally problems, but they were few and far between, and they were isolated incidents. Then came the service cuts. 10-minute waits turned into 20 to 40-minute waits. 1 in 3 trips, I'd pay a fare and not get all the way there. There'd be a delay, a short turn, or a diversion. New stops weren't marked. Out-of-service stops weren't marked. I'd take a cab or an Uber, or I'd cancel and go back home. So I changed my lifestyle again. I stayed more, so I joined an auto share. I took a couple of driving lessons as a refresher, and I joined Communauto. After not driving for 20 years, I'm driving again. I'm a retired teacher. I do occasional teaching. Because I can't rely on the TTC, I only take jobs within my neighborhood. All the schools in my neighborhood have stairs. I have bad arthritis in my knees, and stairs are really hard on me. I ended up not completing my minimum days because my knees were so painful. I'm no longer on the OT list. I reapplied. If I get back on, then I will use Communauto and go to schools where I can teach. I use the TTC maybe once or twice a week now. I'm anxious every time. I check the website, I check Twitter. I still hold my breath until I actually get to my destination. And I'm not the only one that feels this way. I hear stories all the time from people in my neighborhood, from my neighbors, from the businesses in my area. This isn't the way a large city like Toronto should operate. The TTC needs to be fixed. The commercial parking levy is one way to take one step towards repairing our failed transit system, and it is currently a failed transit system. Please start the process, vote for the parking levy. We need the money. Thank you.
Thanks. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much. Oh, thanks, Catherine. Next on the list is Sean Maher, Ontario for All. Good morning.
Good morning.
You know the drill.
I think I do. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here speaking with you, Your Worship, and with this executive committee. My name is Sean Maher, and I'm the coordinator of Ontario for All, which brings together over 200 nonprofits in Toronto to help them contribute their expertise to building better public policy. And when this agenda came out, I got calls from those members who described this as an existential issue for them, and far more importantly, for the vulnerable people that they serve all across this city. And I'm here today to give their input on this agenda item. The people we work with across Toronto are grateful that the city is taking the actions proposed today. To be candid, many see it as long overdue. It's not a surprise that we need a workable fiscal framework. Peter Wallace said that we couldn't live without it way back when he was city manager in 2016. At that time, he said we had to, and I'm quoting him now, stop kicking the can down the road or we would be in trouble someday. It is feeling more and more to our members and the people that they serve like this is someday. So it's good to see these plans coming forward. And the actions proposed aren't a big surprise either. These are measures that have been discussed at length for over 20 years. I won't go back as far as the Carter Commission, though I commend the deputant who raised it. But many of these tools were explored in the KPMG Revenue Tools Report in 2016, in the Hemson Report on income sources in 2007, and again when City Council approved another review of the commercial parking levy just 3 years ago as well. And as a quick aside, I won't take time now to address the serious problems with the Altus report dismissing that tool, but I will say that they are substantial. It's a great relief to see us moving now, though, from studies to solutions. These are practical and sensible steps, not only because they've been evident for a long time, but also because they do what Toronto has needed to do for a long time, ask everyone to pay their fair share. For a dozen years now, we have asked the lowest income people in our city to pay the largest share of the cost of our growing city, with hikes well above the rate of inflation for the items most often paid for by them, such as TTC fares that have risen almost 20% faster than the rate of inflation. Rising user fees on everything from recreation programs to childcare, as well as cuts to what the most vulnerable rely on the most, community programs and services. Mr. Wallace raised that too back in 2016, so it's a relief to see action being taken on that now. Because nonprofits across the city will tell you that our program participants are struggling. They can't access overcrowded services. They struggle with constrained systems like Wheel-Trans and TTC, and they wait in deep frustration as we fall further and further behind on our affordable housing commitments. Toronto City Hall proposes steps to fix that leaky boat and ask everyone to chip in. That's fair, it's appropriate, and it's long overdue. And so people in the city are glad to see the city stepping up to that obligation. But to be fair, as the city steps up, and as staff has noted, that won't be enough, not to address the pressing needs in communities all across Toronto. It's just as important for the province and the federal government to step up. All three levels of government have obligations to the people in this city, to the taxpayers and to the voters, but they also have an interest. Council's flagged just one of those interests, that, namely that the city is the economic engine for the province and the nation, and as Toronto risks crisis, that damages the tax base. But the problems of the province and the feds are more immediate. And to be more specific, the problems of federal and provincial taxpayers are more immediate. Let's take a look at housing, for example. Right now, the city is struggling to have the resources to sustain its own housing plans. Providing affordable housing is a big cost. It's a net cost of about $25 per person per day. If they need supportive housing, it's a bit more, about $60 to $80 per person per day. But failing to do those things is far more expensive. Those without homes need shelters that run at $100 to $200 per day. But those shelters are full, and unsheltered people run into more difficulties, landing in disproportionate numbers in provincial and federal jails that cost $300 to $400 a day, or provincially and federally funded hospital beds that cost $400 to $500 per day. Failing to fund municipal services that address fundamental needs inevitably leads to much, much higher costs to fix those problems that occur when the services break down. And those costs are federal and provincial costs, as much as 20 times the price of solving the problem in the first place. That's bad public policy. It's also bad economics. It's bad for the most vulnerable in our communities, and it's bad for every taxpayer at every level of government. It's just not smart. And what can be said for housing can be said for youth programs and seniors programs and public health and so much more. The feds in the province can't afford to be standing back and saying this is somebody else's problem. It's just irresponsible. It's also inefficient, it's short-sighted, and it's very expensive in human cost and in tax dollars. The folks in our communities aren't just asking Queen's Park and Ottawa to act in Toronto's interests, they're reminding them to act in their own interests, something they're currently failing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mahar. Any questions? Thank you. Omo Lee, are you here? Omo Lee? No. Kevin Rupert Singh, are you here? There you are.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here today, and congratulations, Mayor Chow, on your recent victory. My name is Kevin Rupasing. I'm a resident, engaged resident and community leader in Scarborough Southwest. And part of why I'm here today is, as you all know, we don't have a councillor in Scarborough Southwest right now. And I think it's very important that we actually have a voice at the table when we're making some of these key decisions. Last year, I ran for the city council seat in Scarborough Southwest. I took 6 months and was knocking on thousands of doors all across my community, and I heard from families all across the riding. The reality is that the service cuts that the city has been facing over the last few years are harmful to families. It means our parks are deteriorating, our roads are falling apart, people are waiting longer for buses to get to work or to school, and it means that we see more people sleeping on our streets. In fact, last night I was at a memorial for the Scarborough RT, which you all know derailed, and I heard from neighbors about the impact that not having this transit line is going to have. And we are lucky that it was only a memorial for a train and not a memorial for my neighbors in Scarborough. And now in this report, we're finding out that the city may be so broke that we can't even run trains along the Eglinton LRT. Scarborough residents have been waiting patiently through the construction, still stuck on the bus on Eglinton while the tracks sit empty. These service cuts have been harmful. The lack of investment in our state of good repair has been harmful. And with the $1.5 billion shortfall you've got ahead of you, we cannot continue to be cutting services. There has to be a different way forward, and in fact, this report talks about a lot of the revenue tools. And the one in particular that I would like to draw your attention to is the commercial parking levy. This is a tool that is in the city's control. It's something that you could move forward with quickly that would get nearly $500 million a year. That goes a long way to addressing the $1.5 billion shortfall. It would avoid us needing to slash services more, leaving people waiting for the bus or sleeping on the street. And I just want to put in context, $500 million it represents so much money that could go towards services. For example, if we were to put that on the property tax base, on homeowners, on renters who pay property tax through their rent, my rough math suggests that it would be something like an extra $600 a year to try and hit that $500 million. That is an extraordinary burden to put on them. If you think about TTC fares, earlier this year you had to raise transit fares by 10 cents. TTC projected that would be about 16 million, 1/6. You'd have to do that 30 more times to get to your 500 million. It's totally unfair for homeowners, for renters, for people taking transit to put that burden on them. The parking levy is a much more fair way forward. It's about $1.50 a day at the most. That's cents for each person who ends up using the spot. And it ends up being, again, close to 500 million. By taking that money, if we were to invest it in transit, for example, we would be seeing far more people having the choice to leave the car behind for some of their trips. And I think, we all know that an affordable and reliable transit system, that's a win for everybody. Every single person that gets onto the TTC is one fewer car on the road. And the last thing we need in Scarborough is more people having to drive to get to where they're going. In the long term, of course, in the short term, we can invest that into transit, but in the long term, many of these corporate parking lots, they're empty. They're not empty, they're not full, I should say, about 99% of the time. And in the long term, putting a bit of an incentive to convert some of that parking into addressing the most pressing issue that the city has today, the affordability of housing, To be able to convert some of that parking into affordable housing all across the city would also mean people are living close to where they need to shop, and we're addressing some of the other priorities the city has. The commercial parking levy is something that I feel would be, is absolutely something that I would implore you to move forward with. So I'd like to congratulate you again on this report and having the new mayor and the new executive. But I will say I've heard from a lot of people in my community that they don't feel that there's a future for them in Toronto. And I'll be honest, a report like this that is willing to have an earnest and honest conversation about the future of the city, it actually gives a lot of people hope, myself included. So congratulations, Mayor Chow, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Carroll.
Yes, hi, Kevin. Good to see you here. So you're all in for the parking levy today. But one of my concerns with it is it does provide a certain amount of revenue, but you're all in for the parking levy today. But one of my concerns with it is it does provide.
What's happening in this house?
You know what that is?
We're okay.
Oh, I didn't realize there was that long a lag. That means that the councillors phoning in are behind us at all times. So one of my concerns is that if we go down that road, there's a certain amount of revenue involved there. But if we do that, that's a big move. And then the province will say, well, that should hold you for a decade or two. And the conversation around the bigger and more income-based tools that truly grow with the economy and allow us to take part in that investment, that conversation closes. Do you have any concerns along those lines?
I have no confidence that the province will come in to save us. I think it does not matter whether you do move forward with these or not. They've made it very clear that Toronto is not a priority for them. And I think that this is something that is in council's control, and we should move forward on what we can. Being able to move forward on this now means that I don't think it closes the door on the conversations. It just changes the way that those conversations are had, and it shows that we're serious about actually filling this gap. We're not coming to them and saying, well, we haven't done anything, but we want you to solve our problems. This is something the city can control. And that
we're not asking them to solve our problem, if you don't mind my interrupting. We're stepping up to say,
we're not coming to them and saying, well, we haven't done anything, but we want you to solve our problems. This is something the city can control.
May I ask whoever is on the phone, online, to mute when you're not speaking, please? Mute, because we are hearing your YouTube channel, so if you're online, please mute yourself.
It may even be one of the people waiting to make a deputation. You want us to step up and use the ones that are available to us. We're also stepping up to ask for ones that don't require the province to cut a big fat check. They just require them to give us power. You wouldn't be averse to us asking for powers?
No, I don't. I would not be averse. I think we clearly have a big problem. It's going to take some big solutions.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you very much.
Have any questions?
Yes, I have a question, Mayor. Thank you. I don't think this is
Councillor
the
Fletcher, you have a question for
first time that we
Kevin
looked at the
Rupersing?
commercial parking levy. Do you recall other times when city council has had that in front of us?
I don't think that is, Councillor Fletcher, that was not,
No, I
that was the
can't hear.
question quite a while ago.
Sorry.
Okay, whoever's in the mic control room, please.
No, I'm back up now. It's a lot of control remotely. Can you hear me now?
Yep, you had a question to the previous speaker. Yes?
I have a question to the deputant. Yes,
Yes,
please.
okay, Kevin Rupersing, come on back. Sorry,
Sorry
I thought
about
it
that.
was an echo of your former self. My apology.
I also thought it was an echo.
No, it's the real thing. I'm just wondering, I don't think, the city council has looked at the commercial parking levy in the past, I believe. Are you aware of that? Had these discussions previously?
I am aware of that, yeah.
Yeah, and so the kinds of lots to start with and the revenues, did you get that number from previous reports that had been done on commercial parking levy?
From what I recall, I saw 490 million at the upper end. I know there's some details about exactly the amount that they could move forward with, but I recall seeing 490 in the latest report.
And then kind of staggering it from the biggest lots to the little strip plazas that you might have in Scarborough Southwest. But I'm wondering if you're aware that that really hasn't moved forward in the past because of the tremendous lobbying efforts by a number of the big owners who have very big parking lots where people are shopping and just going in. Were you aware of that?
I was aware of that.
Okay, so we know that it might not be because we didn't do it. It might be because that there's a tremendous lobby effort. Would you presume there might be the same type of lobbying effort again?
I think that the current situation we're in is much more dire than before, and I can appreciate, there's always good reasons why things weren't able to move forward before, but the report that is here today, to me, it seems like there's actually a very, very clear path to moving forward, and of course, there will be some interests that are opposed, but I think this is a win-win for most residents. And you mentioned small strip malls, for example, in Scarborough. We've got lots of those where some of our best restaurants and shopping is. We can look at things like exemptions for the smallest ones, but the corporate massive parking lots that, again, 99% of the time, they're not full. Those are the ones that we should be really going after, and being able to put that revenue into transit, that's a win-win for everybody. So I think there's a very clear path forward, even though, of course, some people may be opposed. It's going to be a win-win for most Torontonians.
So you'll be prepared to step in when the lobbyists are flocking to City Hall and give an alternate opinion and bring another perspective from your constituents
Absolutely.
to City Hall.
I made the trip down from Scarborough Southwest today to speak up, and I will continue to do so until we can fill in this hole.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questioner? Thank you, Mr. Rupert Singh. Toby Heaps of Corporate Knights. Or is it Molly?
It's online.
Okay, so you're online, okay? Can you unmute yourself?
There we go. Can
Yeah,
you hear me okay?
go ahead. Yes, we can hear you. Go for it.
Good morning. My name is Toby Heaps. I'm the Chief Executive of Corporate Knights. We track the business community's progress towards a just sustainable economy, and we work frequently with them to advance public policy in that direction as well. And I'd like to thank the Executive Committee and the Mayor for this opportunity today, and also like to commend the city staff and the CFO in particular for an excellent report looking at a lot of the options for how the city can boost its revenue potential, and really appreciated the deputations we've heard so far, in particular from my friend Michael Brooks, who always brings a can-do constructive attitude to public policy. I have two brief ideas I'd like to submit. These are refinement ideas on the report that's before us today. These are ideas to boost the city's revenue potential annually significantly in the order of $1 billion per year. And these are ideas that most people would agree are long overdue, but for various reasons, including legal strictures which govern Toronto, they have not been taken forward. The first idea is the luxury homes tax, and the second idea is a $1 billion business tax. These ideas could be taken forward with new authorities from the province, or with a creative art of the possible mindset. They could be taken forward in effect by the city today is my strong belief. And my belief is coming from the last few months of exploring these two ideas with experts at the Institute for Municipal Finance at the University of Toronto, and also from recent discussions with city officials, including the Director of Revenue and the interim CFO. I think it's fair to say there's a sentiment that the ideal way to take these ideas forward would be with provincial authority, defined provincial authority, the cleanest way to move forward. But there is another way to move forward with existing powers. There could be a way, and I think there's a strong sentiment that there could be a way, and it's worth exploring. So let me start with the luxury homes tax in effect. The easy, clean way to do it, if the province wanted to play ball, would be to request authority from the province to set differential bands on the annual property tax rate, so that luxury homes, those in a defined band, could be over $2.7 million on their assessed value, could have an extra 0.5% in effect property tax levied on them. Something in that order would bring in, from the 40,000 homes it would affect, less than 97% of homes would be exempt from this. It would bring in the order of $709 million per year before any deferrals or exemptions. And that would be an annual rate. It would be indexed to inflation, and it would be significant influx of capital for the city to help to shore up shortfalls. The way to do that, because the city does not have the power to define differential bands for the residential sector, would be to use existing powers which the city already has and already uses. And those powers are the powers to exempt and the powers to defer. And so one can imagine a system where the city would define the budget requirements with a few $1 billion extras. Let's say in the most recent year would have been an extra $3 billion to $19 billion. They would increase the overall residential property tax rate from 0.6 to 1.1%. And then they would default exempt 97% of properties with assessed values of under 2.7 million, and provide an additional provision for properties that are over 2.7 million that are on lower income bands. It could be decided by the staff, maybe something in the order of $400,000 according to a notice of assessment. So something in that order would bring in $700 million per year. It is something that I think could be moved forward on with existing city powers. There's various considerations to work through, including making sure the city staff and tracking systems are in place in advance. But I think it's something that could be moved forward with expeditiously. The other revenue tool that could bring in significant capital to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars, $300 to $500 million per year, is a tax on the billion-dollar businesses in Toronto. So there's 187,000 businesses in Toronto. The vast majority are mom and pop shops that cannot afford additional burdens. But a real small sliver of those businesses, the 0.1%, so not talking about the 99.9% of businesses, but the 200 most profitable corporations with offices in Toronto, many of whom have to be in downtown Toronto to the extent they're going to maintain office space, because it's close to the hub, it's close to the action, and they don't want to be out in Mississauga or in the boondocks. I'm talking about the Royal Banks, the Bank of Montreal's, the multi-billion-dollar companies. So there's approximately 200 of these companies. If the city used its powers within the non-residential sector, commercial sector, to set differential band rates, which is already in effect, and boosted the band rate for office buildings by as much as a factor of 2, it could generate an extra $300 to $500 million per year, targeting just those companies that earn over $1 billion in global profits by their ultimate parent. So any company that wanted to be exempt from that could present their paperwork showing their ultimate parent earned less than $1 billion in pre-tax profits in the most recent fiscal year, and then they could be exempt and have a cancellation of that increase. But the 200 businesses, for example, if we take this to the Royal Bank, is one example, it would increase their tax bill would go up by approximately 0.1%, by 1/10 of 1%, 1/10 of 1% of their most recent profits. Yes.
Sorry to jump in. You're at your minute over time. May I ask you to conclude in 10 seconds?
Sure. I was right at the end. My apologies for going over. And so these two taxes are two ideas that I would encourage the executive committee to ask city staff to explore with an art of the possible mindset to take forward to generate in excess of $1 billion of additional revenue per year for the city from those who have the most and benefit the most from the city's growth. So thank you kindly for the opportunity to present.
Thank you for your suggestion. Any questions, folks? Nope. Thank you for your deputation. Hao Seng Chong from the Toronto Environmental Alliance.
Is this on? There we go. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me here today. My name's Hao Sen. I am the climate campaigner at Toronto Environmental Alliance. That's a bit of a background. I grew up in Etobicoke, and I currently own a car, which is fun to drive sometimes. For 35 years, the Toronto Environmental Alliance has campaigned locally to find solutions to Toronto's urban environmental problems. And as a not-for-profit organization, we advocate on behalf of all Torontonians for a green, healthy, and equitable city. And I'm here today to speak in support of the staff recommendations on additional revenue tools. Toronto is at a crossroads right now. The city is facing simultaneously a housing crisis, a mental health crisis, and a climate crisis. In particular, the terrible heat, wildfire, and flooding from this past summer shows us that we need to meet our transformed TO climate goals and to protect people from extreme weather. And we've known for a long time that we actually need more funding to achieve this. And we can do it. To reach these goals, we need change. We do need fundamentally a new deal with Queen's Park in Ottawa. As staff has already shown, Toronto represents 20% of the GDP in Canada and over 50% of the GDP of Ontario. But yet the city sends out more tax revenue to those other levels of government than we get back. T also supports the city advocating for additional powers from the province, especially ones that grow with the economy, that support equitable and sustainable outcomes for our community. And additionally, Toronto needs to take leadership in implementing new funding tools that we won in 2006 with the implementation of the City of Toronto Act. And we strongly support the staff recommendations to move ahead with this new suite of funding tools. Those tools include funding for the TTC with a commercial parking levy on non-residential parking. A commercial parking levy is a very commonly used revenue tool in municipalities around the world. Montreal, Vancouver, New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Washington, DC, San Francisco, Philadelphia, Seattle, Sydney, Melbourne, all of these cities have a levy on private and public commercial parking lots in one form or another. A commercial parking levy has also been endorsed by the Toronto Star editorial board earlier this year. Toronto's Transformed TO Climate Plan calls for 75% of all trips under 5 kilometers to be taken outside of cars by the year 2030. And to get there, funding for the TTC is paramount. The city report from Ernst & Young and from other reports show that a commercial parking lot levy equivalent to just 7 cents per hour per parking spot over a 24-hour period could bring in as much as $490 million annually. That's equivalent to a 20% boost to the TTC's 2023 operating budget and over half of the TTC's expected 2023 fare box revenue. As a driver, I am okay spending 7 cents an hour for parking in order to fund the TTC. I'm actually okay spending more than that. And that includes when I go visit family and we decide to go to like Sherway Gardens and stuff out to Etobicoke. To meet our climate commitments, we need to ensure that people have the choice to leave their car behind. And so we are pleased to see that city staff is serious about moving forward on a commercial parking levy, and that city staff is looking to the City of Montreal as a case study on how to implement one here, because we believe that the City of Montreal has a lot of really good processes and a really good system right now in terms of how they've implemented a commercial parking levy. Many folks today have and will continue to speak on how the TTC service cuts are hurting them, and I ask you to hear them out, because remember, there are so many small businesses that rely on TTC service to move their workers and their customers, and there's lots of jobs created by transit projects. There are 1 million registered cars in Toronto, And there are 1.8 million riders on the TTC every single day. So that gives you an idea as to TTC riders being just as important as drivers in terms of just the pure numbers of people, since most people driving in their cars are driving by themselves. T also supports the proposed changes to land transfer tax rates for luxury homes, especially given our dire need for deeply affordable and stable, accessible housing. And we also support the proposed building performance standards. Greener, more energy efficient buildings will help us meet our Transform TO climate goals, and it will also help make buildings healthier as it will reduce the burning of gas in homes, which is a significant source of indoor air pollution that causes respiratory and other health issues. In closing, we're very strongly supportive of the staff recommendations and believe that it's within the city's best interest for these proposals to be adopted by the executive committee and by city council.
Thank you. And Councillor Carroll?
Yes. I wonder if T would probably, you have the team and the resources to review this in detail, so you've probably reviewed the Ernst & Young report as well. They arrive at an amount significantly more than Montreal collects, but I noted in my review of it, they include in that charging the levy of all Toronto Parking Authority properties, street and lot properties. You're aware of their environmental policies. They've added charging stations, e-bikes, right, and they've helped us to meet some of our Take the Parking Underground initiatives. So we use them for both environmental policy, and they kick back a significant amount of revenue every year. So are you in favor of that part, or do we take the Ernst & Young recommended amount and exempt Toronto Parking Authority and let them keep doing the work they're doing?
So ultimately, it's up to council to move forward on this. Our belief is that there are going to be some exceptions, and it's completely up to the city to do that. Again, it is, if we're looking over a 24-hour period, a 7-cent increase per hour over a 24-hour period. If you're only counting like working hours of 8, say like 8 hours during the day, it's 17 cents an hour. And so ultimately, we think it's important for this to be done equitably and fairly across the city, fully knowing, of course, that small businesses might need to be exempt. We may need different pricing for different zones across the city. It's one of the reasons why we're proposing, while we're pleased with the city looking at the Montreal example, because the Montreal example does have different pricing across the city, depending on whether or not you're right downtown or like in the suburbs and stuff. So
right, but they don't have the same Toronto Parking Authority model that we have either. Right. So they had more street parking that was just sitting there untapped.
Yeah, and Montreal's also
interesting. You don't want us to stop tapping those street spaces with our TPA just terminals.
Yeah, ultimately, I think it makes sense for us to do those terminals for sure. But ultimately, it's up to council to see whether or not what they want to do. Right. But yeah, we would not in favor of that either. So
okay, thank you for that.
Any other questions? I think we're good. By the way, Councillor Coe, are you still with us? No, he's not. Okay.
Thank you.
Time that Councillor Coe, you're ready to ask a question or speak, we'll then ask you to unmute and ask you to make the declaration, okay? All right, our next speaker is actually, Lynn Adamson from Climate Fast.
Can you hear me okay? I first want to express gratitude on behalf of Climate Fast to the staff for the report you have in front of you. It is a relief to see the stark financial picture the city faces spelled out in plain terms with clear recommendations for action. We at Climate Fast support this report, all of the suggested actions, and would like to suggest additional actions we believe are needed. We need to implement the carbon budget in order to this year in 2024, and we need to implement increased revenue for the 2024 budget. We cannot delay meeting the needs of the city for its human needs, the housing, and the transit we've been talking about, and for the climate needs. In order to achieve the targets in the Net Zero by 2040 report, we need to keep moving forward. This year has been Canada's worst wildfire season, so we're seeing the impacts of climate change, and they're in our face in the city. We can't avoid. We're not able to take their children outdoor to play in the summer because of climate change, and it's only getting worse until we slash emissions. Toronto is to be credited for having an excellent award-winning plan, the Transform TO Net Zero plan, but we have to implement it, and that costs money. There's more in my written letter, but I'm trying to keep it short for the time limit we have here. So we have to cut emissions by reducing demand. How do we cut housing emissions? We need to massively scale up retrofit programs and institute mass conversion to heat pumps for home heating and cooling. And we therefore appreciate point 7 in the report, and especially the use of the term mandatory with the building regulations, the green building regulations. We also note that when it comes to TCHU properties, many units cannot be lived in because they've been allowed to fall into states of disrepair. And this is the backlog of state of good repair is shameful in this city, and it really needs to be addressed. And I think that goes beyond the current figures you're looking at for the capital budget challenges. But we need those units to be repaired to provide housing. And while they're repaired, we need to bring them up to the best green standards. So that means electric heat pump technology, which will also provide cooling as well as heating. But it costs twice as much as putting in a new gas furnace. So we need the financing to do it. We need to leverage the capital of pension funds for green bonds to finance the city's capital expenditures, because we can't continue being cheap. We don't get the buses we need. We don't have the streetcars we need. We haven't got the electric ferries. That keeps getting deferred because we don't have the capital, so we've got to leverage that. This is being done in Quebec with support from the Quebec equivalent of the OMERS pension fund. We also need to look at creative ideas such as those that Toby Heaps just spoke about in order to bring in revenue, given the limitations on the city's ability. Let's use it to the max and be creative. To shift transportation patterns from cars to walking, cycling, and transit to achieve that, the 75% diversion of trips off of cars, short trips off of cars by 2030 that Hossein was talking about. We need to make the city friendly for cycling and walking, and transit. It needs to be reliable and affordable. And we need the fees on parking and parking lots to provide a needed source of revenue for transit. Free parking is a subsidy of drivers. So we need to stop subsidizing cars and use some of that potential revenue to provide what we need to go in the direction we need to go. And ultimately, we're supposed to be going in the direction of free transit, if you read the 2040 report. So in 17 years, transit should be free in the city. We need to go in that direction. And so we need money to get there. If we don't do this, our emissions will be greater, it will worsen our financial situation and impact our quality of life. To live in a healthy, happy, and safe city, we need to move forward and get increased revenue. The parking levy should apply on all large parking lots in the city. As was noted, people pay for street parking. It's really no different, and it's a relatively small amount, as Hossein was outlining. We don't want to encourage people to drive if we're going to achieve our targets. We want to make transit reliable. The teacher who talked about her challenges of getting to work on transit in this city, I've noticed it myself. I don't take the transit, I ride an e-bike. Because, I mean, I do take transit, but I avoid it because you just don't know when you're going to get where you're going. To meet our emission reduction targets, we need a clean electricity grid. I'd like to thank the city for pushing back against the province on the expansion of gas plants. We have to stop that because we will not achieve our climate targets if fossil fuels are fueling our electric grid. Additional revenue ideas include a vehicle registration tax, bringing that back when that's possible, a congestion tax, such as New York City and London have, increased property taxes, including the surcharge on high-value homes that Toby Heaps was talking about, an increase in property taxes in line with municipalities in the province. We're like the lowest rate for this whole region, and an increase in land transfer tax for high-value homes, and the vacancy tax increase you're already looking at. Access to percentage of income tax or sales tax is going to be necessary to bring in the revenue we require. Income tax is a more equitable method of bringing in funds and would not disadvantage Toronto businesses by putting them in competition with other GTA stores or Amazon. Let's see here. Adaptation, we haven't dealt with it at all. There's a report from the Insurance Bureau of Canada. Okay.
Lynn, you're a minute and a half over.
I'm over? Okay,
Yeah,
so
sorry about that.
I'll just leave you with that fact that adaptation has not been dealt with by any level of government, including ours.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Lynn Adamson? If not, next speaker, it's Peter Nguyen, because Donovan Hayden and Peter swapped. Peter. You have 5 minutes.
Progress Arno. Start over. Morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Peter Nguyen. I am from North York, and I am here because of Progress Toronto. Like many of you guys here, I live in Toronto, in the North York ends, and like many of you here, I call Toronto my home. It's a place I love, and it's where I want to live. However, with the rising prices of everything, myself and my generation, to be frank, we're being priced out of our own city. And not only that, the state of our city, we can see it's on a decline. From weeds growing out of the sidewalks to making it difficult to walk, to push a stroller, for my senior neighbors to just even take a little stroll, to service cuts to the TTC, making routes more inaccessible. My story will resonate with some folks. I am a first-generation Canadian. I went to school. I'm the first one in my family to go to school, post-secondary schooling, and I'm very lucky and privileged, fortunate to tonight go home to a home just north of the 401 at Jane and Wilson to a loving mom and dad and 3 younger brothers. However, in this bungalow of ours, I share a bed with my little brother. He's going to grade 7, and I feel like my time at home is coming to an end, and it's time for me to move out and start my own journey and learn and grow as an individual. And so I'm planning to move out. However, looking around and trying to find for a 1-bedroom apartment in the city of Toronto, the average price I found was roughly around $2,000, $1,800, $2,200. And I was very cautious of where I was looking. I wanted to make sure the place I was renting from was not old enough where if there was a leaky faucet or a broken door that I had to wait a ridiculous amount of time for the service repair, for maintenance to come. And I didn't want a new building too much because I want to be protected under rent control, unfortunately. And so now I'm stuck in this precarious place. I'm 25, I currently live with my mom and dad, and I'm ready to move out, but it's just a difficult time. I'm here to ask council and the executive committee here in the mayor to vote yes to the recommendations that were made earlier, to increase the vacant home tax, to adopt the other revenue services to help heal our city. I've been taking the TTC for about a decade now, ever since I went to high school, and I've seen service times increase while service quality decrease. For example, last Monday, I was at Jane Station 8 p.m. after work and studying. 8 p.m., waiting for the Jane bus to go take me up north to Wilson Avenue. The display at Jane Station said the 35 Jane bus would be coming in 8 minutes. There, listening to my podcast, the Toronto Star podcast, and then 8 minutes turned into 15 minutes. And within that 7-minute gap where the bus was delayed, the platform for the 35 bus was semi-crowded. And to paint a picture what a semi-crowded Jane Station platform looks like for waiting for the 35, it is, everyone pretty much has a seat and there will be some folks standing. But that was at 8 minutes. And now at 15 minutes, the station's crowded because 3 or 4 subway cars have arrived, and now more folks are waiting to go home from their shift at work or from studying. And now this platform is crowded, and there's one single Jane bus here. We're all there on that Jane bus, shoulder to shoulder. I'm standing, I'm able-bodied, I'm still relatively young. My mom thinks I'm strong, so I'll stand and I'll give my seat up to somebody else who needs it. And on my commute home, I would look around and I see the folks beside me. I see folks giving the seats to those who need it the most on this route home, to the seniors, to the lady or the families that are carrying the groceries home, to the children, or to someone who frankly looks a little bit more tired than I do. And so I know I'm pretty privileged because at Jane and Wilson, it's a pretty major intersection and it's a pretty busy one too. So there's major bus routes. However, there are communities in the city of Toronto where buses don't come every 8 minutes or every 15 minutes. They come every 30 minutes, 45 even. And so the adoption of the revenue tools and increasing the vacant home tax won't solve the city's problems, but it will help. It'll help heal. And that's the thing we need right now, is to take any opportunity we can to help heal the city, and after that, take the next one and keep on collaborating, moving forward to fix our beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter Nguyen. Any question to Mr. Nguyen? Nope. Thank you. We may have time for a few more. Jim Hua? Jim, are you here? You're online. Go ahead.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Hello, Mayor Chow and members of the executive and all those participating in the meeting today. My name is Jin He, and I'm the Executive Director of Social Planning Toronto. SPT has been around for over 65 years. Many of you may be familiar with our organization. Our mission is to challenge inequity in our city by influencing social and policy change. SPT conducts research, provides policy analysis, and engages residents, local grassroots leaders, and community-based organizations and coalitions in policy and systems change. This includes engaging thousands of people in the city's annual budget process and working with over 100 nonprofit partners and community groups. We break down the very complicated and inaccessible city budget, providing analysis centered on how it will materially impact Torontonians, particularly those from low-income, Black, Indigenous, racialized, disabled, and other economically and socially marginalized communities. Our work includes sharing our analysis in our City Budget Watch blog post, holding budget town halls and civic engagement workshops, encouraging people to depute, and submitting a joint letter with a broad coalition of community-based organizations, calling for key investments in services and supports that will address some of the city's most urgent needs. I've deputed to executive and budget committees before, as have so many other SPT representatives over the years. And to prepare for today's DEP, I went through our joint letters and deputations for the past 5 years, and 4 common themes emerged. First, we have called on the city to expand and enhance revenue tools, noting the city's existing revenue streams are not enough to resource the services that are desperately needed to meet the needs of those most impacted by economic and social inequality. Second, we have called on council to move away from penny pinching and short-sighted budgeting, which have created or exacerbated multiple crises that have resulted in crumbling infrastructure, more and more Torontonians not able to make ends meet, and the current financial crisis. Third, we have urged the city to do everything within its power to ensure no one is left behind, while also strengthening its advocacy efforts to secure additional funding and powers from other levels of government. And fourth, community partners like SBT and so many other nonprofit and community groups across the city are always ready and willing to share our expertise and work with you to build a greater city. These themes are still relevant today. But after years of calling for a change in how the city budgets with very little changing, I am very pleased to see these themes are now front and center in the updated long-term financial plan. For the first time in a long time, I and so many of our partners are feeling optimistic, even excited, that the mayor and council have a comprehensive plan in front of them thanks to the city staff for that, and are ready to make tough and brave decisions that address the city's financial crisis and that will put us on the path to build the city we all need and want. That's why I'm here today, taking time away from my vacation, time away from my 6-year-old, to participate in this important meeting, to thank you for acknowledging the urgency of this conversation, and to urge you, Mayor Chow and members of the Executive Committee, to make the best use of this plan and to put all solutions on the table, small, big, short-term, and long-term, those within the city's power now and those requiring changes at other levels of government, and use everyone's best thinking and can-do attitude to figure out how to make it work, as every dollar counts to Torontonians struggling to feed their families and pay rent. We have and continue to support the proposed new and enhanced revenue tools, such as the graduated MLTT rate, an increase in the vacant homes tax, the commercial parking levy, and the multi-year approach to property taxes. I also want to urge you to center and prioritize those who have borne the brunt of the pandemic and inequitable policies, and thus are now struggling the most with housing and economic insecurity. Center them in your decisions and in your implementation plans. This includes keeping recreation fees low and ensuring sufficient investment.
Thank you so
much.
Sorry,
my time was frozen and I couldn't see what time I had left.
You're good. Thank you. Councillor Carroll has a question.
Yeah, hi, Jen. I just wondered if, since you got mixed up on the timing, is there any point that you missed you want to wrap up with?
Thank you for that, Councillor Carroll. I really appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that we keep recreation fees low, that there's sufficient investments made to transit and making that accessible, and more programs for low-income communities across the city. And I just want to urge you to be brave, to be bold, to show Toronto residents and community partners that there is hope and you're ready to answer our urgent calls. And please pass this plan and invest in our city so everyone can thrive.
Well said. Any other questions? If not, thank you. Elliot Van Wonderberg, thank you. 5 minutes.
My name is Elliot. I'm a long-term resident of Toronto. I've given my fair share to the community, and I'd like others to do the same so we can finally fix what is broken in this city. For most of my adult life, I've been told that Toronto is running out of money and is on the road to financial ruin. From conversations at the dinner table to those I've watched in the media, I've heard time and again that the city's cupboards are bare and that we need to have a serious conversation about making the city's finances sustainable. At the same time, I've also heard politicians pat themselves on the back for destroying needed sources of revenue, like ending the vehicle registration fee and keeping property tax increases below the rate of inflation. While some have enjoyed the benefits of this negligence, I've watched my transit fares rise while service decreased, my friends and family leave the city as housing became less and less affordable, and my community's essential infrastructure, the bones of this city, rot as needed work was delayed or canceled. Time and again, I've watched those best equipped to contribute to their community beg poverty, while those who lived in poverty were forced to carry ever greater burdens. While my family paid lower property taxes because we lived in a single-family home, my neighbors just a block over paid higher property taxes because they lived in an older apartment building that was classified as multi-residential. I've watched my neighbors who can afford to drive everywhere have their costs capped or reduced, while those who could only afford to use the TTC have their costs rise and their services reduced. I've watched my old high school's pool stay open, while those located in less well-off areas of the city were closed or had their hours reduced. While some of my neighbors could create an ice rink in their backyard, swim in their private pools, or have beer on their back deck, other neighbors were forced to rely on public parks, which have a backlog of necessary work projected to cost hundreds of millions of dollars to resolve. This city is built on the backs of the less fortunate. We've created a false reality where homeowners and landlords in a housing market with some of the fastest rising asset prices on the planet are poor, where car owners can't afford more than $5 parking and need ever more space in our roads to temporarily relieve their congestion. And the well-off need subsidies and low taxes to continue growing their wealth while contributing as little as possible to the community which gives them everything. We need to have a hard look at our priorities. We need to protect our community and ask everyone to contribute their fair share. We no longer have the luxury of giving handouts to the well-off or keeping things the way they are because change is uncomfortable. Toronto is a world-class city. We have wealth and we have power, and it's time to use it for the good of all.
Wow, okay.
In conclusion, I'd like to ask the Executive Committee to explore and implement a vacant home tax rate increase to 3%, graduated rates for the municipal land transfer tax for high-value residential properties worth $3 million or more, a commercial parking levy, removing rate limits for on-street parking, and finally, all the revenue tools needed to make our city's finances sustainable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Question to the deputant? If not, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We might be able to get the last one in. August Peranouk from TDC Riders. We'll have a break at 12:30. Okay. Go ahead, we are ready for you.
Hello, Mayor Chow and City Councilors. My name is August Pernath, and I'm a daily transit rider in Ward 15, and I am speaking as part of TTC Riders, a grassroots group are advocating for better transit in Toronto. Transit, like many other public services, have deteriorated due to an austerity government. This is why today's discussion about funding tools is so important. I, like many others, depend on transit to go to school and go to work and just run errands every single day. And I, like many others, have faced long waits, unreliable service, and overcrowding because of service cuts brought on by our former mayor, John Tory. The TTC is facing a $366 million shortfall. And to just put this into perspective on how it affects individual people, I'll just show you my own experience. Last week, I used my local bus, the 52 Lawrence West, just to run some errands after work. Like many students and daytime workers, I depend on this bus during the evenings to get my groceries, because that's all the time I really have. But earlier this spring, service was cut on the 52 during evenings and other periods, as it were on dozens of other bus and streetcar routes. My trip to the supermarket was overcrowded and slow. When I tried to return home, I and many shoppers could not even board the bus because it was too crowded. We were left behind, tirelessly standing with heavy bags of groceries. We were tired, we were exhausted. Buses kept going and buses kept coming, and we still couldn't board. At the end of this ordeal, my trip to buy groceries took an hour and a half out of my evening, and I was uncomfortably standing by the doors of the bus, where we're not even allowed to stand. But we don't have a choice, we just want to get home. It left me exhausted and unable to even cook a proper dinner to eat at home for myself, so I just went to bed. So you can kind of see how this personally affects people. It's not just an inconvenience, it's affecting our health, it's affecting our ability to spend time at home with people we love, and that's a big issue. When transit is unreliable, overcrowded, and slow, some transit riders will lose faith in the TTC and switch to driving, but others don't have a choice, like myself, will continue to use the TTC, but its deteriorating service will make life more and more difficult. This is why we urgently need to approve tools that will raise the necessary funding to restore and expand our transit service. If we want to win riders back to the TTC, the commercial lot levy charged on commercial parking landlords, such as shopping malls and big box stores, has potential to raise almost $500 million per year, according to city staff. I just want to note, Yorkdale saw record profits in 2023 and is the most profitable mall in Canada, one of the most profitable in North America. Scarborough Town Centre profits from a connection to the Scarborough RT. But while the mall profits from shoppers who use transit to get there, the transit in Scarborough is broken. The Scarborough RT is broken. Just yesterday, we held a memorial because of inaction for transit in Scarborough. It's quite shameful that the RT is broken and shopping malls and commercial box stores are making immense profits. Shopping malls and big box stores need to pay their fair share towards transit, and evidently, they can very well afford to pay for it. Times have changed, and our fares alone cannot continue to pay for over 60% of the cost to run the TTC. It's just not sustainable. A commercial lot levy will fund transit, build a greener city, encourage more transit use, and help turn giant parking lots into useful places for people to live and shop and have fun. We have seen what austerity has done to this city. It has really left us a broken city. We don't really need any more of that. I strongly urge City Council to approve the commercial lot levy and other progressive funding tools to restore and expand the city's crucial public services, such as public transit, and work towards a sustainable Toronto of the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your TDC story. Any questions, Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, you mentioned the amount stated in the report that is the potential revenue for a parking levy. But I'm not sure how detailed, are you aware that that's a very raw number? It simply did an aerial view map search of all parking, included Toronto Parking Authority parking, and so it's the rawest number you could possibly have. So we would have to start from there with the potential 500 million, take out all of the TPA because we're using them to earn revenue and develop their properties and put in green mobility devices, et cetera. And by the time we do that, we do have quite a different number. You're aware of that?
Yeah, I understand that the upwards of 500 million is really just the maximum that we can get, and it's something we can work really hard towards, but we can start small. We don't need to expand entirely across the city. Cities like Montreal started small. They started downtown, they expanded, and they also exempted small businesses, I believe, which was a very good move. That's something we can do to alleviate any kind of concerns, and it would still bring in a few hundred million or less.
Yeah.
And it's still useful for the DTC budget. It would still allow us to protect some service and expand service.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Folks, we are going to take an hour break for people to grab a bite. We're going to clear the room so people can, our staff and counselors can leave their computers in the room. So we're going to lock the room to keep everything safe in case you need to leave things here, Counselor. And we'll be back at 1:30, same place. Okay? We good?
yes. Thank you, Mayor Chow. I'd like to declare an interest on the long-term financial plan that's before you today in this item, due to the fact that my son, Josh Cole, is employed by Ernst & Young, who was retained by the city to help formulate this financial plan.
Okay, thank you. I'm not 100% sure you do have a pecuniary interest, but never mind. Thank you for your declaration. We will proceed to continue to hear the speakers, and we have next Anna Stafarova. Anna, are you here? Going once, twice?
Yes.
Oh, go for it.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Anna, and I'm speaking today because of Progress Toronto. My story is not unique to Toronto. I'm an immigrant, a worker, a volunteer, but for the city, I'm just a renter. And as a renter, I'm here to support new revenue stream proposals, especially the vacant home tax increase. The tax can increase revenue and promote housing supply. Even one extra unit on the market can change somebody's life. I've been living in Toronto for more than 12 years, but I still can't call it home. Coming from a volatile country, it's demoralizing not to have a stability in life. I had to move multiple times in the past 3 years. During one of the lockdowns, the apartment building was going through extensive renovations. Since I was mandated to work from home, I had to choose between my job or moving. I chose to move. After 2 years, my landlord sold the condo I was living in, so I had to move again. Every time I move, there is a 20% rent increase. After my last move in February, I don't see a need to fully unpack. All these little things that make house a home are piling in boxes since I might have to move again next year. I have no energy to get additional education or change jobs because it's a risk. It's a risk that I would not be able to make rent next year. I felt helpless, and as of recent, I started feeling hopeless. What kind of city do we live in where somebody's despair is an opportunity to make extra cash? For those of you who are against the proposal, I want to say that everybody thinks of themselves as a victim, never a willing accomplice. So I hope that would help you to make the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Any questions to the deputants? If not, Arushi Nat, come on up. Thank you. You brought your support team.
Hello, everyone. My name's Arushi, and I'm a grade 9 student from Toronto. And September 5th is almost here. It's a big day. It's the back to school day for almost 300,000 students in Toronto. It means back to meeting your friends, back to seeing your teachers, back to school lunches, and back to after-school activities. But it also means back to unreliable TDC, back to crowded TDC, back to undersurfaced TDC, and back to being in delayed streetcars because it's blocked by cars. Public transit is a lifeline for students. Cuts in transit hinders our ability to get to school on time and our ability to pursue after-school sports and academic activities. I won the Canada-wide Science Fair Top Award in 2022 and 2023, becoming the youngest and first back-to-back winner in 33 years. I'll represent Canada in the European Contest Union Finals to be held in Brussels next month. However, being entirely dependent on public transit to access resources across Toronto, such as the Ontario Science Centre, the University of Toronto Scarborough campus, or the Bayview Village, meant spending more time in transit to achieve the same results, or sometimes giving up on opportunities. Transit cuts are barriers to education, and students and society pay the price. We need to reverse these cuts and expand transit services. Levies on commercial parking is one way to proceed. And there are 3 reasons why. First, large profitable businesses and corporations like shopping malls should pay for their commercial parking. It brings customers in cars conveniently to their stores at the expense of congestion and delays that transit users must bear. Second, the levy would bring a much-needed correction in how we value land resources in Toronto. Moving cars that carry 60 to 90 people, also known as buses or streetcars, do not get their dedicated lanes in the road. Yet, commercial parking owners that host stationary cars can host them in dedicated parking spots for the whole day at no cost. This is simply not fair. Third, the evacuation of the city of Yellowknife and the decline in air quality because of wildfires across Canada point to the urgent need for climate-proofing Toronto. We need more parks and not parking lots to mitigate and adapt to climate change. Commercial parking levies would shift consumer habits towards using and advocating for accessible, reliable, and expanded public transit. Toronto should take advantage of this opportunity to raise revenue, even at a lower end, and while maintaining equity considerations, it can raise over $100 million annually. I also have one more suggestion. The safety of Toronto students should be the City of Toronto's responsibility. I invite you to take the streetcar to my school from 7 to 8 in the morning or 2 to 4 in the afternoon. You will find that streetcars have become the new school buses, packed with students all across. The fine for passing the school bus can be up to $2,000. If we start to fine cars for passing open doors of streetcars just during that time, we could generate $1 million a day.
Wow, I see it every day.
Yeah, it happens a lot. And this is assuming we have 10 streetcar lines and 1 streetcar every 10 minutes and 3 incidents per trip.
Yes.
And yeah, and this means almost $300 million a year. This is generating revenue, much needed revenue that Toronto needs. But more importantly, this ensures that students do not just go back to school, but also come home safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Arusha, whichever high school is getting you in September, very blessed to have you as a student. Any question to our deputant? Yes, Councillor Carroll.
Yes, are you here on your own, or are you here because you become involved in the environment and with environment organizations and things?
Well, I believe shaping our society is everyone's responsibility. And even though I can't yet vote in elections, I still think I have a voice, and it's a voice that I'm trying to use. So I'm here as part of TC Riders, but also as part of myself.
Oh,
as
fantastic.
a student representing other students who can't come here right now.
That is fantastic. I hope you will, if there's an assignment, what I did on my summer vacation, I hope you will write a paper saying you actually lived up to your civic responsibility.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Done, thanks so much. Okay. Could be when graduate TDC planner. Jonah Broker Newman. Jonah, you're going to that same high school? No.
But nonetheless, hello. My name is Jonah Booker-Nolman. I am a constituent of Ward 9, and I'm a future TMU urban planning student. As such, now that we have a mayor who promised to reverse the TTC service cuts and give the transit system the funding that it desperately needs, I, on behalf of myself and TTC riders, strongly call on the municipal government to start funding the TTC, most notably with the parking levy on big malls and big business, but also other measures like getting the provincial and federal governments to provide their fair share of funding that they have not long neglected. Transit cuts have impacted me significantly when riding the subway. Line 2 is my local subway line. Wait, is there the technical? Is my local subway line, and the cuts have increased wait times, making it less reliable for me as the trains have become more crowded. I also go to lots of places in the city, such as Scarborough, Etobicoke, North York, downtown, all sorts of places to meet up with friends or do activities. And there have been a lot of times where I've had to wait longer for my bus, most notably in areas like Scarborough, which is definitely frustrating. And I definitely share this burden with thousands of transit riders. These cuts have also concerned me very much about the environment, especially with the horrible air quality we had in Toronto from the forest fires this summer. Thus, this municipal government needs to start implementing ways to give the TTC the crucial funding it deserves, mainly through the commercial parking levy on big malls and big businesses, as well as ensuring funding from senior governments. I do not want to live in a world where my kids are afraid of summer. This parking levy is an excellent way to give the TTC some seriously needed funding. It would give the TTC a lot of crucially needed financial support other than passenger fares. It would make sure the TTC has more funding to reverse more cuts and make transit more reliable. Other cities like Montreal, Vancouver, and New York have imposed successful parking levies to help their transit for decades. In other words, this levy would greatly benefit the massive transit-taking public of Toronto, which this government should be serving. As such, there is no strong reason why the municipal government should serve the interests of big businesses and corporations over people when this levy actually works out both ways. And let me explain why. If malls like Yorkdale can afford tens of millions of dollars to renovate their luxury stores, they can more than afford to pay for transit. This levy would likely not affect their customers nor cause significant inflation or decreases to their profit margins. Highly unlikely. On the contrary, all of Toronto's big malls and commerce spaces are served by frequent and reliable public transportation, whether that be subway or even frequent local and regional buses. These places have come to rely heavily on public transit for customers and profit. I can attest to this as I, along with most of my friends and family, always take transit to the mall. This levy will work out both ways for transit riders and big malls and corporations, as it can incentivize businesses to start encouraging more customers to take transit, allowing for both more profit for them and more funding for the TTC. It could also incentivize malls to turn parking lots into far more profitable developments. So with all that said, there really is no significant reason for corporate opposition to something that would benefit themselves, never mind vast swathes of Toronto's population. The municipal government also needs to exploring funding in other ways. Mainly, they need to make sure that the provincial and federal governments give their fair share of funding to the TTC. This is the only way that all of the service cuts can be reversed so that the TTC wins back as many riders as possible. Thus, the municipal government needs to pressure the provincial and federal governments as hard as they can to ensure that all of the service cuts can be reversed. Senior governments may be able to gradually fund the TTC right now. I understand if they can't give huge sums of money at once, but you must ensure that they start opening their bank accounts. Our city prides itself on a strong culture of public transit, and we all know that a well-funded TTC works out for all Torontonians, including our big malls and corporations. When Torontonians learned about the service cuts, we responded by voting for a mayor who would reverse all that. Now that she is in office, you have the choice to help us out with our public transportation or to backtrack on funding and do a great disservice for Torontonians. We have given you this choice. Make the good one.
Oh, all right. Noah, you're amazing. Okay, do anyone have any questions? I think no one could say it better than you can. Thank you so much. So, thank you. Sophia Alexian, sorry I missed you. Okay.
So, hello everyone, can you hear me okay? Yes. Okay, so my name is Sophia Alexanian. I'm a proud resident of Scarborough Agincourt, and like the previous two speakers, I'm also a student. I'm going into my first year of engineering at U of T. So, as someone who has been a daily transit user since I was 12 years old, I'm here to ask the executive committee to consider a commercial parking levy as a means to fund the TTC. The current lack of investment and funding in the TTC has resulted in severe service cuts. As of right now, the service level on the TTC is inadequate for meeting transit users' needs. Transit users like me need the TTC to be both reliable and convenient, and more funding would help achieve this. So first of all, transit needs to be reliable. So I know, like, in my day-to-day life as a student, it's not like I'm rushing to like do emergency heart surgery or anything, but I still feel that it's very important for me to get to my classes on time every single day. It's very vital to me. I take it very seriously. And it's doubly important on the days where I have tests, practical labs, exams, etc. And it's really anxiety provoking to be at the bus stop and to have left my house on time, but be stuck, stranded, and have my transit app tell me that I'm gonna be late by no fault of my own. After the last round of service cuts, my friends, we were talking and we had felt that the service on the bus routes we were using to get to school had really suffered. And we were discussing how are we gonna commute to school for our exams? Because none of us could trust the TTC service enough to get us there on time. And in the end, I know many students who normally take transit, who enjoy taking transit, they chose to either pool money for cabs or to bum a ride from someone because they felt that the TTC service was not good enough for them to be comfortable using it during exam week. And many transit users, however, like they don't have the financial option to opt out of using transit for crucial, important commutes. So transit service should be frequent enough and reliable enough to be trusted so that you can use it for all commutes, even the important ones. And this is something more funding through something like the commercial parking levy would help achieve. And also, transit should be convenient to use. I think also a good word, but like pleasant to use. So I use transit outside of my daily commute. I use it to go hang out with friends. I guess it would be a non-essential trip. But it is what I do, and we're very fortunate in Scarborough to have great restaurants, especially along Lawrence Avenue, and in particular, there's one Middle East pastry shop that I am very fond of there. But the 54 Lawrence bus is such a nightmare to take that it is an inconvenience to go to these restaurants. Like if I suggest it to my friends, just the experience of riding that bus is enough to deter us. The bus route is incredibly infrequent, and when the buses do manage to show up, the riders are packed like sardines. There's no way to safely board the bus. Oftentimes we have to wait for another vehicle. It's just an all-around nightmare. And I would love to support my local Scarborough businesses. I would love to support small businesses in Scarborough, but the inconvenience of using such a terrible route like completely ruins the experience of going out. And if we want transit users to go out, to patronize businesses, to invest in their communities by spending money, it needs to be convenient and pleasant for them to use the TTC for non-essential trips. We need to make sure that there's funding from proper revenue tools to make sure that buses, even during off-peak times, in the evenings and weekends when people want to go out, are frequent and not overcrowded. Right now, I'm at the point of my life where I'm a student, I have limited income, I don't have access to my own personal car, I kind of have no choice but to use transit, and I still think I deserve to have a pleasant experience on it. But say years from now, when I have the means to choose another mode of transportation, if we want people like me to keep choosing to use the TTC beyond their youth, like say, you know, as a parent, when I will have a stroller to also need to board onto the bus, or when I'm older and if I'm lucky enough to live that long and have mobility issues, to have space to comfortably sit on the bus, like when I'm in a different phase of life where there will potentially be even more challenges for me to use the TTC, it would be even more important for transit to be well funded and for it to be a pleasant place to ride. So I think that it really is worth it to implement revenue tools like the commercial parking levy. It's worth it to reverse transit cuts. Good transit is worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to check out that pastry store you talked about, Lawrence. Thank you so much. We have Sheila Priestley Allen. Go, Sheila, okay.
So, thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Sheila Pizy-Allen, and I coordinate TTC Riders, which is an organization of transit users. You've heard from some of them today. And I just want to share some stories from transit users about how service cuts have impacted them and why we support revenue tools put forward in this report, and also funding for the TTC from other levels of government. Transit users have been speaking out about the impact of service cuts, and we know during the pandemic, most transit users have been women, shift workers, lower income, and racialized riders. Shift workers like Jameen, who's a nurse in Scarborough, commutes to North York, and he is a shift worker, so he has to start at 8:30, 3:30 p.m. or 11:30 p.m., and the impact on him is waiting longer for the bus, it's less reliable, and he's also very worried about the impact on his patients of the rising cost of TTC fares. I also received a photo from someone who is job hunting. Employer had put on the posting that TTC is not considered reliable transportation. We won't discriminate against applicants without vehicles, but our experience has shown these employees have lower job satisfaction and greater issues with punctuality and reliability. So the cuts are really impacting people's ability to get a job, get to work. They're taking precious time away from people's lives. And so we're so encouraged by Mayor Chow's commitment to reverse service cuts and to implement tools like a commercial parking levy to fund the TTC. To win back riders, we have to boost service and move ahead with some of the options in this report. And the report already lays out why a commercial parking levy is such a one of the recommended tools. It generates a high amount of revenue. It doesn't require an amendment to the City of Toronto Act, aligns with city's strategic objectives on transit and climate. And just so many people have talked about the math, but you know that it could generate hundreds of millions of dollars with a small levy per spot. And it would be paid by commercial property owners like big malls, big box stores, which, by the way, greatly benefit from having reliable public transit. We also need support from federal and provincial governments. And we were very glad to see the city say in this report that you will take a stand and play hardball and negotiate for operations funding from the provincial government. The province and federal government, they're spending billions of dollars to build shiny new transit projects, but they'll sit empty if we don't have operations funding. It's really time to fix the whole transit funding model that relies on rider fares. We've seen how unsustainable that is with the impact of the pandemic. And I just want to share a final thought about the Scarborough RT, because we just learned today it will never reopen. And last night, Scarborough transit users held a memorial and a rally for the Scarborough RT at Ellesmere Station. We still don't know why it derailed and if it was because of a lack of resources into preventative maintenance, but regardless, the derailment needs to be a big wake-up call to us to prioritize the state of good repair backlog and take that seriously. This report highlights how there's a request for proposals for new subway trains on Line 2, the Bloor-Danforth subway. That was canceled this summer because there's no provincial and federal funding. So down the road, our Line 2 subway could become the next Scarborough RT, because 17 years ago, staff warned us, we've got to buy new Scarborough RT train cars. And here we are today where the line has derailed. And so we don't want to see that happen. We have to take that recommendation, that investment in maintenance seriously. We're really happy to and encouraged that there's been an announcement that bus lanes will be installed, signal priority will be installed for those shuttle buses, because we're talking about 70 buses per hour during the rush hours, but we also need that interim busway. That's going to save 10 minutes in each direction, and that really adds up. It's almost 2 hours a week that will save people. The provincial government should pay, but again, we're so encouraged by Mayor Chow committing that the city will make it happen if the province doesn't pony up, and that's why this report is so important, and we're encouraging you to support revenue tools like the commercial parking levy for transit. Thank you so much.
Councillor Carroll has a question.
You are saying support revenue tools plural, but always going back to like the parking levy. So I'm just wondering if you could expand a little bit on your support for the others, because I think we talked about the math earlier, and you mentioned it in your deputation, but I know that you're also very familiar with the TTC's budget, and an entire parking levy, once we go through the process, would not even fill the hole for the TTC, let alone the rest of the city's budget. So is the TTC Riders Organization also sending information to members about the other arrows in our quiver and the ones that we don't yet have permission for, so that they have some understanding of what they could do?
Yeah, we could absolutely do that. We're focused on the parking levy because it's so, it's a mode of transportation. It's so closely linked to transit. And in that initial report made this winter, it was sort of talked about as a tool that could specifically fund public transit. So that's why we're
Right.
showing our support for
Right.
it.
Yeah. But it would take a certain amount of implementation and back and forth with council and various boards. We got to deal with the fact that some of the Toronto Parking Authority lots have been factored in there. So that will take a certain amount of time. That may not give us the tool in time for the 2024 budget, but you don't want us to stop exploring the rest of the menu.
Exactly, yeah. The parking levy wouldn't be, the money wouldn't flow if it was implemented until 2025, but it's important to start moving on it soon. There will be an implementation cost to count all the spaces. That's something that could be funded in this upcoming budget to make sure we don't sleep on this potentially transformative tool that could raise hundreds of millions, yeah.
Or 100 of millions. I'm skeptical watching the Montreal experience. Thanks, Sheila, very much.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Fletcher. Sheila,
Thank
we
you.
have a question for you. Come on back. Councillor Fletcher, go for it.
Sorry, I'm on a lapse because I've got YouTube and the screen up. That's why it takes a bit longer. Thanks very much for coming today. I heard, I'm going to ask this question for the staff, but one of the things that I heard in the presentation was that the TTC is at 76% of former ridership, but only 56% of commuters. Is that something that you're aware of, or you can explain that how we're at 76%? Are those just casual riders? Obviously, they're not daily riders, which is a lot more revenue than someone who takes it every once in a while. Were you aware of that before today, Sheila?
We did know that before the pandemic, 26% of the ridership was office workers. But the 56% number, that is a new number of weekday, everyday riders. But I don't, it would be a good question of the staff. What's the breakdown? How many of those are shift workers? We know the TTC is so essential for going to school, getting groceries, and there's a real opportunity to redesign our system to serve those off-peak trips. That is when shift workers are taking the TTC, and that's when people are dropping off kids and going to get groceries.
So just understanding, well, just call the commuter travel on the TTC and when and where it takes place and what it was pre-pandemic to now would be helpful for all of us, including you.
Totally. Yeah, sorry, the 56%,
Pardon?
that's, yes. I didn't know if it was
Yes,
a question.
I haven't had a chance. Sorry?
Oh, I didn't know if it was a question, so sorry.
No, that was a question that I think that would be useful to know what the previous was for commuters, and now it's at 56 if it was much higher. I know you probably followed this a little bit when Councillor Bravo and I made a motion to look at the incredible fines for people that are not paying their fares. Is that something what's your opinion on that? Should we be finding people who can't pay and spending a lot on fare inspectors?
Yeah, our organization wrote a letter in support of that motion from yourself and Councillor Bravo. We've surveyed transit users. The fine is very high. It's hundreds of dollars, up to $425. And when we surveyed people about what's your experience with fare enforcement, a lot of people are getting fined because a Presto machine is out of order. They forgot to reload their card. And we also know about the inequitable access to even purchasing a Presto card in Scarborough and Etobicoke. You used to be able to purchase TTC tokens at over 1,200 locations in Toronto. That's shrunk to less than The recommended amount from the TTC, it's just around 300 locations, and they're not within walking distance in the inner suburbs. There's so many reasons that people can't pay their fare, even if they could afford to. And the reality is that many people in our city can't afford to pay their TTC fare.
Thank you. And just to attract people back on the system, because there have been issues with it, maybe not as clean as it could be, as safe as it could be, a lot of people around. Should we be looking at something that would make it, just attract people back, you know, to ride the rocket? That's what people have talked about, or our beautiful streetcars. There's always been a cachet for the TTC, and it seems to have gone missing. So replacing that in some way, that you're really proud of it, you love riding it, it belongs to Toronto, it's got a great appeal. Do you think that we could restore that somehow to make it just a Toronto tradition again, rather than a difficult, you know, slog?
Yeah, absolutely. When we talk to riders, and the research shows that service is the #1 way to get more people back on the TTC. If service is more reliable, more frequent, more people will take it. And of course, another piece is making sure that the TTC feels welcoming. So having cell phone service for everyone, no matter who your cell provider is, having friendly, welcoming staff on the TTC. You know, a lot of frontline staff have been phased out, whether it's booth collectors, the second subway guard on the train. And we held a community town hall this winter to talk about safety, and having staff around, knowing that you're not alone in a subway station, is a really important part of feeling safe.
This one last question. Are you concerned about the driverless?
15 more seconds.
Okay. Yeah. Are you concerned about the driverless trains of the Ontario line? I am quite concerned about from a safety point of view. Is that something that concerns you?
Yeah, the concern, you know, what I hear from riders, especially people with disabilities who use power wheelchairs, the reason that people are concerned
I'm at 5 minutes at 10, 13 seconds, yes. Not totally sure it connects with the
Okay,
fiscal plan.
just looking at ways to keep people on the system. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I don't get a chance to ask your questions very often.
Well, okay, wait, before you go, yes.
I just have one question on the point. So you are aware that there are people that can afford it, but they're not paying, and we've lost over $60 million in revenue at GTC.
About
people not paying.
Right.
And people that can afford it, but they're just jumping on the streetcar. You're aware of it, right?
That is something that yeah, that's been reported by the TTC.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sarah Engel?
Good afternoon, Mayor Chow, Executive Committee Councilors, City officials, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sarah Angel, and I'm the President and CEO of the Greater Toronto Hotel Association, known as GTHA. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today, and I'd like to, following the amazing folks over there, I'd like to just provide a different perspective from the business community of the hotels that power part of Toronto's economy. The GTHA represents 150 hotels in the Toronto region with approximately 36,000 guest rooms and 32,000 employees. Pre-pandemic, our industry produced $1.5 billion economic activity for the province of Ontario, with over 90% of which was retained in the Greater Toronto area. The industry also paid nearly $1 billion in salaries and wages and contributed $582 million in federal and provincial taxes, with a further $142 million generated in municipal taxes. While demand for travel and tourism has bounced back to a healthy level, our members continue to face challenges such as competing with other cities to draw major events and conventions to Toronto, ensuring high-quality transit and other public infrastructure, and finding skilled workers to pursue careers in our industry. Our members are also proud residents whose families live, work, and play in the Greater Toronto area. Given this, we are deeply committed to nurturing and growing Toronto's vibrant tourism and culture sectors. In the context of city finances, the hotel industry is concerned about the recent decision made in the beginning of the year to increase the municipal accommodations tax from 4% to 6%. This increase was made without any consultation with the industry. With the tax at 6%, Toronto has the most expensive accommodation tax in North America. Other potential surtaxes and levies, such as the proposed parking levy and municipal sales tax, would only further erode the industry's recovery and hurt Toronto's competitiveness vis-a-vis other major cities. And any further MAT increase beyond the 6% would also hurt the city's ability to attract tourism and conventions. On the topic of environmental reporting, Section 7A(b) in the report, I would highly recommend consideration be given to ensuring the city is avoiding overlap with what the federal government or the provincial governments are mandating. So in conclusion, I asked for the committee to consider potentially excluding hotels from the parking levy, as they are already connecting an additional 2%. And believe it or not, many of the hotels in Toronto are family-owned businesses. So it's not just the big corporate names out there, they're owned by families. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Carroll and Perks.
Yeah, I'm glad you made that last point, because isn't it, if you probably know this better than I would, but it seems to me, if I look at it, downtown, you know, the big bucks hotels that probably could absorb this, they have underground parking because they could afford that in the first place. So we really would just be hitting the smaller operations or even the smaller chains if we were to do a surface parking levy.
That's correct. I mean, I'll give you an example on, it's not in the downtown core, but I recently attended an opening of a hotel out Highway 50 with Brampton, might be Vaughan. It was a family from Brampton that put up the money to purchase that hotel. It's branded with a big brand name, and the operations are run by the brand, but it's a family from Brampton that owns the hotel. And that's what we're talking about, that we're putting everyone into that bucket.
Okay. I wonder if I could also go back to another point. You were talking about, you know, all of the additional sort of points of sales taxes. But one thing that worries me about, if we were to take the approach of, oh, the big ones we don't have permission for, so we'll just do all of these. Set aside for a minute that it's only going to solve 30 to 40% of our problem, even if we did say, sorry, can't exempt you, we're going to tax this. It would still only solve 30 to 40% of our chronic shortfall. How would the industry feel about if we said, yes, we are going to sit down with the province and say we don't want to have to use every single one of these, not solve the problem, and still come to you for the permission for a retail sales tax. Whereas if you allow us the permission and the power for us to collect the 1 cent sales tax, we could start there. And then we wouldn't be saying, oh, could we add a little to MAT? Could we add a little to vacant home? Could we add a little to the parking levy? We started modestly and now we have to add some to that. If we were doing it to be strategic, starting with that tool, do you think that would make a case to the sector? Because you've been one of the hardest hit sectors during COVID.
We are very open to collaborating and working with the city and the province to find the best solution that helps the city with its deficit. But when we look at the tourism impact that hotels and attractions and everything we are for this city, it's a large amount of money that makes the city have some of the budget that it does from the tourism spending. So if we continue to tax, we make our city not as competitive as other cities around the world, and we're going to see tourism and convention and business retract. And we're kind of seeing that already in future years, that there isn't as much convention and business coming to Toronto, partly because of COVID and because other jurisdictions are more competitive. So the more people we bring to the city by being competitive, the more municipal accommodations tax we can collect at the level that we're at, rather than taxing more and more.
Right, exactly. Okay, thank you so much, Sarah. We'll talk more.
We will.
Councillor Perks and Meyer.
Thank you. I heard you about the accommodation tax, and I'll give serious thought to it, but some of the other things you said caught my attention. That, you know, one of the things that draws people is access to excellent public transit and other services, and I just wanted to confirm that. That's part of what draws people to Toronto?
I would believe so.
Okay. And I also heard you talk a little bit about some issues with workforce. Years ago, in a prior life, I did a bunch of work with Local 75 from Unite Here, whose members probably work in a lot of the places you're here representing. And they very strongly advocated that the hardest barrier to work for them was access to public transit. And I think they even got into a collective agreement with some of your members that bought them transit passes. Is my memory right there?
I'm not aware from the past, but we're doing everything we can at our properties to be able to assist the employees to be able to come in to the city. You know, it is difficult maybe for some of them to be able to afford to live in the city. So we're trying to incentivize as best we can. And yes, there is a workforce problem still in our industry, the hardest hit. And, you know, a lot of people left and moved on to healthcare and others, and we're still trying to attract good talent, and we want them to be in the GTA.
So you would encourage us then to do the things we need to do to have reliable transit service, especially in the off hours, which have been really hurting because some of your shift workers need that, and to work on housing affordability.
Yes, and if I may, one more point on the safety and security. Toronto is a world-class city. It's very safe. I love my city. But in the last couple of years, the safety and security issues in our own hotel lobbies have been quite difficult. I can tell you at least 10 hotels that have report 300 security issues with weapons and other issues in the lobbies of the hotels. So whatever we can do to work together to rectify that is, I'm here to partner with you.
Housing and supportive housing and all of that. Part of the long-term financial plan that we've got in front of us advocates very specifically in those two areas, transit and housing, and says we do need some source of revenue here to pay for them. And I want to have that conversation with you. But we also need better partnership with the federal and provincial governments, because the City of Toronto, more than any city I can think of, carries those on the property tax base. Usually it's, you know, the state or federal or provincial governments that would carry that. Would you be willing to help advocate with the federal and provincial governments so we get that new deal?
Absolutely. I've been doing advocacy for 25 years in my career, federal, provincial, municipal, so I'm here to assist.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick question. So you mentioned that the municipal accommodation tax that the Toronto hotels pay the highest in North America. Is that partially because Toronto doesn't collect that taxes from other operators? I'm thinking specifically Airbnb. A lot of these operators don't pay the municipal accommodation tax even though they should be.
I think I'll answer from my perspective, but probably a question back to city officials. As I understand, there is a mechanism for collecting from the short-term rentals. I'm not sure the compliance is there quite yet, and it's the issue maybe that your regulations or the bylaws are asking for the tax to be collected by the individual owner of the property and not the short-term rental company. So maybe that's part. So I think there's a compliance issue and a huge opportunity for additional revenue for the city from there as well.
So perhaps instead of increasing taxes on hotels that are paying taxes already, maybe we should do a better job of enforcing compliance of people who are not paying the tax but should be, such as Airbnb, other short-term operators.
You have my commitment to assist with that as well.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask a question as well. Councilor Bravo online.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to pick up on this point about what you're saying and what you're advising then is that we actually go to the tech platform to make them to make sure that they're collecting those taxes. And I find that very important as a transfer of responsibility where there's an untapped or insufficiently enforced resource. Is that right?
It's what I understand, but I think it would be best if we, perhaps collectively spoke with some of the city officials, as you may have better insight into how the bylaws are created.
Well, certainly, I think that's something that we have to look at, not just for all different tech platforms that are, when we talk about the challenge of congestion, that I assume is also a challenge for the tourism industry when the roads are congested, and that there's another platforms there that are around Lyft, Uber, et cetera. So I'll just move on to workforce. So I note that about 60% of jobs are paying less than $20 an hour in terms of like the labor shortage in Ontario. And I wanted to pick up on what you said, that a lot of the workers, a lot of the workforce shortage is actually in service. And that what we're talking about here is workers who can't afford to live here, but they can't move around on transit. So I really, I think it's a very important point that Councillor Perks was making. And I do remember those collective agreement requests from Unite Here was to have a transit pass because it was so crucial to the bottom line. And so that's great to hear that you're willing to make that advocacy. But on the security question, I think that the situation of the municipalities in Ontario is really dire. And I think that this is, perhaps in your industry, you'll recognize that it's not just in the City of Toronto. Ontario is the only province in Canada that expects municipalities to be responsible for social services. Does that make sense to you?
I understand the frustration, and I have seen, safety and security issues outside of downtown Toronto as well. So, like I said, I'm here to assist in working with all levels of government from the hotel industry perspective. We are the largest hotel association in the country, similar to Toronto being the 4th largest city in North America. That puts us as the. Oh, you're saying that? Yeah. Oh, did we? Okay. Yeah. So, like I said, I commit to assist this wonderful city to do what we can collectively to make it an even better place to live.
That's great. And I think I just, my last question is around the sales tax and eventually potentially advocating for the percentage of the HST. I hope that we can count on your industry to come alongside leadership, because as you said, we need tourism, we want economic activity, but every time there's a tourist event, it actually generates a cost to the city of get a percentage share of that activity through sales tax or through income tax. So I think I heard you say that you would also help with that there, and I want to confirm that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
For that.
Thank you.
All right. Stella Karaginakis. In 5 minutes. Hope it's not raining out there.
Clock is running.
Go ahead.
No more taxes. Direct taxes, indirect taxes, higher taxes, taxes on taxes. Torontonians are taxed out. A speaker earlier suggested that we should tax the rich. The rich have left the city, and too many businesses have left the city, taking good quality jobs with them. So I'm just going to start, first of all, by correcting page 20 on your consultant's report, an attempt to compare mill rates among municipalities, which is really very meaningless, because in Toronto, we pay, the taxpayers pay, on top of our taxes, we pay for garbage collection. Other municipalities include garbage collection in their taxes. We pay the city building fund. Other municipalities don't have a city building fund. We have the highest, so there are two components in the tax, in the property taxes, the mill rate and the market value assessment of the properties. And we have the highest market value assessment in Ontario. So you apply the rate to these high property valuations, and we pay a hell of a lot of tax. And equally important is the fact that we have a lot of properties, more assessed properties, more valuation, how do I put it, than any of the other municipalities. And the costs to the city in servicing are the same across the GTA. So if you're paving a kilometer of roadway, let's say, for example, in King City, there might be 10 properties on that kilometer of roadway. Of course, they're going to have to pay a little bit more. But in the city of Toronto, kilometer of roadway, we would have 10,000 properties. So of course, the more properties we have, our unit cost has to come down. We've had incredible amounts of development, and I expect my tax rates to be lower. Also in this report, in the consultant's report and in the staff report, there's been no mention of the tax-exempt properties. And I'm just going to mention one category of those tax-exempt properties, and that's the properties that are they're provincially funded institutions. And those provincially funded institutions, because they're tax-exempt, they are required to pay head and bed levies. No mention anywhere about head and bed levies. I wonder why. Today's head and bed levies, right now in the city of Toronto, are $75 per pop, right? $75. In 1987, 36 years ago, the head and bed levies were $75. 36 years you've been squeezing the taxpayers. And at the same time, you're sitting there telling me you want more money from the provincial government. Well, go get it. They're provincially funded institutions, and you're applying the head and bed levies from 36 years ago. I'm sorry. Yeah, I would probably be embarrassed to put that in the report as well. Also, this talk about affordable housing. We want affordable housing in the city of Toronto. At the same time, so on the one hand, you say you want affordable housing. On the other hand, you say, we're going to apply all these green initiatives. We have the Toronto Green Standard, we have net zero emissions, LEED, whatever. All these green initiatives can add up to 30% on the cost of housing. And you want to ask property owners, you want building owners to do audits, energy audits every year. Property owners who can barely maintain their buildings to code. Have you knocked on doors? Have you knocked on doors during the election campaign? You walk up the stairs, you grab the handrail, and it's swinging like this. Their roof shingles need replacing. They can't afford to do basic repairs. And you're going to ask them to pay $600 to have an engineer go through and tell them, oh, you need to put in triple glazed windows. Really? I mean, how is that affordable housing? And you spend, one last item, you spend 10% of the city's budget, you give it away to nonprofit organizations, $1.6 billion that goes to organizations, all of which can raise money in the private sector. Every single one of them. And most of them do not publish their annual audited statements online for the public, for the taxpayers like me to see.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. All right.
Councillor Holiday for a question to deputants.
Thanks, Mayor. I can answer questions if you, no, I'm just kidding. Thank you for speaking to us today. You mentioned page 20 is a really important chart, talks about the mill rates around Toronto. I wondered though if you caught the footnote number 17 at the bottom that says Toronto's municipal land transfer tax, or MLTT, has not been factored into the comparison. Do you have any thoughts on what, if it was factored into the comparison, it would say? Do you think it would rate,
Well, you would see a reduction in prices. You would see a reduction in prices, and you would ultimately get a reduction in your revenues.
So, yeah, I think you, in your speaking, I'll paraphrase, made the point that although the chart shows Toronto's taxes somewhere in the middle based on mill rate, there's other factors that actually increase the costs.
Absolutely.
Would you have any guesses on what somebody in Toronto would pay in terms of municipal land transfer tax on the sale of a property of, I don't know, an average of $1.1 million? And it's okay, it's a friendly question.
No.
Okay, would you believe me if I told you about $18,000?
Again, you're increasing shelter costs. You're increasing the cost of housing. And I think we need to be, I'm sorry, you can't, you've taxed, if you apply all these taxes, it will not be enough for you. You're spending like drunken sailors. You have $500 million extra this year. $500 million extra in your operating budget, and you're still short of money. It doesn't matter. We give you more money. You'll still be short of money. No matter how much money we give you, you'll still be short of money.
Do you think the committee and council should take into account all of these taxes when we singularly make decisions? And the report gives us the mill rate, but would it be a fair statement to say that there's more to it than just that?
Absolutely, and I expected your consultants to take that into consideration and to put this and to expand and to be more thorough in the production of this report, which which they did not do adequately, according to my, yes. Okay.
Any other questions? Not, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Our next speaker, Jonathan Hayden, because you switched with Peter Nguyen.
Helen, go ahead.
How could you skip me? It's fine.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon, Mayor Chow and members of the committee. It's really great to be here with you. I work with the neighborhood group Community Services, and we are a large multi-service agency with 31 locations across the city. And we work daily with people who need the full range of services our city government works hard to fund. Our participants depend on a strong library system, recreation programs, public transit, including a well-funded Wheel-Trans, shelters, public health programs, youth drop-ins, and more. And with me today, I have Roberta Taylor, who works with the Member Advocacy Committee, and she will be following up with some reflections after I speak. So we welcome the city's new report on progressive revenue tools to maintain these important services. The funding helps create a safe, livable city and makes programs more affordable and widely available. We need progressive taxation measures that don't harm the many low-income communities in our city. The Member Advocacy Committee is a group of advocates who live in poverty and have been homeless and face many barriers. Recently, they wrote to Mayor Chow requesting the city explore new revenue tools and more. In particular, they asked for a commercial parking levy, as many people have advocated for today, and a reintroduction of the vehicle registration tax. They also want to see more exploration of road tolls, which I haven't heard mentioned for quite a while. Progressive revenue tools are important, given that for more than a decade, new revenue has been obtained largely at the expense of those who have the least. This includes higher transit fares and more user fees, especially those charged for recreation programs. Many of our participants can't obtain city recreation programs as they fill up too quickly, and in some cases, the cost is prohibited. They also find the city welcome policy hard to access. We also note that there's pressure on Wheel-Trans to cut service for those who require it. And the city is lagging on social housing commitments, and as we've heard, the TTC is struggling to provide quality service. Our organization is happy to engage in a larger conversation with our many program participants to help build participatory budgeting and participatory democracy, as we see a lot of hope in this new city council. We want to build on the engagement and interest that we experienced with our participants during the mayoral by-election. We agree that the city must put its house in order by funding needed services, and we know you can't do it alone. The province and the federal government need to act as well. A well-funded city for all helps create a stronger tax base for other levels of government. Our organization does not want the city to keep lagging behind, as we all pay the costs when people are driven towards costly emergency services. We urge you to stay the course and keep programs funded. In the long run, we'll find savings through this funding and together build a safe, livable city for all. And I would like to ask Roberta to say a few words from the letter that she helped write.
Yes, we wrote a letter to Mayor Chow, and we were hoping that she would either have someone from this committee come and speak to our group, or come herself and meet with our advocacy group and or the our organization as a whole. And we are looking, our priorities are housing, homelessness, and having funding for, definitely for parks and recreation, as Helen mentioned. And also we looking for other community services, because drop-ins everywhere are suffering. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
What organization is it again?
It's the Neighborhood Group Community
NIP.
Services, which used to be St. Stephen's Community House.
Yep, the TNG.
Yeah,
Got it.
TNG.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have a question?
Quick question, because the group also, it expanded its coverage area when it merged, didn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
31 locations.
Oh, okay.
Including a number of daycares, so, yeah.
So in terms of reaching out to the public, you have a far reach.
We do.
For her to come out to talk. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah.
Now, back to Donovan. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, committee members. My name is Donovan Hayden. I actually moved back to Ward 4, so back in Ward 4, Parkdale High Park. Thank you. And I'm speaking today because of Progress Toronto. I'm urging this committee to vote yes to the new revenue tools recommended in the staff report so that we can fund the vital services and programs this city needs. I recently moved, and after 2.5 years of long distance, my girlfriend agreed to come move with me from the United States. Now, I wish my only anxieties around moving in with my partner were, what if it doesn't work out? Where am I gonna put all my clothes? Or will she let me hang my Star Trek posters? Yeah, as we know, as we are all aware, and especially the folks who are, who are renters, entering the Toronto rental market, those are the least of my concerns. The apartment search was stressful and demoralizing. So much of what I saw was overpriced or just substandard. And what I did like was gone in a flash. I powered through it and dealt with the stress, but what broke me every night was coming home and seeing this house right across the street from me that was vacant. Actually, it wasn't entirely vacant. The basement did have a unit that was on Airbnb as a long-term rental. So there were 2 floors in a house in Christie Pitts neighborhood that nobody lived in for more than a year. This was infuriating as someone struggling to find a place and knowing so many other people with less privileges than me trying to find a home. The fact that there could be a house and a person in the city who is using our housing as a stock investment. I did eventually find a place, and I'm happy with it. My girlfriend's moved in, we've built the IKEA furniture and survived. And actually, when she moved, her parents, Tom and Carrie, helped her move up. It was their chance to see their daughter's new home and also meet my parents. And I love showing off Toronto. I'm sure all of you do, because you do it in an official capacity. Seeing the city through their eyes really makes me appreciate living here. Tom and Carrie marveled at our walkable neighborhoods and the streetcar. And I encouraged them to take TTC, and they did. They hit a lucky weekend and actually didn't have any delays or any problems. Seeing their new love of Toronto was a reminder of why I live here and why I wanted my girlfriend to move up here and make a life together. But it also came with frustration and sadness. As they praised our walkable streets and streetcars, I knew that these services were in decline and that their benefits were not equally experienced across the city. As visitors, they don't see the cracks. What they do see and praise are actually carryovers from a time when we did invest in this city. They don't have to spend hours or in a packed 52 Lawrence bus. They don't have to dodge cars in York Southwestern. But as residents, we do. We have some great things in Toronto, but I know we can do better. Not just for visitors or folks in the downtown, but for everyone in every corner of this city. I am hopeful that the era of austerity and cutting services at City Hall is over. That is why I'm calling on you to accept the new revenue tools in the staff report, increase the vacant homes tax to 3%, establish a luxury homes tax and commercial parking levy, and seek out new ways to raise revenue equitably. Our city is growing. We're gonna have more visitors like Tom and Carrie. Let's make sure we have the resources to support them and make this city great, so that next time they come visit, I can show them even more things to love about Toronto, and I will be even more proud to show it to them. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Quick question, and you may have said it at the beginning, I apologize if I missed it. Where in the United States did your girlfriend come from?
We met in Pittsburgh, but she came from Denver.
She came from Denver?
Yeah.
Ah. So Denver, which is a place where in all 5 of the major cities in Denver, well, 2 of them are more major than the others, but in all of them, there is a payroll tax, an income tax, and a small sales tax.
Okay. Yeah.
So you probably know how they're expanding the transit system there. They've done very well in terms of LRT networks and the rest of it, things we're doing now, but with great difficulty. They have the exact revenue tools that we're discussing today and have had them for quite some time. Yeah. So while our city is beautiful, your future in-laws were reacting to a time when we did have that type of multi-government investment and through our 2-tiered city, some powers. So you're advocating getting back to that point where we can start doing that investing again.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. I don't know about all that, but
yes.
Let's hope so.
Yes. And keep working hard. One day you'll be able to afford a room where you can put up your Star Trek poster just for you.
Well, we did get one. We got my Captain Sisko poster up. So yeah.
Excellent.
But yeah, in terms of
Start of a man
affording
cave.
a room, I At 26 years old, to be very honest, I'm less than convinced that I will actually have a place that isn't a one-bedroom.
Yes.
To be very honest.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's another Linda Brett. Ali Minari. Ali is not here. Okay, it's remote. Ali, are you there? Online? 1, 2, yes, no? Not there, all right. Ross Dixon? No.
Did we do Linda Brett?
Miss Bedford? Paul Bedford, I see you. Come on up.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you again. It's been a while. First thing I want to say, I want to really congratulate Mayor Chow for expediting this report, and I want to congratulate the city manager for bringing forward a very comprehensive report. I've been waiting for this report for 25 years, ever since amalgamation, because when I was your chief planner back then, of the old city and the new city, I saw what was coming down and I said, oh my God, someday there's going to be a huge financial crisis because of downloading of transit, social housing, Gardner, et cetera, and there's no new revenue to replace it. And here we are. I also remember then Mayor Lastman. I remember him having a little bit of a hysterics in council when he heard that Premier Harris was downloading Ontario housing to the city of Toronto. He started to tear his hair. Are they nuts? It was quite a time. So here we are today, and I'm really happy this report is here. I just wanted to say a couple of quick things. Number one, about the reality of big cities. I want you to really seriously think we're no longer the old Toronto that you probably know and remember. Even 25 years ago at amalgamation, we were 2.4 million in 1998. We're just about 3 million now. So we've added 600,000 people. Toronto's unique in the largest city of the country, just like New York is in the US, like London, like Paris, like Tokyo. The report's comprehensive, but all those cities have a full suite of revenue tools that the city manager has discussed in his report. And I wanted to give you just one example of the closest city to us, which is, of course, New York. In addition to the property tax revenue that they obviously have there, there is a sales tax of 4.5%, an municipal income tax of 3 to 3.8%, bridge and tunnel tolls, of course, a metro commuter transportation surcharge, a parking garage tax of 10.3%, and the state of New York has just authorized the city of New York to bring in a congestion charge in Manhattan south of 60th Street for $8 a day, and that's coming in the spring of 2024. So that gives you an idea of the scope of the revenue tools that they have to run, obviously, a very huge city. And I think we have to think of Toronto not only as a big city today, but where's it going to be 25 years from now? I looked up with my city planning friends some very interesting figures here. And it even surprised me. There are currently 700,000 units of housing in the development approval pipeline in Toronto right now. It shocked me. They won't all get built, we all know that, but people have made applications that total that. Even if half of them got built over the next 25 years, you can do the math, 1.5, 2 people per unit. We're going to add at least another 600,000 people in the next 25 years. So I think we'll be a city of 3.5 to 4 million, somewhere in there. If we can't run this place now on the revenue tools we have, you know it's going to be impossible in the future. So I just want to emphasize that. Another way to think about it, I have a letter that's submitted, and you probably had a chance to read it. Think of it this way in terms of 2 big inequities. Right now, the entire population of Calgary comes into Toronto every day, whether it's by car, by GO, by TTC, whatever, even more than the population of Calgary. Yet, people who come on TTC and GO, of course, pay a fare. People who drive, it's free. Yet they use our roads, they use our services, et cetera. And there's a huge inequity there. And this relates to one of the revenue tools that many other big cities have, which is congestion pricing or road tolls. Another one is the parking. A lot of discussion today about a parking charge, and I think that's probably a good tool to utilize. But there's another inequity there. If you go and shop on the main streets, people pay for parking. If you go to Yorkdale or all the other malls, it's free. There's a massive inequity there. And I think, you know, in the subsequent reporting that the city manager is going to do, when it gets down to the nitty gritty, how many spaces there are and where and what types, you know, you can have a better estimate of that. But I think that needs to be corrected. Perhaps the most striking thing I found in the city manager's report and the consultant's report was that if you utilize all the tools we have available, a lot of them are pretty small, you don't get anywhere. It's, you know, 30%, whatever the number was, right? If you utilize the full 29 tools, which of course is everything, right? You generate anywhere from 3 to 7 billion a year. Now, you're not going to probably use all 29 tools, but my message to you is be bold, don't be shy. This is not a time to tinker. We're at a crisis situation. I've never I joined city planning in 1973, 50 years ago. So I've seen everything in this building and all the mayors and all the councilors over 50 years. And the reality is this is the worst financial situation I have ever seen Toronto in. So this is not a time to say, well, maybe later. You gotta be really, really bold. And I know it's going to be very tough, and you'll have a lot of opposition to various things, and you'll have all those debates, which you should. But remember a couple of things. Somebody said to me, yeah, but if we ask for municipal sales tax and municipal income tax, province has already hinted, no, get lost, right? Well, provincial governments change. I don't think you'll have the same provincial government in 10 years, certainly not in 25. We all know they go back and forth. And so keep that perspective in mind because this is long term. You need clearly to embrace key big revenue tools that grow with the economy, as the report states. And those are pretty basic. They're sales tax, municipal income tax, roll tolls, and congestion charges. If you just do those, you can basically really get a handle on this. And that's what New York, what Paris, what London, what Tokyo, all these big world cities have. It's not radical. That's what they have, because that's what it takes to run a big city that provides services far more comprehensively than any traditional Canadian municipality. So we're in a different league, a different situation. And I think, as I've said in my letter, there's some first steps that I think you have to take. The mayor in her campaign talked about a moderate tax increase, and you'll debate that with the budget chief, and you'll come to some number, and I think that's good to actually bite the bullet on that. I think you can also do some of the things that were in your powers right now in the City of Toronto Act, and they're listed. I won't go through them all in the manager's report. But the importance is to demonstrate to the province and the feds, you've got skin in the game. We're not afraid of doing this. We're going to bite the bullet. We're going to do these things now. But we need your help, and we need these other revenue tools. And I think you can make a very, very strong case for that, because you're not asking for the province necessarily. It'll be nice for them to pay for all this. You're asking to get the authority to give to the city, and you'll wear it as municipally elected politicians, to utilize these tools to solve our problems. So you're going to take the political heat for it, and I know you're prepared to do that. So my bottom line message to all this is, whatever you decide to choose, you know, I would strongly suggest that, you know, you minimize any negative impact on the lower income Torontonians for obvious reasons. And you make courageous and bold decisions, because the choice that I've said in my letter, right now is we can either manage our future or manage our decline. And what a lousy choice. You gotta manage your future. And my last message to you is make passionate love to this city. You've heard people here all day long saying they love this city. And I do. I'm born and raised here. It's my home. I love it. And I'll continue to support you guys in any way I can. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for that passionate plea. We're good? Thank you so much. We have, Melissa Goldstein. Okay, anyone that's late, they go to the back of the line, I'm sorry.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you. Go for it.
There we go. Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Goldstein, and I'm an affordable housing policy researcher and Ward 9 resident. I'm here today to speak to you about the vacant home tax. While I support the recommendation to look at the feasibility of increasing the vacant home tax rate from 1% to 3%, I want to ask the committee to direct staff to also consider changing the way the vacant home tax bylaw defines residential unit and changing what is considered a vacant unit under the bylaw. I don't think I was the only one surprised by the news earlier this year that through the implementation of the tax, only about 2,100 vacant properties were identified, which is less than a third as many as city staff had anticipated. But I don't think we should have been surprised because the way the tax was designed is likely responsible for that result. Under the vacant home tax bylaw, a residential unit is defined as a residential property comprised of one or more self-contained units. And under the bylaw, a residential unit is only considered vacant if none of the self-contained units on the property are occupied, or if none of the self-contained units on the property are the owner's principal residence. This means that owners of properties that contain several self-contained units are allowed to keep rentable units empty without having to pay the tax, so long as they declare one of the units their primary residence, or they have a tenant occupying one of the units on the property. This is significantly different than from the final staff recommended design features of the tax that were approved by council back in December 2021, where a residential unit was defined more sensibly, I think, as a self-contained unit, which includes a dedicated washroom and kitchen located on a property classified as residential property on the assessment roll. And a unit was to be deemed vacant if it had been unoccupied for more than 6 months during the year. If these features had actually made it into the bylaw, every non-exempt vacant residential unit would have been counted and would have been taxed. The implications for a vacancy tax that defines a residential unit as a residential property are significant. For example, in a Toronto triplex, a property owner can declare one unit in the triplex their primary residence and leave the other 2 units empty and be exempt from the tax. They could rent out one of the 3 units and leave the other 2 units empty and be exempt from the tax. And similarly, a property owner of a house with a vacant basement apartment can keep that basement apartment vacant without penalty so long as they live in or rent out the main house. It's unclear why this change to the definition was made after council had approved something different. The City of Hamilton is working on their own version of a vacancy tax, and their vacant unit tax framework is what Toronto should be doing. In their framework, a residential unit may be considered vacant by the city and subject to the tax if at least one unit within the eligible property was unoccupied for more than 183 days during the previous calendar year. An eligible property means a property or portion of a property that is assessed in the residential property class by MPAC and includes single-family homes, semi-detached houses, duplexes, triplexes, and on. Where an eligible property has more than one residential unit, a mandatory declaration is required for each unit, and the property is deemed vacant if one or more of the units was vacant for more than 183 days in the previous year, and the vacant unit tax is adjusted based on the number of vacant units on the property. Toronto's vacant home tax has enormous potential to disincentivize keeping empty rental units out of the rental market. Disincentivize keeping units out of the rental market and to generate much needed revenue for affordable housing, although ideally we will see the tax revenues decline over time as vacant units are added to the rental market. It's preferable that we see vacant units added to the rental market because the value of a unit being added there is far, far greater than the tax revenue that an empty unit would generate. This anticipated decline in tax revenue makes vacant home tax revenues a poor source of funding for the city and for affordable housing in the long term, which is something that you need to keep in mind when working on Toronto's long-term financial plan. I did want to suggest that the municipal accommodation tax be a better source of funding for affordable housing, but in looking into it, I think that provincial legislation may require that these tax revenues be used exclusively to promote tourism. And if this is the case, I just wanted to say that based on a previous deputant's deputation, it seems very nonsensical that we would be raising municipal accommodations taxes to the point that they hurt the tourism industry when the entire point of them is to help the tourism industry, especially if they can't actually contribute to the city's financial situation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That was an interesting suggestion you had.
Yeah, I have a question.
Councillor Bravo.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa, for your deputation. Can you, do you have any comment about why or how, for what purpose landlords are keeping in a multiplex, you know, up 4 apartments, 1, 2, or 3 apartments vacant?
I mean, I live in a 4-plex right now, and my landlord is keeping 2 units vacant. I think one of them is not rentable because it's a basement, and the basement has had flooding problems that he hasn't repaired. So that would make it exempt under the bylaw. But there's an upstairs unit that he isn't renting out, and I'm unclear why he isn't renting it out. I'm actually concerned that he might be getting ready to sell the property, because we know that it's easier to sell a property without tenants than the one that has tenants in it. And often I think landlords make the calculation that having tenants will cause damage to the property or make the property less desirable for sale, and that's why they choose to keep the units vacant.
So inadvertently, or perhaps if we had a tighter definition of around what a vacant unit was, or tighter definitions around this policy, we could be disincentivizing landlords, you know, trying to encourage vacant possession so that they can sell the building, and therefore that will be potentially a driver of higher housing costs at the level and the scale where we're trying to incentivize like lower rentals, with that being the greatest piece missing in our supply.
I think if a landlord has a property that is has multiple rental units in it, I think that if they are going to sell the property, if we put a financial burden on them through a tax that encourages them to sell, then there's no loss, because the next owner will actually rent out those properties rather than keeping them vacant if it's a multi-unit dwelling. I think it's better to basically keep these units rented. I don't see a downside to actually including those, like all of the units especially when we have such an extensive number of exemptions. I don't see why we wouldn't be including all of the rentable units and trying to tax them if it's going to encourage landlords to put them on the rental market.
In any case, you'd agree that asking for to consider and explore the definition as part of the review of this tax?
Yeah, or at least an explanation. I mean, what the city had initially proposed was exactly what I think we should be doing. So why did they change it?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I see no other questions. Thank you. Ali Minelli, are you able to turn on your microphone now? Ali? Okay, you can start. Okay, perhaps not. We'll come back to you. Jian Chang, come on up. Say that again. You have to sit down and speak so I can't hear you.
Okay, I have my PowerPoint slides.
Oh, you have a PowerPoint, okay?
Yeah, email to the city clerk.
We are not high-tech enough with our PowerPoint. We have a overhead projector.
PDF version. I mean, if that's not available, can you delay my speech because I cannot?
Sure, we'll come back to you. Maybe we can make it work. I will check, but I'll come back if you just, there's only a few more people ahead of you. Thank you.
It's a PDF version. Thank you.
Philip Panatu? Philip? Are you here, Philip? No? Emily LeBlanc? Emily LeBlanc? Online? No? Jacob Pendergrace? Are you here, Jacob? Okay. Heath, or Health, N?
Oh, no, that's part of the Health Network.
Health Network, okay. Oh, I'm just reading the list. University of Health. Debbie Sola. Debbie, come on up. After you would be Ali. I'm going to go back to the people that did not show up and then ask to see if anybody else have a seat. Debbie, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you to the committee for all your hard work. In all my years in Toronto, I've never seen anything so comprehensive and positive for Toronto, and it looks like we're finally going in the right direction. I implore you to please put this in action, and soon. We desperately need it. I came to Toronto, to Canada, in 1976 with my parents as refugees, political refugees from Chile, as many Canadians do come in hardship times to Canada and make a life. And my favorite thing about this city is that we come from all over the world at one point or another, and we share our culture, our language, our food, our music, and we become this incredible, beautiful melting pot of gorgeousness. But it's in trouble, and if we don't all band together and protect it and make it what it used to be, we're gonna be in big trouble. I have 3 children, they're teenagers, and I want them to know the Toronto that I grew up in. And I think we all want that for our children, our grandchildren, and all those that come. And we need to invest in this beautiful city and make it what it was. So I'm also a recent volunteer of TTC Riders, and I am not a driver. And in a city like Toronto used to be, you don't need to be a driver. We used to be really lucky in that respect. But it's very rare now that you can count on the TTC to get you where you need to be on time. For example, even though I live in Ward 4 for 21 years, right near a subway station, I had to take a taxi to go to yesterday's mock funeral for the Scarborough RT because there was a problem on line 2. My 17-year-old twin boys and I spent hours and hours making model SRTs for the mock funeral, painting them and building them. And line 2 was down, and we had to get them there on time. So we had to get in a taxi at rush hour or not go, and that was not acceptable. But that meant a taxi because yet again, there was a problem. And from all the news articles that I read, it was 10 years ago that we were supposed to replace those vehicles on the SRT. Why? Because we couldn't afford to replace them. It's an absolute miracle that there was no fatality, let alone no injuries. Again, we're in the same place on line 2. How many years ago was it recommended? I haven't read, but I'm sure someone here knows that we got new trains on line 2. Why is it that Line 1 has all the new trains? I know we were supposed to get new trains on Line 2 a while ago. When will we? Are we going to? Without any of these new revenue tools that you have all researched being implemented right away, none of this is going to happen. So like my fellow TTC riders, I am a big proponent of the parking lot levy for the shopping malls, for the big box parking lots, not the strip malls, not the small stores, the ones that have oodles of land. The vacant lot, the house tax, the rich house tax, 3 million plus. You have so much on your list. Like I said, I have 3 teenagers who probably won't be able to afford to live in this city. We gave up our car 8 years ago so that we could continue to live in the city. Why? Because we live near the TTC, near the subway. We walk, we live in a livable, walkable city. We TTC, we cycle. But that was what we gave up. We gave up vacations, we gave up the car so we can continue to stay in the city. But without being able to depend on the TTC, it makes it very difficult. I implore you, please use these tools. Since I came to Canada, the 3 different levels of government keep changing, keep promising we will do all these improvements to TTC, but they haven't. Please be the ones who do it, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Love to see your TTC, the LT model. I was doing a search, couldn't find it. Thank you for your work of putting that together. Any questions? No? To Debbie Sona? Thank you for coming down. I have one last speaker, which is John Chen. We have your online. We got your package online, so you can just speak to it if you want. And I just also want to see if Ali Minelli, are you still here? You'll be the last speaker? No. Okay, John?
Sure. I really wish I could show my PowerPoint slides in front of the public, but since we have it here, I'm going to go with it. Thank you. And good afternoon, dear mayor and councillors. Today, I'm here to second the proposals by TTC Riders and Toronto Environmental Alliance. And we really need progressive funding in terms of environment and public transit. And what? Okay, but before that, before going to policies, I would like to tell you a climate story. This story is a personal story and is outside of Toronto. I'm guessing you're on the first page. And there was one speaker before me that argued that rich people can move out of Toronto. But I'm saying that you can move out of Toronto, but you cannot move out of this planet. And no matter how rich you are, not even Elon Musk, you cannot move out of this planet. And so as you can see on the first page of my slides, this is a photo of me taken back in 2021. Another reason I chose to put this on my slides is not that I want to show you my selfie or how cute my dog is. I mean, I have better photos if I did want, but to show you the river behind me. This is Ganzhang, one of the many tributaries of Changjiang, the Yangtze River, the longest river in Eurasia. As a child who grew up alongside this river, I feel a connection to all the water bodies. And I'm aware of how water connects our ecosystem on this planet and how it's exceptionally sensitive to all the disasters of climate change. And can we turn to the second page, please? These are the photos I took in July 2020. After some extreme rainstorms I've rarely seen in my life, I mean, it's a short life, yeah, but the water level rose to a historical threshold and almost overflowed embankment in my neighborhood. I went to the riverside after days of raining ended, and the peak has gone downstream. But the flood has retreated from the walkway, but the entire riverbank where those trees were standing on was still underwater. And these are just some first-hand observations I made. And in order to put them in context, I drew a timeline of the climate disasters in China from 2022 to present days. Can we turn to the next page, please? This news is still in July 2020. The same thing happened to major cities alongside the Yangtze River and many rural communities alongside Yangtze River. This is a photo of a really important city, Chongqing. And can we turn to the next page, please? 2021, in the capital city of Zhengzhou, on July 20, there was 645.1 millimeters of rain poured into the city within 24 hours. And just to give you context there, that's the equivalent of the average annual rainfall in a normal year previously. That's like 640 millimeters. And I have seen videos of cars floating on the street and people sending their last messages when they were stuck in the subway train, when they couldn't escape. 14 people died in the subway train as the water rose above their heads, and 11 of them are women. Can we turn to the next page, please? Summer of 2022 drums another extreme normality under climate crisis. This is a photo of Poyanghu, the biggest freshwater lake in China. This is also the area where my grandparents came from. At the same time of that year, Pakistan was 1/3 underwater. Can we turn to the next page, please? And August 2023, here we go again. The news is fairly recent, only 3 weeks ago. In the meantime, we have wildfires in Canadian territories right now, and wildfires in Hawaii. 3 months ago, the wildfire in Quebec gave Toronto one of the worst air quality in the world. Sometimes we really have short memories, yet everything happens too fast. When people are dying from climate disasters, the best solution is to take actions, starting as late as now. And I want to remind you all that we do have plans to reduce carbon emissions in Toronto. We just have to act on them. Toronto has a net zero strategy called Transform TO, pledging that Toronto will reach zero greenhouse emissions before 2040.
Yeah.
I'm closing.
Sorry, no, you're slightly over time.
Okay, that's like 6 years from when next year's budget plan will come up. And dear councillors, I wish to remind you, Toronto is a city where half of the population were born outside of Canada. And when people's hometowns are damaged in the climate crisis, they will question us why we didn't take any questions today. So it would be a shame if we continue the business as usual. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time to capturing the photos of flood and drought. I was watching it as you asked us to slow down. Thank you for reminding us about the climate crisis. Do I see any questions? If not, thank you. And any other speaker, whether online? Ali, last call to you. Do you want to open your mic, or are you still there?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Do you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, especially Madame the Mayor. And, you know, I want to talk about something a little bit different from the talkings before, because I am over 65 and I'm a wheelchair rider.
I didn't hear a word you said.
And the point is that any cuts to the TTC will affect Wheel-Trans. You know, recently, Wheel-Trans actually sent a lot of application forms to the Wheel-Trans riders and asked them to renew their application. And then this happened this way, that they put some Wheel-Trans riders who have been on the Wheel-Trans for about 10, 12 years, they put them on conditional terms. Conditional terms means that these people can take the bus and the subway in some of the routes that they're taking. This is unacceptable and unfair because many of these people, like me, are suffering from disability. They are suffering from a lot of problems, and they cannot move on the city, on the subway, and the bus. And especially as you heard a lot of people here talking about crowded buses, crowded subways, and unfunctional public system. And now the Wheel-Trans is asking some older people to join the subway system on a wheelchair, on a walker. This is not fair. They're cutting the budget to the TTC, they're cutting the budget to the Wheel-Trans, and then they just send out a lot of applicants, a lot of people who've been using. I've seen some of the co-riders on the bus, on the Wheel-Trans bus, that I was talking to them, and they didn't know that they should go through the application. And when they don't go through the application, they don't get in touch with their doctors, and they don't know what to do, they will be sent out. And then they will be on conditional terms. It means that on icy roads, in cold weather, in difficult situations, they have to go to the bus stop, walk to the bus stop, or run their scooter, whatever, to the bus stop, and then from the bus stop to a designated station that they will take them to their destination. I don't understand this. If you can provide me with the Wheel-Trans, why should I walk to the bus stop and get to a designated spot, and then the Wheel-Trans bus takes me to my destination? How is that possible? And what crazy idea this could be. And you know what? They have put a name on this. They say family rides. Family. You know, it means that you are doing it with your family. Come on. When I cannot walk around, when I cannot use the icy roads to walk in winter, how can I walk to the bus stop and then get the subway? This happened to me that once I fell on the subway before getting the Wheel-Trans because I missed my Wheel-Trans. I couldn't get it. So I tried the subway, and on North York stop, I fell down, and one of the passengers put me on my walker, and I could get off. This is shame to a city like Toronto, that people who cannot walk on their feet, people who have problem to go around, they ask them to get the bus, ask them to get the subway, because they are short of budgets.
And you have to
Who
wrap
should
up.
provide the budgets to them?
Yeah, you have 6
Thank
more
you.
seconds. Thank you.
You know, the problem is that
Thank you so much.
cutting
We
the
know the
budgets
problem, yes.
is the problem.
We're trying to solve the
Thank you.
problem.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a nice. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Council members, we are back together. I see no other deputies. Last call for deputies. Okay. Your turn to ask question to staff. Any council? Councillor Holiday.
I also have a question, a few questions. Can I be on the list? Thank you.
Councillor Bravo also on the list, please.
And Councillor Morley. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Visitor first. So Holiday and Peruzza. Councillor Holiday to start.
Thank you, Mayor Chow, and thank you to staff for their presentation. There's a couple of questions. The first is in one of the recommendations to council, specifically 5D, bullet point number 1, staff have recommended, and I'm going to paraphrase, that we take a close look at all of the assets that we have, including our citywide surplus. But the first recommendation on what to do with the surplus is to leverage it to support affordable housing initiatives. And so in the simplest term, affordable housing initiatives are a payout, right? It's a subsidy from the city. So how do you resolve the conflicting information that we're being told that we don't have any money, and one of the solutions to that is to look at our surplus assets, but yet this talks about expanding it? How does that square up?
So, through the mayor, that recommendation really takes us through a triaging of how we would look at it. Not all of the initiatives, there could be ways of affordable housing that would not involve additional investments by the City of Toronto. You know, we hold out hope for that. So I think what we're saying is we'll go through a look at those assets because they are city assets, look at them in those ways with the disposition, the sale of those assets being that final piece that we would look at. So we are still trying to find ways of leveraging housing, but I would say that that is leveraging housing in a way that would not continue to, as I've said, dig the hole deeper, but instead look at creative ways that might be used for affordable housing in a different way.
So why wouldn't selling them first be the best way to avoid digging the hole deeper?
So through the mayor, you know, as we do this analysis and we come back with the analysis of these properties, we would be in your hands in terms of whether you would see it better to dispose of those assets rather than use them for those purposes.
The report talks about the compound annual growth rate, 2%. And I understand that to be the trajectory of our government growing beyond the ability to raise the money to pay for it. So that, you know, assuming we do all the taxes that we can do, we're still expanding faster. Do we have a plan, or can council see a plan to bring the compound annual growth rate to 0? That is, to stabilize the situation.
Through the mayor, I believe what we have in front of us here with the long-term fiscal plan is looking at the strategies and the suites of options that are available to us to address that very issue. So as we look at the $46.5 billion challenge, a significant portion of that is on the operating side. And essentially, that structural deficit that we've seen for years, where our expenditures are growing at a greater rate than our revenues would grow, and looking at strategies both on the revenue side, but as well as some opportunities on the expenditure side to try to bring those numbers in line.
0. So the analogy right in the consultant's report is a car headed towards a crowd of people. And you got your choice to step on the gas or the brake. And if we don't have a compound annual rate of 0, we're pressing the gas and the brake at the same time. So what do you think is going to happen? Okay, I'll try a different question, if it's okay. And Mayor Chow, to be very honest about this, you didn't start my timer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me.
I'll try to be as disciplined as I can with the committee. If I may ask, is there a way, the most important part of this report, in my opinion, is the discussion around governance. And it talks about, you know, a Treasury Board function, but what would it take for us to really make it illegal for council? Maybe illegal is a strong word, but to put some significant controls so that we can't put the gas and the brake at the same time. And Mayor Chow, I know you brought forward a recommendation to this committee today about expanding RGI and so on, but if we don't have the finances resolved, how can we press the gas and brake at the same time? So in my mind, is there a way to make that other motion out of order? And they happen all the time. I just picked an example because it's here today. But we do that at every council. We go with our 2 feet at the same time, but we have to, is there a way to not do that? Maybe it's a clerk's question, you know, the motion becomes out of order. I don't know.
Through the mayor, why that's in there is we do want to bring back some options that would look at ways, and I think it's about stage gating it. To your point, it is to have the chance to go look at it, not in the moment, not on the floor, not in a constrained time period, but actually to have that go somewhere where it can be clearly analyzed for what those trade-offs would be, because that's what it is. Ideas are wonderful to come forward. If there's a trade-off that we can talk about or a revenue source that we can analyze and bring forward, then they work. What we're looking for is a structured way that doesn't happen at the last minute, or in a way that that doesn't allow us to fully explore all of the options.
I'll go a little deeper. In the report, we talk about working with other orders of government, negotiating with them about a new deal. And so, you know, there's a great discussion about housing, how housing ought to be fully the responsibility of the federal and provincial government. Hey, they've got access to income tax to pay for income inequities. That's really what's behind that. So how do we stop those discussions at City Council? How is it that we can go to the federal and provincial government credibly and say, we would like you to take on these programs because they really belong to you, but at the same time, we're still now discussing service levels and trying to call the shots at the municipal level? So how can we have both? I don't know that we can. How do we resolve that? And maybe to bring my question around is, how do we discipline ourselves as a group, as council, so that we stay on track?
So through the mayor, that is the structural question that we want to have a discussion with you about, is what are those ways that they don't happen in the moment, they happen in a way that builds towards it. There's always planning that occurs. We think about the ways that hospitals are located in this province or schools are built, where there's never a school built without no operating dollars. Well, we often see that in housing. We receive the capital and then it's, well, go find the operating. Can you imagine if we opened a school in your neighborhood and said, well, you'll have to go fundraise or go to another order of government to find the staffing to teach the children? So I think there'll never be a time where you're not planning for that growth to occur in certain services. We need to continue to do that. The structure that we would have locally might be very similar to the way things work in other orders of government, where those discussions are happening in a place where we can match the appropriate resources so that we can actually achieve the targets that we're setting out to do. This is also not an opportunity for us to advocate that local role that we do play in the planning for our community. We are trying to suggest, though, that when we get to those moments of we've planned for our community, we know what we need and how to get there, now we're left with very inappropriate tools to try and fund that to occur.
Mayor Chow, I know the time is up. I'll ask one really simple, I think rhetorical question. Could staff bring us a report, or could staff at least calculate what the municipal property tax is with the annualized MLTT factored in? I've got an idea of what it is, but it's not in this report, and it's concerning to me because I think it's a large difference. Can that be done?
We have reviewed our property tax comparisons with various factors involved. So we've looked at a version that would include the solid waste charge. We've also looked at what powers we have and authorities we have within the City of Toronto Act. The challenge with a comparison on that with other municipalities is first that it's not uniformly applied across all of our residents. And it varies by year, with one of the greatest variables being the volume that we might achieve in any year. So you're going to see significant discrepancies every year, but you're also going to be reviewing one where you're now comparing property taxes in one municipality against another municipality that has both property taxes, but various other authorities that are available to us in the City of Toronto Act, where you might now be bringing in the vacant home tax as part of the comparator municipal accommodation tax. So it creates discrepancies and challenges when having a true apples to apples comparison.
Thank you. Councillor Perusa?
Yeah, just why not the entirety of the property tax or income tax or income tax points?
Income tax.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm not sure we understand the question.
Why not in your recommendations? Why not the entirety of the property
Is your
tax?
mic on by chance? Yep, okay, yep.
Is it me?
Oh.
I can do the Pavarotti voice if.
No, let's start with your question again.
Sure. The entire, the entirety of the property taxes generate $7.2 billion across the city of Toronto. Our share of that is $5 billion. We don't get the other 2.2. Why not recommend that we get access to all of the property tax, since people think they pay twice anyways? Number one. Number two, why leave out of the equation the tax that grows with the economy best, the income tax and income tax points?
So I'll answer.
Income tax points.
Sir. So through the mayor, I'll answer the second first, and then I'm going to ask Steve to jump in on the first point. So growth-related taxes is really the theme. We chose to, in our recommendations, because this is about taking immediate action, to focus in on a municipal sales tax, because there are frameworks in this country and frameworks that we're used to that could see this happen faster than income tax. While income tax exists in many cities, and we've heard it, in a Canadian context, it would take longer for us to figure that policy piece out. So I want to make it very clear. We are recommending that there be action taken around growth-related taxes. Those are both sales tax, consumption taxes, or income taxes. Our recommendation to you in this first report is to focus on sales tax because of the framework that would allow us to move in that direction faster. But it is not to take income tax off the table as a bad idea or one that we don't support, and we'd be happy to continue to look at that. Steve, on the first point?
Yeah, and on the first question, I believe the first question is around seeking to obtain the full property tax, including the education portion. And as our city manager has mentioned, the framework that we're looking to change is just that, in that we have a revenue source that grows with the economy. We're looking for a portion of a sales tax. We're also looking at a new fiscal framework that provides a fair contribution for the services that we provide that are an extension of the federal and provincial government, or that provide a regional benefit. And that's the reason we focused on the recommendations that we focused on in the report.
Okay, Councillor Prusa, anything else?
I'll argue it later, no worries.
Okay,
yeah.
All right, thank you. Councillor Morley. So I have Councillor Morley, McKelvey, Perks, Bravo, Fletcher, and Carol.
Sorry, Councillor Malik, I had also requested to be on the list
Okay,
earlier.
got it.
Thank you.
Councillor Morley.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions for staff, and I just want to thank them, of course, as usual, for their great work, and of course to the members of the public for joining us today with their input. I have questions surrounding the TPA proposed changes around the parking caps. What are the challenges that are currently presented with the process of councillor concurrence as it relates to setting the rates within neighborhoods? Hoping someone from TPA could just highlight a little bit of why this recommended change is coming forward for us.
So, Councillor, through the mayor, I'll begin the response. I'm not sure if we have members of the TPA here. So the TPA is conducting a comprehensive review across the city. Again, it'll be the first review, I think, since 2017. The idea is to remove the cap to ensure that we have an opportunity to look at the pay for each of the locations consistent with what we have witnessed in other jurisdictions across the city. That comprehensive review itself will come back. Within that comprehensive review, we will actually have the recommendations for what the rates may be by geographic location. The recommendation from us today is really just looking at removing that restriction that's in place today.
That's great. Thank you, Stephen. And I do think it's a good avenue forward, and definitely for the reasons that were given as it relates to our competitiveness with other major cities, and the opportunity to see a little bit of an increase there. However, I do want to really highlight the importance of the local councillors' input as it relates to those changes as we go forward. So we'll keep a keen eye out for that information as you all continue to do your work. including ballpark what we might be able to actually raise as a city through that particular recommendation. The other piece that I wanted to highlight and flag and just sort of get a little bit more information on, we heard from a number of our deputants today about affordability, the affordability crisis in our city right now. And some of the recommendations have been suggested that they would potentially or maybe likely be passed off to end users. So I'm thinking of the new Gen 911 fees that we're looking at, as well as the parking levy, commercial parking levy. Is there a mechanism as we continue to evaluate these potential changes to ensure that those increases live with the very profitable corporations and companies that are most benefiting at the moment, as opposed to being passed off to the end users?
So through the mayor, thank you for the question. And this is a challenge that we come up against across a number of the recommendations. We would do everything in our power and we have in terms of researching how to implement it to ensure that that those that should least be affected are unaffected. To say that we can find a way to absolutely ensure that doesn't happen is we just can't make that assertion. So there is every possibility that some of this would get passed on, but we will do everything in our power to create the dynamic and the framework for it that doesn't allow that to happen. But that's the nature of what we're left with in terms of the revenue tools and some of the options that we have as a city to look at, that oftentimes we can't fully control how those will be felt by the individual Torontonian.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Again, another I think keep an eye on and ensure that to keep our affordability residents as we move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Deputy Mayor McAuliffe.
Thank you. Okay, I have 6 questions, so I'm going to ask them fast. Okay, so the first one is on the parking levy. I know that you were given previous direction to look at higher order transit and a whole bunch of other things, but I don't see that explicitly in the rec. So are you still going to include all of that and report back on what we asked around that?
Through the mayor, yes, that'll be part of the review that comes back.
Okay, and then for parking rates, a friend told me this week they went up to Barrie and the parking lot to access the lake. If you're a resident of Barrie, you pay one rate, and if you're outside Barrie coming in to use their nice beach, you pay a higher rate. Is that something that parking authority will also look at?
Through the mayor, so it wouldn't necessarily be the parking authority, so that would have to come back as part of the review that we undertake, as well as an ability to differentiate between a resident and non-resident.
Okay. For the sales tax specifically, do you have numbers yet that say, you know, what amount would be paid by Toronto residents versus all the people that come in and, you know, flush their toilets and leave their garbage and drive on our streets and use our infrastructure? So do you know how much more money we're capturing from residents versus non-residents of Toronto yet? And is that one of the reasons why you're recommending this tax, I guess, is it's capturing like the full extent of people that are using our infrastructure?
Through the mayor, I don't have the percentage in front of me, but that is one of the benefits that we would see is all individuals that leverage our services and use our services would now contribute towards paying for those services that we offer, not entirely borne by the residents of the City of Toronto.
And might you have those if I ask that question again at council?
We will endeavor to pull that information.
Okay. Have you looked at, and this is going to be a really weird question, the psychology of paying taxes? So here's why. Every year our income tax goes up. I don't know how much my income tax goes back up year over year because it comes off my paycheck before it comes to my house. So there isn't this aversion to loss because it's not money that flowed through my bank account. Whereas when it's a property tax and you're writing a check, or it's a sales tax and you're going out and you're seeing the line item, we have a different reaction because it's money that's flowed into us and gone out through our wallets. So I mean, you probably haven't looked at this, but like, is this real? And is there this psychology of taxes? And should we be thinking of this as we look at new tax sources and revenues?
So through the mayor, I would say it's real. We don't have the research and the evidence around it, but there is, to your point, how people see their payment of it does matter. And I think what we're looking at, though, is what is the suite, and some people have mentioned it, what is the suite of revenue tools that major cities use, not just in Canada, not just in Ontario, but in the jurisdictions that make sense for us to look at. And that's a broad array. And so some of it is about income, which may be one that people see less of because it's taken away. Some of it is direct things that you will see and experience as you go and choose to do certain activities. That balance is what's important. And what we really feel, and what we tried to stress in our presentation, is right now we have such a limited place where we can go. It's property of some kind, commercial property, residential property. That has to have an impact on people because now they see it in many ways on that property, because that's the only place we can really go.
Okay. For consultation, and you had some of the businesses that spoke there, what sorts of consultation and engagement are you looking at with the business community? Because it looks like they could be some of our biggest champions for advocating for new revenue tools. So what extent of conversations are we looking to have? I think there's a recognition of businesses that do appreciate that the City of Toronto is having financial difficulties and do want us to have good infrastructure that is good for them too. So what are the plans around business consultation?
So through the mayor, we do expect to start to engage. We'll certainly be working with the chair of the Economic Development and Community Development Committee as well to talk about how we can leverage some of the committees and some of the work that's happening already in the city around the economy. One of the reasons why we're glad to get this report public so it can be discussed is that we can engage with some of the people you've heard from today and others to say how do we collectively move forward and make our pitch for the kinds of revenue tools that make sense for the city. So that will be a broader strategy as we move forward, and we will leverage, as I say, some of the existing tools we have here at the city and the existing committees and advisory groups.
So today we're not making a final decision to implement a parking tax, sales tax, or income tax. What you're getting is authority to enter into those conversations with the other levels of government and broader public around what that could look like.
So through the mayor, the one piece I just clarify is on the parking levy, we're going to report to seek approval to come back with that report. So that's a little bit differently. We're not advocating. We can implement that. So we're going away to.
But we would have to improve the implementation of it. It's not implemented today based on that. Okay.
Today it would not be, yes, it's going to happen. Today is, yes, you're going to get the full implementation plan, which then you can review and make changes to as you see fit or accept. On the other case, it is, yes, it's a formal piece that we will work together with all of you as council, as well as the staff, to go and have those formal discussions and start to look at the various tools that could be possible.
And my last question, if we were to send a bill to the provincial or the federal government tomorrow, do we have those numbers around everything that we pay for that they should?
So through the mayor, we do categorize the major ones. Every last piece, no, but the major areas to do with transit, to do with their social services, to do with our health services, absolutely, we have those numbers quantified.
Okay, thank you.
More questions? Next up is Councillor Perks. Okay, Councillor Bravo, question?
Thank you, Chair. So I also have 6 questions, so I'm going to try to be fast. I understand that how we include properties and the units within them in the vacant homes tax depends on information provided to the city by the Provincial Municipal Property Assessment Corporation. But the deputant raised this issue of potentially having one occupied unit in a 4-unit multiplex. Is that something that staff could brief councillors on as we go forward?
Through the mayor, happy to brief councillors on how it's the vacant property is applied against the full assessed value where challenges exist as it might relate to a multi-unit building.
And ideally any alternatives that we might have. Next question is about comments made by Minister of Finance, Chrystia Freeland, in response to the mayor when we were looking for the federal government to really fund the cost of refugee housing and refugee shelter. She said the city's in an excellent position if we spend reserve funds. In a number of the city's reserve funds, including the tax rate stabilization reserve and development charges reserve, have grown significantly in the past few years. Can you explain how our reserves seem healthy, but yet we're in such a dire financial position?
So through the mayor, I'm going to begin and then throw quickly to Stephen. I understand you're under time constraints. I don't subscribe to the assertion that we are sitting on a lot of money. If you actually look at the commitments against those reserves, we have about a third of what we need. If you look at the reserve that we're using as a backstop, it is projected to be fully expended in 2023. So I understand $1.1 billion in a reserve that we can use for operating funds sounds like a lot, but not by the end of 2023. There'll be very little left. And those other reserves are committed, and they're committed against challenges that we have that far outstrip the combined amount of about $11 billion if you look at reserves and deferred revenue. Steve?
Yeah, happy to add to that. So we currently have about $38 billion in commitments against our existing reserves and deferred revenue, a couple over a 10-year period. A couple of examples that I think can resonate well is our water and wastewater reserve. We collect revenues on an annual basis to support our capital plan. We have $14 billion in commitments against the $1.2 billion balance in our water and wastewater reserve. Another one is our city building fund. So we collect a dedicated property tax levy. We set those funds aside into our reserve. We have about $500 million in that reserve, but the strategy is to build that reserve to be able to service $6.1 billion in debt over the term of the debt issuance. And our city manager already spoke to our COVID backstop that we've built up. We've already started to deplete, and the expectation is by early next year, that reserve will be fully depleted.
Thank you. A great opportunity for some sort of literacy around municipal finance for our Minister of Finance at the federal level. Around the shelter pressure, we have the largest number of shelter spaces per capita in the country, as you've said, but our shelter system is still over capacity every night. Is it accurate the current operating budget pressure from the increased shelter cost is $317 million? First question. And with the increase in shelter pressures we're seeing, is it feasible? Is it feasible for the city to be able to fund all the new shelter spaces and housing supports that we actually need in the city, considering the rate at which people are homeless and are becoming homeless?
So through the mayor, the answer to the tail end of your question is no. I mean, we have other pressures as well. We can't do this alone. Secondly, in terms of the numbers, the $317 million is simply the COVID pressure. So that's the expansion that we are dealing with through COVID. And the other piece that's important is the increased number of refugees accessing shelter, which we're estimating now will be over 200 million on an annual basis, given the numbers we're up to of about 3,300 a night within our shelter system. So significant COVID hangover pressures in our shelter system, as well as increasing refugee pressures for shelter as well.
Thank you. So we've been leaving a bit of money on the table. Think about the for-profit corporate subsidies, like the the Imagination Manufacturing, Innovation and Technology Financial Incentive Program, for example. Was this program reviewed before? And during COVID and during the pandemic response, was there ever consideration of cutting this program at that time with all that pressure?
So through the mayor, in terms of the IMIT program, yes, a review had been initiated prior to the long-term financial plan. And so we're wrapping that together to say, let's come to that answer. I think it's important to note that the tools that we're talking about in terms of some of the DC exemptions and the IMIT program, were fully vetted and served a purpose at one time. Our goal was to look at this, and now in the current financial situation, to really understand whether those priorities and whether those programs match our other needs and our need to find resources in order to make the budgets work. So yes, a review had already been initiated. We're going to bring that together and talk about IMIT. And then on the other piece around DC exemptions, it really is to look at how we can keep a bit more of that revenue coming in so that we can invest that in other types of programs.
Councillor
And,
Dufault,
yeah.
I think your
so
time's
just a
up
question.
because I did not turn on your time. And last question.
Last question is just that I don't want to leave the impression for the public that what we have before us is going to solve all the problems we have. We have so many underfunded strategies like climate, seniors, youth poverty. The 46.6 billion doesn't mean that these council approved strategies would be fully funded, correct? Or that the deferred delayed capital projects would be immediately funded. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, the 46.5 billion and specifically the 29.5 associated with capital is only the known pressures that we have today. The report's clear as well that it does not include the costs associated with meeting climate goals.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, your questions?
Yes, thank you very much. Just some really quick questions. I did ask TTC riders, and that really was an interesting statistic that the current ridership is only 56% made up of commuters, but we're at 76% of riders. Could you just shed a little bit of light on that, please?
So through the mayor, just to be clear on the statistics, these are the details within classes of riders in terms of their percentage based on their pre-pandemic rate. So many of our breakdown of riders are actually pretty close to their pre-pandemic rate when you think of issues such as children and youth and those types of areas. And in fact, some of our, what I will call recreational riders, is over the pre-pandemic areas, sometimes quite dramatically. The piece that hasn't rebounded, Councillor, to your question, is the commuter riders. They are only at 50% of their pre-pandemic experience. So that's the piece that's concerning because, so I don't want you to get the wrong impression. This is compared to their pre-pandemic levels.
I see, thank you. Mayor, you've not turned my timer on. I'll just advise you. Thank you. The increase for paid on-street parking, which is the cap coming off, is there a forecast of the revenue for that?
There was an initial preliminary estimate that it would generate about 12 to 15 million in additional revenue for the TPA, and then when we apply the city's income share agreement, that could be anywhere from 8 to 10 million or so returned to the city.
And have you done a deep consultation with Tabia in any way, or could you still do a little bit before we get this to council?
So the recommendation in front of us was strictly to remove the cap. There's the comprehensive review that is being undertaken by the TPA currently, and I would imagine, and we can follow up with them, that all consultations and stakeholder engagement are occurring.
Business consultation for small business. Thanks very much. And then for the commercial parking levy, I'm a little surprised to hear that there wasn't work done on that already, because this isn't the first time that this been at this rodeo. There's been a number of times that work has been done on this. So is there no inventory of any kind that's been established yet?
Through the mayor, so staff were preparing a report back on the item. There's been past briefing notes and report to councils on this. Staff are going to continue with that work, and it will come forward now as part of the budget process in terms of an implementation plan.
But you could give us a forecast at council from previous times, could you not, in this report?
In terms of a forecast, again, there's certain variables that staff will still need to consider as part of the report back, specifically what the rates would be, but also geographical areas.
Right, but the inventory should be established by now, should it not?
We do not have an inventory at the current time. That will be part of the work that is still going to be completed.
I see, okay. And for the IMIT, I heard $726 million that we have considered. Are you considering taking that out, or that will be the last payment? I'm unclear which direction.
Through the mayor, the 726 million represents the amount that's either been paid through the program to date or existing agreements that are in place that will come to the end of their term over a period of time. What it would be considered is reviewing the program on a go-forward basis, not that we would revert back to old and existing agreements that are already in place.
So we could simply say there'll be no more IMIT.
So the recommendation is to come back with a review of the program and to either augment it or to dissolve it.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Councillor Carroll.
So great follow along here. If I can just ask, the report's looking at reviewing it, not eliminating it right now. There may be a different way to approach it.
So through the mayor, one of the options that will be explored is the impact of dissolution of the program, but it's a review of what the program might change to be as well. But just so we're real clear, one of the options being explored is the implications of stopping the program altogether.
Right. But then there's, you would explore it like anything else. We would also have a do nothing option. No, I'm kidding. But it's important to note that there is the issue of it's a TEAG, so there's a descending amount of foregone revenue per year. The question is, a big question would be, do we want to continue to grow the number of participants in it? And that's where we'd have a challenge. We wouldn't have the wherewithal for any growth there.
So through the mayor, that was the purpose in reviewing this and putting it in as a recommendation is, yeah, it's a bit of the stop digging part of the plan.
Right, okay. And if I could just, also following on Councillor Fletcher, the TPA lifting the cap on the fee structure is an interesting one, and we kind of forget about it, but within their governance mechanism, if we were to as council recommend lifting the cap there's some revenue to be captured, but you would still want to consider where. There are parts of town where it doesn't make sense to do that. There are parts of town where it makes a lot of sense to do that because it's become, a hot restaurant district or a tourist attraction or whatever. But there would still be the purview would still be with the board, would it not, to have their staff do the analysis, and then the first stop would be the board of the TPA looking at where they wanted to exercise that new revenue ability. Would that not be the case?
I'll jump in, and through the mayor, yes, that would be the case, and that would be the results of the work they are doing now as part of the comprehensive review.
And then I'll move to my big ones. EY notes that road tolling is not available to us through the City of Toronto Act. No surprise to us, but it was a surprise to me that they have cordon charging, congestion charging, listed as doable under the City of Toronto Act. That was news to me. That was news to me. Is that the case, or do we just think they didn't look carefully enough?
Through the mayor, so when we look at the revenue options, we look at them both whether or not they're available under the City of Toronto Act, but also if they need provincial regulation or cooperation. So in that case, the challenge is...
Sure, I haven't been talking for 6 minutes, have I? Did my clock just continue on from somebody else's side? Yes, I'm using Councillor Holiday's minutes. Yes. Okay.
We would need regulatory changes from the province.
We would still need a regulatory change. Okay. I'm in your hands, Madam Mayor.
Why don't you do another minute or so?
And an income tax question.
The
income tax question is, it's noted as a possibility, but it's not framed as a payroll tax. And I'm wondering if you had that discussion with them. Why did they not look at it in terms of a payroll tax structure? In many municipalities in the United States, that's the way they collect it, because that way they collect it based on earned income, and that income may be earned by people who don't live in Toronto. It may be earned by someone who lives in Markham, but he earns all of his money in Toronto and uses our infrastructure. Did they tackle that one, or was there an impediment to that one?
Through the mayor, I won't say there was an impediment to it. No, we didn't do a deep dive on it. As we looked at the purpose of this report and the timing of it, this is one that would require more energy and effort. We're happy to go and do that at direction, but our sense was this is a longer process piece for all the reasons you've just said, the way it works, not really a pathway we could see that's a clear recommendation to bring to you in terms of go here to do this. It's a much more complex area. So, you know, just in a triaging of what we were going to spend our time and energy on, both of EY's time and our staff time, we didn't fully explore it, but I think it's one that we should continue to talk about and do some work on in the future.
Yeah, I'll save more questions on that one and maybe offline question it, because what we learned from the New York City Controller, Councillor Crawford and I, when we were doing our political blind date, is that it's incredibly easy to collect. It's the easiest one to collect, but you of course need that state agreement. Lastly, sales tax. And I feel like I'm asking this on behalf of all of Ontario, because my visit to AMO, talking to mayors and councillors, they really want to see us pursue this, because they know that if we pursue it, it's in their future, and they know as well as we do how many municipalities are taking advantage of this, a 1 cent sales tax or beyond. But they all ask the same question. It seems to me if you're going to go and ask them, how are you going to prove that you'll be prudent with it? Can we assume that part of the, you know, if we give direction for you to pursue this, part of the intergovernmental conversation, and perhaps some of the conversation that will come back to us as councillors, is that if we were going after something like a sales tax that would get us $800 million to $1 billion a year, that we would want to wrap fiscal policy around it so that it would be prudently used.
So through the mayor, certainly I think as you look at the various tools, you want to be very clear about how that's being used. An example I'll say is, you know, don't leave us still with the $1.5 billion hole by using that for all new programming. I mean, we need to continue to build that. So I think it is, but I would say,
et cetera, et cetera.
when you look at the way cities, large cities are funded like this, it is to provide those very needed and basic services that you are asking for in a way that not only you on behalf of those who call Toronto home are asking, but the people themselves want. So the prudentness of this is sometimes, you know, I'll say I get a little of my back up. We're trying to make sure we provide the very best services. We are constrained in our ability to do that today, and this would allow us to get to that high quality service delivery that everybody's asking for.
Right. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Last questioner, Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. I also just want to echo thanks to staff for such a comprehensive report, and for everyone who came through today and spoke to these issues. And what we heard was that people are experiencing, you know, the impacts around transit service, around housing, around access to, you know, what allows us to thrive in Toronto in so many different ways. So my first question is, just broadly speaking, how was an equity lens used when examining these future revenue tools, and how was that lens factored into the approach to the recommendations and their prioritization?
Thanks for the question. And through the mayor, so what's in front of us is a suite of options. Part of the analysis was try to determine an impact where it would range across broad categories of ultimate and contributors to the revenues. I will say, as part of the implementation plan coming forward, there will be an equity lens that will be placed on each of these as we're looking at introducing them, and that will be part of the plan coming forward.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. We also heard a lot about the impacts of the climate crisis, and I particularly just want to zero in on the emissions performance standards, and seeing that as something that has the potential to have, you know, the double bottom line, the revenue tool, and as a tool around the city's climate leadership. I'd like to just hear a little bit more about that particular consideration when it comes to the emission performance standards, and you know, the approach around the action that needs to be taken when it comes to this review in addressing both our environmental and revenue goals, which are very closely tied.
So through the mayor, emission performance standards were first identified in our existing building strategy in 2021.
Can you lean closer to the mic,
All
please?
right. Through the mayor, emission performance standards were first identified in our existing building strategy in 2021 as a key approach to reduce emissions from buildings. The proposal that we have in this document would move this forward, accelerate the work, and focus actions related to existing buildings by establishing mandatory building emission performance standards for all buildings. From a next steps perspective, it'll be really focused on engagement with communities across the city, in particular, looking at things like affordability and potential impacts on tenants and business and others to establish both ambitious standards, but also achievable standards that will help to reduce emissions, but also ensure that kind of the actions on climate reflect what is possible within the city as well. So there's a lot of work to be done in this regard, but with direction to move forward, we'd be focusing on that engagement and bring something back next year for council decision.
Thank you very much. State of good repair has been mentioned many times when it comes to, you know, the city's expenditures, access to our revenues. And I would just want to hear a little bit more about how the state of good repair backlog in particular is harming our annual operating costs.
Through the mayor, so we do have a state of good repair backlog. Our latest estimate was at $9.5 billion. We do expect that number to grow to nearly $19 billion within 10 years. The challenge associated with that is very much that you then end up doing reactive maintenance work, or you end up doing more operating type maintenance work to be able to ensure that the infrastructure is in a state where it continues to operate, where you then have the ability to come forward later on with the capital investments.
Okay, my final question is just you know, echoing something that has been raised by a number of the speakers and my colleagues as well. It was also one of the most concerning sections of the report that states that without support from the federal and provincial governments, quote, the city will not be equipped to deliver goals on behalf of other orders of government, such as housing priorities, transit expansion, refugee response, or climate action. I just want to hear a little bit more about what action we've seen from the province and provincial government in this regard in this term, and how does this really important step actually strengthen our capability to negotiate and work with other levels of government on these requests?
So through the mayor, and the mayor's given me 3 seconds. So we have seen small investments made, and we're appreciative of those. However, to meet the goals that you talk about, we need a complete rethink to this. To wait and wait and wait and ask and ask and ask to finally receive a small investment for supportive housing is not the way to ensure we build 18,000 units of supportive housing. To submit for more than 1,000 units of rapid housing and receive, you know, below 200 units is not the way that we can quickly address some of the housing issues that we have in the community. And that's why the suggestion is we need to have that comprehensive conversation about how we work together. And the last thing I'll say on this is on shared priorities. We are not offside with the other orders of government, which is a wonderful place to be in. And my apologies, Mayor, that was more than 3 seconds.
You summarized the entire argument discussion that is in front of us. So you can keep going if you want. Okay, on speakers, Councillor Holiday, what do you need? Sorry? I cannot hear anything you said. I know different people. Okay, thank you. I know Councillor Holiday want to speak. Anybody else that's on this committee? Councillor Fletcher. Want to speak? Councillor Bravo. Anybody? Any other speaker? Carol, Matlow, Perks. Okay. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Mayor Chow, for the opportunity to speak at the committee. I would like to leave the committee and those listening and following this debate an idea that we need to think about. So what's really before us today is really 2 actionable items. The first is an increase to the MLTT worth about $26 million. It affects about 929 properties. And I expect that that would go through without too much debate. And there's a second item, and that is to take the lid off the cost of parking. And that'll bring in, we just heard, 8 to 10 million. Not a lot of money, 8 to 10 million, maybe the cost to rename Dundas or something in the scale of our whole budget. But there's a whole bunch of other ideas in here that have fairly significant impacts to the people of Toronto. But what we also heard today is even if council did all of those things, it's only about a third of the fiscal hole that we've got. And so the other 2/3 involve a conversation with the other orders of government about who does what and who's responsible for what. So the political pendulum at City Hall swings and moves, and I've been following politics a long time, and as many of you know, my father was quite involved with this for many years and learned an appreciation of that. And I know taxes will come and taxes will go, and I have some suspicions of what this council will vote through. But there's one structural issue that no council has been able to deal with. And it's touched in here, and it's actually a critical term applied to the other orders of government called unfunded mandates. And I think we do that ourselves at the City of Toronto. I've seen it over the almost 9 years I've been here, and it's happened over and over again. So if City Council wants to be a player and ask for a very significant thing, which is a piece of the sales tax, hundreds of millions of dollars, something that can go from 1% to 2% with a click of a vote, I think we have to look at some of the structural pieces, and that's contained in here. Talks about governance, talks about what I was asking about in the questions about not having our foot on the gas and the brake at the same time. I think that's really important to show that we're making progress on that and to have those pieces in place. There's an old saying, the person that hires the piper gets to call the tune. So we, in this report, are going to embark on conversations with the federal and provincial government about asking them to look after the costs of transit, of operating housing, of operating different social services. And I agree. I mean, these are things that really are the job of those governments. But how do we then turn around and expect to dictate what the service levels are? I have no doubt that if the provincial government was to take on the cost of operating the transit system, then within the same council meeting, we'd probably start the discussion of talking about service levels, how much of the fare box goes towards operating. The question I have for the committee, for all of us to reflect upon, is if we upload these services, are we prepared to relinquish the decision-making around those? And I doubt we will. And that's my worry, is that whether or not we stop a gap with more taxes and more access to revenue streams, council will do what it has done for decades upon decades, and that is ratchet things up. Because often, City Council takes a different political view of the other orders of government, and they choose other services, and they choose to layer on or augment or add things that really are their job. And then it's really hard to come back decades later and say, well, take on these costs, they're yours. But if you trace back the origins, the beginnings, it was council's choice to go down that journey. So, I really wish the staff well, and I think it's a really important turning point in the city's history to reopen these pieces of discussion, because we do all these things and squeeze more money out of taxpayers in the city. We can only cover 1/3. Is a fundamental issue. But in order to not have this conversation in, I don't know, 10 years again, 20 years again, I don't know that any of us will be around, maybe, we have to put those controls in place. And that's why I asked those questions about, how do you create a situation where we're not able to bring forward a motion that is an unfunded mandate or overlays or augments the work of other governments because it's them paying for it. The last comment I would make, and I think it's important because I think it's a sign of reverence to the citizens of the city. Whether you rent or you own a home, you pay taxes and fees. And I find it very difficult when people turn around and say, people don't pay enough. I tried to make the point that the municipal land transfer tax is a big chunk of money. And we always forget to talk about it when we talk about the tax rates. I did my calculations. I figure it's about $1,500 a year. We can talk all day about those numbers, but you got to recognize it's a fair chunk of change. When you layer that in and the cost of other things that we charge, I agree with Mr. Conforti. It's hard to compare other places. At the end of the day, you compare what's the tax on the wallet, and it's a lot. So please show the reverence and respect to them. Thank you, Mayor Chow.
I'm going to speak to start off this discussion after Councillor Holyday. Councillor Holyday, I've been on council, Metro Council, dealing with Toronto Transit Commission since 1991. It was not the choice of the City of Toronto at the time, called Metro Toronto, that the Harris government of the time downloaded a significant piece of the capital budget and the operating budget, the entire operating budget, to TTC in the City of Lone. And it certainly wasn't the choice of the City of Toronto. We did not want to have anything to do with the Ontario housing. And that was completely 100% downloaded to the City of Toronto when the amalgamation took place. And guess what? They had no reserve funds. At the time, City of Toronto, through City Homes and Metro Toronto Housing Corporation, had seniors housing and City Homes, and we had a very healthy reserve funds. We did not want to take on those responsibilities. It wasn't a creep into wanting to do more. Absolutely not. That was not the case. It was forced down, including the DVP and the Gardner, etc. I can spend another 10 minutes to tell you what was the history of it. But let me tell you about gas and brakes. Recently, I've been in a lot of electric cars. There's only one paddle. And then if you put your one foot on the gas, it will go forward. And if you lift your foot up, it will slow down. It will brake. One paddle only. If our mission is to say, going forward together into our home, safe and sound, how do we do it? Sometimes when the opportunity comes forward, we need to put our gas on. We have to, in order to get there. But when we're facing a red light, by gosh, we're going to stop. And of course we'll brake. Yes, we can do both, not at the same time, but it's just one paddle. And in this instance, we are saying we're going to press the brake on a whole lot of things that we could no longer handle, whether it is line 5 or 6, because we can't even handle ordering new cars, subway cars for line 2. And we're saying we want to help seniors and expand our services. Metro Toronto have been building seniors' homes for a long time, not homes, long-term care homes. We have 10 homes. And yes, we can create another 1,000 beds. That's not a creep. That's in our mandate. We've been doing it for, many, many years. So is childcare, for example, or etc. So we are putting on brakes on a whole lot of things to say to other levels of government, we cannot continue this way. We have to stop. But we are putting our foot on the gas on a whole lot of things also. We're saying we need to build housing. But in order to build housing, these are the things we need to do together. Okay? We can't continue to put a lot of money on shelters without affordable housing, because shelter is so much more expensive than actually building homes for folks. So yes, we are putting our gas forward on some things, but putting a brake on others, saying if you don't come to the table, step up and join us, we can't continue this way. But by gosh, we're also doing many other things. And because it's our mandate to do so, and we have to do so. and that we are looking for revenue tools. There was one thing that Mr. Bradford said, it struck me: municipal income tax in other levels, in other municipalities, sales tax, and congestion tax, road tolls. Those are the suggestions that I heard from a senior planner from Mel Lastman years, even before that. Those are the three suggestions that I'm hearing. I'm not saying yes to any of it at this point, but what I'm saying is that here's all the tools in front of us. Let us have faith for our staff to continue to explore all these things, and there are other ways that we can negotiate with other levels of government. Those that can be done quickly, we'll do it quickly. Those that require more studies, we will do so. But I think the key message is courage. We have to get it done. Next speaker. I wasn't going to speak, but I had to talk about the electric car so we can go forward. Sorry. Yeah, we have to go forward, right? I can't stop in the middle of the road and do nothing. Other speakers, many others. Councillor Fletcher, Bravo, Carol, Matlow, and Perks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And I loved your speech. Thank you very much. And also great slide presentation today. The format was really, really well done. I just have a few motions. I'm not going to spend a long time speaking today. I think you wrapped that up very well. I just have some motions about the taking off the cap and making sure we've had those conversations with ECDEV and Tabia, so there's no surprises, and to do that between now and the this council meeting. And also there was, we're in the middle of, I hope, a consultation on stormwater surcharge that was passed in 2021. It was to be the consultation 2023. And I know it's not definitely a major plank, but it certainly is something that we should be looking at as far as a revenue tool is concerned, and also something very important for climate change. And then for residential street parking, and not all councillors have residential street parking, but there are a lot of streets in the city of Toronto where people are parking overnight, and we know it's not allowed. So right now it's left up to the councillor and people living on that street. And just as we have with the on-street parking with the TPA, I think we should just look at what kinds of revenues that would bring in if we did have the ability to simply introduce that on streets where we know that's taking place. I know in the last council or last term, Councillor Perks and I both brought our new wards in after the slashing of council when we all got double wards. We brought in the new ward that we got into permit parking, and it was worth a lot of money for both East York and the Swansea area and Councillor Perks's area. And the last one is just, it's not whimsical, it's true, talking about ridership, you know, changing the channel on the negativity at the TTC, all the stories. But if we would have the Toronto Arts Council, our fantastic leader for entertainment industries at the city, kind of assist in finding a way to change the channel a bit. The TTC is great. It is the red rocket. It is how we get around town. We need it. People need to come back. Let's ask some of those people to give us a boost in making it not just a everyday affair, but a really interesting affair. And I'll leave it at that, Mayor, because we've not got a lot of time left. Thank you very much.
Question to the mover, anyone? No, no question, all right. Councillor Bravo?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm absolutely thrilled to have a presentation like this and a discussion like this in which we are being real with the people of Toronto. And I think it's being real about the cost of to households and to businesses, for the transit delays, for the gridlock, for the housing crisis. People can't afford to live here and they can't afford to move around. That impacts every part of our lives, our personal lives, the workforce that businesses rely on, the local economy. And I think we need to contend with the fact that it's also about the housing crisis is actively putting people into precarity. They're losing their housing, they're becoming homeless, and that has a huge impact on the healthcare system and a pressure on social services. And there was a question asked by one of my colleagues about, are we mandated to respond? Well, yes, on the one side, there's a moral mandate to respond, but on the other side, as the mayor talked about, a very real imperative from the provincial government, which is that Ontario is the only province in Canada that requires municipalities to respond and to be responsible for social services. That downloading and that pressure has put the city in a really difficult situation. On the other hand, we've got the GTC, the only transit system in North America that doesn't receive operational funding from the senior order of government. And these are the things that these are the drivers of our collective prosperity, and they're drivers of equity. So I think this is crucial. And so I'll say around what's recommended here today. There's an inequality lens around the vacant homes tax and around the land transfer tax, because just to go back to the question of what options are available to us, property tax is necessary, but it's regressive. And new revenue tools are needed, and what we need to come out of this exercise with is a new fiscal framework for cities in Ontario. So the inequality lens on some of what's being proposed is really important. The dedicated tax for transit that would come out of the commercial parking levy, explore that, and make some moves, as GTC riders have told us. And subsidies or transfers to corporations. I think this is really crucial when we think about the position that the public is in, that workers are in the city. There's been attention to, maximizing resources and reducing costs with the procurement strategy. We're talking about, taxes that grow with the economy, with the sales tax, so that we actually get a piece of what happens when there's economic activity, when there's tourism, when there's cultural activity in the city, and not just the city having to bear the cost of seeing all of that wonderful action in the city. And I'd like to see in the future more an accommodation tax that really comes out of tech and Airbnb. And one day the percentage of the HST. We're doing what we need to do at the City of Toronto in everything possible, everything possible, and that gives us the moral ground, the political ground, to go to the provincial government and the federal government to say, now it is your turn. This is the economic motor of the province and of the country in many ways. And while other parts of the country might look at Toronto and say it has everything, in fact, there are many things that we have. In raw numbers, the greatest number of children living in poverty. That's just one example. This is the most unequal city in Canada. And I think by being real about what we need to run the city properly, being real about the limitations of what we can do to respond, and with the people of Toronto, we'll see, and we're implicating them, we're engaging them, we're giving them the opportunity to walk alongside us and build the movement that we need in this country to right what is happening with municipalities. So I want to thank staff, and I want to thank the leadership of the mayor on this.
Thank you. Budget Chief Carroll. Oh, overhead, my goodness. All right. Sure. Yeah. One of these days we'll have enough money to screen share.
We too always put the slide in upside down. I'm not sure if you can turn on the light and make this seeable. This is my favorite page of the Fixing the Problem report, because it shows you what the problem has been all along. Paul Bedford described it earlier. He knew as early as 1995 we were going to run into trouble. We've been structurally broken since that time. And it doesn't matter whether you're amalgamated or not, in fact. We hit a certain population, as all cities do, and the larger pieces, the things that can't be afforded by property tax, came into focus at that point. In 1995, the structural break came when the province withdrew from helping us with the operating of transit. And in that year, we had not one but two TTC fare increases, and the Metro order of government, one of our orders of taxing, had to impose a 15% property tax increase.
14.5.
Right. It's so good to have we have an encyclopedia of knowledge as our mayor now. But we've been broken since that time. And so it takes a long time to negotiate something with the province, and it takes all hands to the pumps. It was not easy to get to the City of Toronto Act, but look what happened. Those are the things that the City of Toronto Act gave us. You can pull out of that. They thought they were giving us a lot. The only one that seemed usable to us because it was affordable to collect and yet really gave us bang for our buck was the land transfer tax. And all of the others amount to that. It's the smallest amount on the matrix. If you add some provincial cooperation, you get a little bit more. You can get to 800 million. But the things that really sustain cities across North America, across Europe, and across Asia are tools that we don't have and would require massive quota amendments. And this entire nation's cities are waiting for us to achieve it. We have to be the outlier. We just have to be. Someone has to go first. And I suggest that it should be the city that has 3 million people that goes first. I once hired a university student to look up, find me a city our size that doesn't have access to some form of consumption tax, such as a sales tax or an income tax. They couldn't find one. As far as I know, we're the only city of 3 million in the world that doesn't have access to those things. I support all of the tools recommended in this report, because some of them we will find will be doable when staff finish doing their work and some will not. All of them, any new tax, when you apply it, takes a year for staff to do their work, then a year in which council deliberates and says, ooh, but let's not tomorrow, let's set a date, let's choose September 1st. And so you'll maybe get 3 months of dollars. It's not until year 3 with any revenue tool that you see 12 months of those dollars. So we better get started. We heard a lot of people asking us to do a parking levy. That is certainly going to take a lot of deliberation to decide how that parking levy works. I dare say will be lobbied heavily by every business interest, so we'd better get down to the listening, because who knows how much it will really be able to garner us in the end. But every councillor, if you really care about this city, it should be the big ones that aren't in the City of Toronto Acts, some form of income tax. Payroll tax is the easiest to collect, and it captures the income of those who come into town, make a fortune, use our infrastructure, and then head back to Hockley Valley in a helicopter, some of them. And a sales tax, a 1-cent sales tax. I sent you all a list this morning of just the ones that are really easy to look up. But if I kept going, in every state, I would find you a municipal sales tax. And generally speaking, you'll find they hit the wall about a population of 1.5 million. Post-Depression in the United States, all the cities that were already at that population came looking for revenue tools. And their states had to give them either land transfer tax, sales tax, or some share of the income tax. Post-Depression, that one in the 20s. I'm not talking about the global financial crisis. I'm talking about the 30s and 40s. The one that waited the longest was New York City, not until 1962. And by that time, they were on their knees. They had the worst crime in North America. They were absolutely crippled. And the mayor at that time in that city said, this is going to take courage. We've got to go up to Albany and we've got to tell them we need this. We cannot live without it. We need what other cities have. our mayor is saying to us today, we're going to have to exercise courage because our city needs it. It needs us. And so don't just pick the easy one on this menu. We're going to need the whole menu because they'll all go through processes and they'll all take different periods of time. But it better be, yes, my favorite one, and. Because if we don't capture those two big ones and sharpish within the next 2 or 3 years, I'm very worried about my children. I'm extremely worried about my grandchildren. I don't fancy myself having to get on a plane and go to Brazil to where they can finally afford a home and get a job, because that's the shape this city will be in if we don't exercise that courage now.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Next on the list, Councillor Matlow.
Mayor Chow, I have a motion that we worked on in partnership with Mr. Conforti and your office. And while the staff report identifies foreign buyers, what it doesn't consider, and this is a contribution just to complete it, is to ask staff to come back in the report about speculation also done domestically and the impact that it has on the housing stock and pricing in our city. This is specifically on resale property, and it also considers certain exemptions such as an additional home, for example, a direct family member would help a child on or something like that. So not limited to, but just considering those possibilities. Thank you.
Did you want to speak any further? No? Oh, okay. Anyone want to question the mover? No? Okay. Thank you. Councillor Perks, looks like you might be the last speaker.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, no pressure.
At the beginning of the meeting, Mayor Chow, you asked us to reflect on what we're hearing from our constituents every day. And I've had that in mind, listening to the deputants and the questions of staff. And I want to be clear, helping people solve problems in my constituency hours or when they call up or when I meet them on the street is the best part of the job. It's always been the part I love the most. Someone comes to me and their housing's at risk, or they think we need to make an investment in the playground so that there's a structure for little kids as well as something for the older kids. That's the work, either the roll up your sleeves in a church basement work that makes this job worth doing. But I have to tell you, over the last decade, more and more, when someone comes to me with a need like that or a good idea for the community like that, I have to say, that's a great idea, but no. You're right, the playground hasn't seen an investment in 15 or 20 years, and it could be a lot better and a lot more attractive, but I happen to know a little bit about the city's capital budget, and 5, 10 years maybe I can find the money. Or they come to me with an idea of making a dangerous intersection safer by reconstructing the street, with shorter crossing distances and a complete street. And I say, I can get you the study and the design, but I can't tell you when we would have the money in our transportation budget to actually build that. Because I can tell you right now, we don't even have the money to stop things from falling apart. And Mr. Sharma, before he got here and was at TCHC, the hardest one was when a community housing building literally fell down. And we had to rush to find people at Swansea Mews somewhere to live. And a lot of those people, we had to move them not once, not twice, but 3 or more times. And some of them are still waiting to know where they're going to live while we're doing the reconstruction of Swansea Mews. And I can't tell anybody today when the reconstruction of Swansea Mews will happen. I simply can't tell them. So the best part of the job has in the last 12 years become the hardest part of the job. And that's my experience of what the people I represent are experiencing every day. They're experiencing a city that says no. They're experiencing a city that says, well, I know you're desperate, but we can maybe hand out some water bottles to the encampment you're living in. There's no room in the shelter system for you. And everyone in Toronto, even the Premier, he does live here, experiences how things have gotten worse, experiences how trying to govern on the cheap has made the quality of life worse in the city of Toronto. I've had some people say, you know, oh, but it's hard to afford paying all these new taxes. And the answer is very, very, very simple. The services that we deliver with those taxes are what makes life affordable in Toronto. If you cannot afford a place to live because we cannot afford to build rental housing or housing that is renting for below the market average, a few more dollars in your taxes aren't your issue. If you're thinking that, you know, maybe at the small business you operate, you're going to have to hire private security because we can't get, you know, 911 dispatched as fast as we used to. That's not an issue of a couple of bucks that you would have to pay in taxes. If you're looking for a job and you're not sure you're going to be able to use the TTC to get there in a timely way, the couple of bucks we would have asked for you out of your income to get that bus to get you there, that's more important. Taxes and the services they buy make life more affordable for Torontonians. They put us in a place where we don't have to say no for the most urgent needs. They make it possible for people in every walk of life, not just the people who own things, but the people who do the working in this city, to live here and live here well. And I've got to tell you, for the last 10 years, having to tell people no, it's broken my heart. And I thank you for coming and healing my heart and giving me some hope that we can start saying yes again to the urgent needs the people in the city of Toronto have and the things that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Perks. I have Councillor Fletcher's motion in front of me. Can we put it on the screen? It's asking staff report on parking, on stormwater surcharge, or parking and TTC and the arts. All those in favor of Councillor Fletcher's motion, please indicate. Anyone opposed? Approve? Thank you. The second motion, Councillor Matlow is looking for speculation, a report on curbing real estate speculation. All those in favor, oppose, carry, and on
Chow, on the main item, could I ask that we record that vote? I'd like to send a clear message to some of the other orders.
Okay, you want it all in one piece, or you want it per item? Okay. Item as amended, the entire package of from recommendation 1 all the way to recommendation 13 on a recorded vote. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Matlow. I should mention title, but don't mind me. Councillor McAuliffe and Councillor Perks and, pardon me, Councillor Fletcher, and Molly, Bravo, and Malik and Chow.
Yes.
Hi.
Those opposed?
All those opposed, please indicate. That's unanimous. Thank you very, very much. I think we can declare the meeting adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone.